Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the world. We are here. I'm Louis Tucci, and look at what the wind blew in the California breeze. We've got none other than the mobile correspondent himself, Ian Robinson, joining me live for day 3 of the official ZBrush Summit 2022. Maxon ZBrush. We're here inside the Mobian stage, the green stage. Man, we've been moving so quick. I got an extra curl in my hair. How are you, Ian? You were on remote locations. I'm a little bit jealous. You're going to tell us a little bit about it as we roll into this. You were at Sideshow Collectibles.
Sideshow.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Well, first off, I feel amazing. This whole summit has been just completely...
Look at the smile on your face. His face is sore, poor guy.
This is the face. It's been stuck like this forever. No, it's super awesome. I know everybody was enjoying it. Sideshow welcomed us in with open arms, and everybody there was amazing. And the scan truck guys too. They just let us come in, and they just welcomed us in, and just
one at a time here.
Yeah,
we're not rushing
amazing.
through this. I want to hear more about the Sideshow. People were looking there. That is a very, very, very rare opportunity. Let's call it what it is. Not everybody gets to go behind the veil into a place like Sideshow Collectibles, Thousand Oaks, California, the one and only. What is the major standout for you as you entered the mothership of invention, as it were?
Oh man, well, I don't know really where to start and to call it one specific thing, but I will say the biggest thing that I really took away from it was just the energy in the room of just being able to create and collaborate with top artists, and even just have a conversation with them was phenomenal and super inspiring to walk down the halls and see some of the greatest statues ever, and just be able to look at them more in depth.
Yeah, your walkthrough was pretty impressive, actually. The entrance doorway.
It was crazy.
You know you've entered when you walk through the hallway there. And to your point, it's quite poignant, actually, and not to be understated. Yeah. They are like a guild, a master's guild of sculptors.
100%.
It's really, really, if you didn't have a chance to see it when Ian was there live, watch it again on the replay. Ian, what else can you tell us about their environment? There's something very special about their office, isn't there, that maybe if people are just tuning in for today, tell us about their office space.
Well, yeah, so the office space, what was really cool about that was all the artists got to actually build that office space. So it looked like the ship in Aliens, the mothership in Aliens.
What they build it in?
What do they build it in?
What's it made in?
Oh, well, it's made in ZBrush. That's what it's made in. But yeah, no, they got to collaborate in a room that they equally share and actually have like inspiration. So it's comfort on the eyes. They allows them to just kind of see inspiration around them all the time.
It's amazing.
Half the desk that every artist had was just covered with design and inspiration, statues, toys.
Yeah. Aaron McNaught, my old friend from another lifetime ago.
His desk was covered with everything.
He's a really great artist. He had some great toys. If you have a chance to check out his work, Aaron McNaught. The rest of the guys are great too, but I mean, Aaron had his own little thing with this articulated little head.
He missed you, I will tell you that.
Eyeballs popping. Did you see that? Those little eyeballs coming at you? Like, really interesting stuff. Now, let us move on, because you were a very mobile guy across these last couple of days while I was strapped to the desk. You're strapped being a very loosely used term. I was bouncing around with Paul Gaboury. Paul Gaboury, conspicuous by his absence, of course. We're going to get to that in a second, but you were on location as well with this scan truck.
The scan truck.
And they scanned you.
They scanned me.
And if people don't know, he's a tall guy too. There was a lot to scan there.
6'4".
6'4", man. 6'4" and a whole lot more. And tell us a little bit about that experience for you. What was that like to go in there and get scanned up like that?
Well, what was really cool about that experience is the fact that I have a photography background, and to be able to see photography used in a different setting is super amazing, because while I kind of get the gist of what photogrammetry is, and I have a little bit of experience, just being able to talk to everybody and kind of just see, you know, how they use it and how that technology is growing and coming and just elevating the industry as a whole, and how ZBrush integrates with that, it gives me, like, I want to go play with photogrammetry now, and I want to go see how I can clean up stuff. So yeah, it's really impressive. It introduced me to a new workflow, which I had never really played with before. So definitely curious.
So you learned, it's safe to say you learned something new as well.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Wow, amazing. And the hits keep on coming here for the ZBrush Summit 2022. Ian Robinson, you're here live with me for the better part. It's going to be a wild ride today. Speaking of on location, we have got some very interesting things going on today, and it's going to start off with, if we get the schedule up there for a second, we're going to start off with some very interesting things happening. We got our own very own Paul Gaboury is going to be on remote location.
Oh yeah,
the American Fine Art.
I should mention that Paul and I switch.
Right. This is by design, of course. There was no way that he was going to allow you to get away with all 3 visits, and here we go. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. You did a fantastic job. It's nice to have you back in the studio, though.
Thanks, man.
And now Paul Gaboury will be on location, American Fine Art Foundry, located in Southern California. the American Fine Art Foundry. This is one of our visits today, but we've got a whole whack of things prepared and ready to go for us. I'd like to see the schedule up on the screen so the people at home know exactly what's about to be forthcoming. Today is the final day of the summit. If you're tuning in for the first time, we missed you on the Sculpt Off, or during the Sculpt Off. We missed you on day 1, day 2, but hey, 3's a charm, and here we are, AFA Foundry and Form, from ZBrush to Bronze. Next up, we're going to have the Frame Store, Creatures from Sketch to Screen. I've been saying this all week. My favorite thing to do is make a little quick drawing and turn it into something in ZBrush. Raphael Phillips, Wakanda Forever. He is going to be here talking about all things. You actually saw his work, Ian Robinson, inside of the site.
Yeah, I saw his statue. So you know we're going to ask him about that. If he's
We're
not
definitely going to ask
showing
him about that and many other things. We got Sea Beast, the Netflix hit series, hit film. Sea Beast is great, again. And then the last thing that we'll do together, we will all be reunited, and it'll feel so good to wrap it up before we run off into the streets of Hollywood. We're going to have the ZBrush presentation with members of the ZBrush team, which is Ian Robinson himself, our own mobile correspondent, myself, Louis Tucci, and our new on-the-road guy, Paul Gabery, is going to be joining us again later on this afternoon. And then, Ian, the action will come to its penultimate. It'll be the last lap, and we'll wave the white flag before we come down to the checkered one.
Yep.
We're going to come for the ZBrush Sculpt Off, announcing the winners. You were working with the judges yesterday behind closed doors in a top secret location. I say secret location, but that was the top secret location. John Brown, Joe Mena, and my dear friend Phil Hale.
Oh, yeah.
Did us a service.
Absolutely. And the thing is, you know, they're amazing guys. But handing off all the images to them, it was such a feat for them to go through everyone's images, and it was tough. It was tough. I get the sense it was tough for them. So really excited to see what they picked, because honestly, I'm like, no joke. They went off, they picked. They came back, they said, here we go. And I'm like, okay, great.
Let me chat with you about something. You were in there, you know, you've been put in this very, maybe sort of, I don't know how to describe it, a very sort of difficult task to manage those 3 giants in the room. Oh, and man. You were there, and you had to negotiate with them who would be taking home the prizes. Describe the experience of being in the room with three giant artists like that.
Honestly, the craziest takeaway from that is being in a room with those 3 guys. We could talk art all day long, because they all have different experiences, from painting to traditional sculpture to ZBrush sculpting, and you know, like, it's just a huge amalgamation of just knowledge in one room. Honestly, I was like, okay, I want to pick your guys' brains later if possible about art in general, because it was just amazing. And to hear the back and forth, what they liked, what they didn't like, and just going through the stuff. It was so neat to kind of be a bystander in watching that process.
Like a fly on a wall.
Dude, it was super awesome.
And speaking of which, I think that the overall theme of the ZBrush Summit over the course of the last 3 days has been that transitional idea of traditional and physical sort of construction. And without further ado, I think we're going to talk about that a little more. I'm so glad you're here to do this with me live.
Yeah, let's do it.
Back in the studio. I think we're going to hand it over to Paul Gabery, is on location, American Fine Art Foundry, like I said. Let's hand it over to Paul Gabery with a very special presentation. We're going to take it from ZBrush to basically to Bronze.
Yeah.
On location. Hey guys, there you go.
All right.
What's going on,
Good
Brett?
morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing, Troy?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Well, we're really good. We know that we've somewhere in there, Paul is hiding in wait, but we're going to talk to you for a couple of moments before I know he's off stage managing the situation up there. We're located in sunny Southern California. American Fine Art Foundry is one of America's oldest and most revered and celebrated foundries, having produced some of the finest historical works and sculptural works over the past 40 years. That is not an understatement. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on. Brett first. How are you doing?
Well, we're doing great. I mean, it's been a lot of fun here. The projects that we get involved in are everything from historical projects that would date back to a little-known sculptor by the name of Da Vinci, all the way forward to contemporary works for some of the studios around here. Having recently finished a project for Breaking Bad for Sony Pictures, as well as last year we delivered a 7.5-foot Batman for Warner Brothers and the city of Burbank to be a selfie spot downtown. So we never know what's going to show up every day. It's every day is different.
Ian, he's hit the home run right out of the gate with the mention of the monument. We had the monument challenge, right? We got a new monument in Burbank. Ian's local to Burbank. I'm sure he spent some time around. Tell us about it.
Absolutely, dude. It's I'm 6'4". That's a massive statue, and it's so cool to stand right next to the Batman, and you feel like you're taking another world.
Do you do the voice when you walk up to? You say, "Oh, Batman." And then with you along for the ride today is Troy Koenig-Wilcox. Troy, what is going on, and how are you doing out there?
I'm doing great. Yeah. So our studio is, it's a modern studio that we provide our clients with, techniques to take their vision from ZBrush and even straight clay sculpting to bronze by 3D printing for direct casting, as well as CNC milling and other services that we provide, 3D scanning.
A true fusion of processes we're seeing here across the last couple of days, and we're really happy to have you guys along for the ride to show us and demonstrate what's going to happen. You'll also be responsible, people might not know this, for producing a bronze sculpture for the winner of this year's Sculpt-Off. What a reason to join the Sculpt-Off. Tell us a little bit about that, and are you excited to do that? Oh yeah,
so once the winner is selected, we'll take their model. I'll kind of talk with Brett as far as how it gets. I think initially we'll probably have to talk to the artist, because one thing about ZBrush models is if it has to be in printable and also castable. Like the Batman, we had issues with when you sculpt the cape and all those things in ZBrush. You have the cape drape over the back, and then it becomes this other space. So you have all these different layers that if you cast it, it would be layers in bronze you don't need. So you would want to go back into ZBrush and join the cape to the back of the body and then fix it. So you kind of just have to kind of understand the end process and how it's going to get there. And so that's kind of the first step. And then, so once the, model is selected, then we'll go ahead and talk with them in the Foundry and then get it cast up for them, printed for them.
It sounds like an incredible procedure, and I know that the people at home are clamoring around their screens. Both Brett and Troy are going to walk us through this experience, experientially speaking. Oh yeah, we are on to something, Ian.
This is going to be amazing. Seriously,
Are you excited?
I'm super excited to see the winners and to see who they actually are able to work with. But more importantly, I think Troy had a little show, a little walk.
That's
around.
Exactly what I was going to say next. Let's take it away with Troy. He's going to give us a little walkthrough.
Yeah.
Yep. And before you do that, real quick, just wanted to note to the chat and the audience, I am reading the chat here today. I am Paul 2.0, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I got the chat here. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to fire them off, and then we'll get to the questions as soon as possible.
That's a fine interjection right there. And remember, we will get to the questions when possible. There are lots of people sending them in. They'll take it away, Troy, with this lovely piece. You might notice that the piece, before you go any further, I'd like to pause for a second, Troy, and say that is actually the cheetah that has been riding high behind myself and Ian on set, and Paul Gabery. So let's take it away, Troy. Show us the wares, as they say.
Yeah, so you can just see he just clicked over. So once we get the model like this, I talk to Brett, and we'll kind of go over the scale, confirm the scale of the model. We talk about where he wants it cut for direct casting into what his panel sizes are. Since this is a small piece, 18 inches, we just cut it into 3 pieces, hollowed it to 3/16. So, and that's one of the benefits of direct casting, is because the old way of casting, when you pour a wax, you'll get varying thicknesses of the wax because of just the way wax cools. So the whole model is 3/16 thick for direct casting. So then once we cut it into the 3 pieces, he'll then nest it into a job box with a bunch of other parts, and then start the printer. And the printing process takes about 72 hours for a full box. I'm going to walk you into the where the 3D printer is.
Ah, the sweet sound of machinery,
I
Ian.
know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get some of that.
We don't mind.
No. I'm no stranger to that. I was in manufacturing for a long time, way before my artistry.
Ian hears the sounds of machines and a smile comes across his face. He's
Yeah.
he's glad to
So
be
this
far
is
away.
This is our large format voxel jet printer. It prints a PMMA, which is an acrylic powder, and it's cured with cyanoacrylate, which is basically super glue. And the head right now is going back and forth and printing layer by, it's just curing the model layer by layer. And in a second, it's going to put another thin layer of powder across.
Wow, that's a massive machine, isn't it?
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah.
So our job box is 20 inches wide by 20 inches tall by about 40 inches deep. So you can fit like a whole life-size figure in one of these boxes, or up to like a 7-foot figure. Cutting it up into direct.
Holy smoke!
cast panels.
You could fit a Paul Gabriel or an Ian Robinson in there.
Yes,
Said 7 feet. What the heck?
As soon as he said 7 feet, Ian looked over at me and smiled.
By the way,
His sinister
because he
grin.
said it so casually. Like, oh yeah, just 7 feet. Just don't worry about that.
Up to 7 feet. Okay, you fit all three of us in there if we snuggle.
So we then kind of place, once we've done all the cutting, he then pulls it into the job box with all the other jobs and see how it fits and assembles and fits in there with everything that's going on.
Yeah. Wow.
Really cool.
And we try to get the box as dense as we can, get as many parts as we can in that box. And even at that, I think it's would you say like 5% is our
4.5–5% density.
Yeah, so it's not very dense. I mean, if, the denser the more parts we can pull out of it, the better for us. And I think next you had a video clip of the unpacking of the cheetah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's take it to tape. But by the way, the guy managing that computer's got a wonderful toque on his head. Look at him.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mine. Roll the tape.
Yeah, so that is after the job box has been printed. It rests for 2 days, or it rests for a day, and then we put it into an unpack station, which I'm going to take you over to the unpack station, and then it's kind of like an archaeological dig. It gets pulled out and then sprayed off with an air hose, and then and then I think you can go to the next video of it being dipped.
Yeah, let's have a look at the
wax.
dip.
Yeah.
Here he is.
The dip.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Just tosses it in. Whoop. There it goes.
So that's it dips it in there a few times so the wax penetrates all the way through. So the material that we print is really porous, and so when it's dipped in the hot wax, it penetrates all the way through the surface, and you want a good coating. And then, all right, hang on. So go over here, and if you go to the next video of the finishing with the heat gun.
Look at that.
Next one after that. That's the other one.
Yeah.
And it should be noted, he's going to dip this in here a few times, correct?
Yeah, correct. So he gets so it kind of soaks all the way through.
Okay.
And yeah, so now they're using a heat gun. They put another layer of paraffin basically over top of it. If you can see, they are prepping each one of these panels for direct casting by like going in and refinishing, getting all the drips of wax that were on there, and adding another layer and just kind of tightening up that surface.
How long does it take for that wax to dry, so to speak?
Pretty much immediate.
Oh, wow. Okay, great.
Okay.
Heat gun, like it just cools off real quick, and then it's good.
Right. And how many times would they dip it, you think?
They dip it once, and then they put a second. So then that goes all the way through the surface, and then they add, and that is not paraffin. It's another type of wax, like close to finishing wax. And then they put a layer of paraffin over top of that, and then they'll burnish it with brushes and tools. And they'll use sculpting tools to tighten up the detail where the wax settles in, and pulls that back out.
That's awesome.
Wow, that's an incredible process already. Just watching that.
Mind blown.
alone. And we haven't even gotten to the bronzing yet.
No, there's not. We're not even close to bronzing yet. Are you kidding me? This is just scratching the surface here at the beginning of the process. Already elated, and I'm sure there's some chat things happening, but we're going to wait, like we said, for a minute.
Well, we
unless you've got a
actually-
pressing issue.
Well, what's actually the consensus is, they're looking at this whole process and they're looking at the expense or the cost of something like this. This is not a simplistic process indeed.
No.
Troy, Brett, I don't know if you could talk about that a little bit of like just an idea of what something like this, if anyone's interested in getting their statues bronze, what that looks like financially, I guess.
Well,
I'll let you go
us,
first.
Okay, yeah. For us, we basically we've kind of set up a system of quoting based on the surface area of the model. So, and also kind of back to the Batman point, if a model comes to us and we have to kind of re-engineer it and fix it so it is printable, then that's like a CAD cost that we will put into our quote to make the model printable,
Right.
and castable. And so then we go on surface area and how it fits in that job box that I showed you. So we have determined that it's if we can get like I guess we can get like a whole 6-foot figure into a job box, it's probably about 10 grand to do like a life-size figure, maybe a little less.
Okay, so there's your barometer. 10 grand equals 10,000 US dollars. Those are green.
Yeah.
Benjamins, as they call it.
Yeah, and
10,000 of them.
we did have, we also had another question too. I know you mentioned it already, but maybe you could talk a little bit more about what was the material you were 3D printing with specifically. We're very interested.
It's a blend, but it's an acrylic powder.
Okay.
Basically, it's simplified terms, it's an acrylic powder, and the binder is simplified terms, cyanoacrylate or super glue.
It's amazing to see the transition in material composition when dealing with production of these types of assets over the course of even the last 15 years, for instance. And historically speaking, along the trajectory of sculpture, the fact that we have these materials available today and that they're so robust and so quick and easy to work with is really helping to push the envelope of design. Is that something you would agree with?
Oh yeah, for sure. They have limitations as far as like the account for the shrinkage of the parts. So we scale up the models slightly, and then also for bronze casting, it's not as much shrinkage as wax, but there is some shrinkage, so you have to account for that. The parts when we were dipping it, if we do large panels for monuments, they can, when they get into that wax bath, they can shift. So we'll sometimes reinforce them with like MDF sticks to support the back of the panel so it maintains its shape.
Wow.
That's fantastic. Another behind the veil view into a process that is not really understood by the general public. I'm so happy that we're bringing this to the people at home.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, just taking a look at just the in-depth and like Troy was calling out earlier, it's like an archaeological dig.
Yeah.
They get to experience. Could we talk a little bit more about that process? I mean, I know you said you kind of like find the part and then you're kind of digging it out a little bit, but like, is there a little bit more, because we have a lot of 3D printing enthusiasts like myself and in the chat too, so I'm sure they're curious, what's the difference between a machine like that versus something they have at home like resin printing or FDM printing?
Like the SLA printers, so this one, you saw that image of the job box where you had the parts in it. Sometimes if we know that there's some delicate parts in there, we'll print out an image of what's in that job box so the person that is doing the archaeological dig knows to be delicate in certain areas, not start removing the material too fast, or you go in with brushes and you slowly clear out the parts so you don't break the part. That excess powder does hold it, and keeps the part shape until it's dug out of there, and then that leftover material gets recycled to use in the next printing process. And
And then the other thing I wanted to ask you was about challenges that you might have experienced. Like you said, you would have to add CAD costs to make repairs to things. What are some of the things that people should be aware of and look out for when preparing files to send over to you in advance? What are some things, and go through the list or the gamut of things that people should not be doing?
Yeah, I think, I think sometimes dynameshing does help, but I think the main thing is when you create models, at the end, it needs to be one complete model that I can hollow, for one, and then elements that lay over other elements, because I will need to make them all one, I guess, what is it? A hollow, an element that a part that I can hollow. So you don't have a lot of, because if you think of like that Batman situation, you think of a cape laying over top of something, that's a whole layer of bronze that's going to be laying over top of a back. The back doesn't really need to be there for bronze. So I think the main thing is that once, if you're creating something for a monument, kind of ask for help or talk to me or talk to Brett on, okay, I'm creating this model. How can I prepare it for the printing process as well as the casting process?
Let me take something from what you just said and extrapolate that over to Brett. And then how does that transition happen with you, Brett? How do you sort of communicate with him regarding what he just said?
Yeah, so really this whole process of is magic. We're taking a digital file that doesn't exist in 3D form, physical form, and we're turning it into something that's tangible. The thing that we rely on Troy to guide us is what does he need to do to have it hollowed out for printing? And then we have to be in connection with each other, because sometimes what's optimum for him isn't optimum for us. So there's a bit of a collaboration about how do we solve both of our challenges so that we can end up with the best result at the end. And we do need things hollowed out as well. That's one thing we have in common. We need the surfaces to be really clean and tight, because whatever is captured in that print is going to be captured in the bronze. It truly will pick up everything that's there. So we need to make sure that that flows through seamlessly. And then we don't want any trapped areas inside the sculpt. So as an example, on the Batman project, Troy mentioned the back and the cape, but we also had a problem with the tool belt. The tool belt was sculpted in incredible detail all around behind, but it was sandwiched between his backside and the cape, which was never going to be visible to anybody. And so all that area had to be cut out and then seamed together between the cape and the torso to eliminate all the pockets that would have trapped for Troy the PMMA powder that wasn't fused, and for us would have created hollow spots that we needed to avoid from a casting standpoint. So, what that translates to ultimately is economics, because if we aren't printing or casting sections that aren't visible and aren't needed, we're saving you money. So it's worth putting the extra effort into the file prep up front so that what Troy and I have to work with is the most straightforward model possible.
This raises two questions. I'm sure Ian and I are both chomping to ask this. You're both talking about the hollowing process. Maybe swing it back over to Troy. Talk about the hollowing process and what that might look like for people who are coming into this as a newcomer.
Yeah, so it's pretty much a click. We use a file prep program, Magix, for printing, prepping our files for printing. And it's basically you just click the hollowing icon and set the thickness you want. And most foundries, Brett included, 3/16 is a great thickness for bronze casting. So you just enter that value.
You're talking 3/16 of an inch. That's
correct.
U.S. inch.
Correct. Yeah, so I mean,
important. Yesterday we had someone here talking about millimeters and centimeters. It really threw things off for us.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm still kind of.
We all are. We all are.
Yeah. So, and it's funny is that the printer I showed you, as well as our 3D scanning system, all of it's German engineering. So all of it is in millimeters, but I have to convert it back and forth just because I can't figure it out. So,
well, that's good to hear. As a Nemetschek employee here in the Maxon banner, I think I'm happy to hear it's German engineering at its finest.
There you go.
And so are we.
Yeah.
So the other thing, Ian, go ahead, please, Brett.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to say is it seems like a relatively straightforward process to just send your file to Troy. Troy sends the print to me, and off we go. But there is a lot of collaboration back and forth between the different steps. Troy and I on this particular project will go back and forth. I don't know, Troy, 3 to 10 times, depending on the simplicity of the project, to make sure we have it all dialed in. And
with that man, it was more like 10
or 20. Yeah, it was a lot of
or
work.
20.
We actually had to re-engage the sculptor who was used to sculpting toy models and things like that, and no slight against him. He was doing what he was typically doing.
What does that look like for
you? Him
you?
About the process.
What do you mean when you say that, Brett? That you're talking about what he's typically used to doing. What do you usually see in that case?
Well, in the Batman case, it was originally modeled after an action figure that was created as about an 8-inch toy, and so the cape was designed to be a removable item. And there was some other attachments and accessories that went with it. So we had to unify all that into just one piece and strip it all back. And the same issue that I was relating about the tool belt it was a perfect example, or what Troy said about the back. We weren't going to be making a 350-pound removable cape, so there was no need to have that functionality and articulation in the model.
Right.
Wow, that's super incredible. We do have another question coming in, specifically why you guys use Magic over any other slicer. Is there something that Magic does that you really like, and that's why it's your slicer of choice?
Yeah, it's I think one, its usability is great as far as creating scenes. You can create your job box scenes or whatever dimension for whatever printer you're using. You can have multiple scenes. It has ability to like fix the parts for bad edges and inverted triangles and some things that also happens in ZBrush, like the way it gets sculpted or more so the way that like the OBJ gets exported and turned into an STL for 3D printing can throw up errors, and this program will fix those errors, and then slicing and hollowing, adding I guess support pins and advanced cuts of adding a tongue and groove to a part, all those things that it has. I mean, it's a great program for that.
And I guess it's really democratizing the process of opening this up for a lot more people, to be honest with you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Listen, I don't want to get too carried away, but I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I really want to now come back to Brett, and I want to talk about the hollowing process in traditional materials. You said that it needs to be hollowed. What can you tell us about that? Someone comes to you with something that weighs about 300 pounds. What do you do in that case, where it's all clay and it's got clay right down to an armature?
Yeah. So in the traditional way of doing it, we would make a mold from essentially the solid form of clay, and it's a rubber mold backed by a supporting jacket. We then take the mold sections, and depending on the size of the piece, we're either going to do what we call wax slushing, where we pour wax into the mold, and then we roll it around, and we make sure we coat the entire inside of that rubber. Then we pour out the rest of the wax back into the tank. And we'll do that 2, 3, 4 times, depending on what we're trying to accomplish, with progressively cooler waxes, so we don't melt out the prior layers. And it's the same process they use to make chocolate Easter bunnies or other confections. So it's we're essentially leaving behind a shell of wax inside the mold. And then we let it cool completely, and then at that point we demold it, and we have a hollow wax that we can then take forward. And now, that's anything that's probably thicker than 3/4 of an inch. Once you get down into thinner dimensions, if you think about 3/16 backed up to each other, two-sided casting, that's 3/8 of an inch thick. Trying to create a hollow space between anything less than, probably 3/4 of an inch doesn't make sense. So, for example, on the piece, we're going to be showing the cheetah that was on the backdrop there. And as we take it through the process, the legs and the tail are solid, but the body cavity and the rock are hollow. So that's, some of those judgments have to come into play in terms of how we produce the piece and how we actually do the original mold.
Oh, that's just fascinating.
Wow.
Slushies and chocolates.
Yeah.
Slushies and chocolates. Yeah. And I think one of the things that's worth pointing out here is we work tremendously closely with Form and Troy specifically for me, because he's our project manager. We pioneered this process using a technology that was in the aerospace industry and in the automotive industry, primarily used for engine parts and, pump housings and commercial castings. But we both were inspired by the fact that this process gives us a wax surface that we need in the art business. A lot of 3D prints, you see the grow lines and they're very difficult to remove. Whereas now we're working in wax, which is a much easier and simpler material to shape and to tool and to wax chase, as we call it, and get it ready for casting. And the reason, and there's other places we could go to do it, but the reason we like to work with Troy's team is that they are all sculptors by training and by, their own personal passions. And so when we give them projects, they're looking at the projects as a sculptor, and they're getting into the head of the sculptor, and they're getting into the technology of the solution. So our dialogue is, it's the how-to, but it's also how do we optimize for the design and the original intent of the sculptor to create the masterpiece in a collaborative way. Because this whole process is a tremendous leap of faith by the artist to pass the project off to another team, and in this case, 2 teams, to actually take it through to completion and give them back the result they intended.
Where do you think some of the hesitation might come from in that regard? What are some things that you've heard from people that their concerns are when transferring their work over to you for that purpose?
Well, beyond the sort of commercial things like, are you going to steal my intellectual property? Things like that,
Wow.
Which is a concern from time to time. We have to sign non-disclosure agreements and things like that. But I always remind people we're a 45-year-old plus business. And if we made a habit of stealing our clients' intellectual property, we probably would not have been in business for 45 years.
Certainly not.
It's part of the business model. And I think
unless you've got a bunch of masochists for clients.
Right. Yeah. Just
hey, let's go over to Brett and see if we can get ripped off like the last guy. Said no one ever.
Exactly.
So we take it very seriously. And in fact, we're going to do our best today as we're walking through the Foundry to protect the intellectual property of our other clients by not putting them on screen. Some of the biggest projects we've been part of, I can't even talk about because of the non-disclosure agreements. So those are things we just have to keep in mind.
Oh, absolutely.
Ian, you got anything there on the chat?
Well, right now, just so many people are just blown away by this whole aspect. I was looking for questions. They were really interested in Magics, and they did have a question about, like, some people use NetFab, some people use Magics and stuff. So they were really excited to hear about the reasons why you use Magic. I'm curious, Brett, real quick. You have this awesome background behind you. Look like samples of steel. Can you talk about that a little bit, or what's going on behind you?
Yeah. So behind me are sample plates of patinas, and I'll try to give you just a little bit of rotation here, so maybe we can see the number of them that we have. So we've got about 300 sample plates on the wall, and these are all bronze, except for a couple of exceptions, which are stainless steel. And then we've even got some more over on this wall.
Oh, wow.
It's a whole nother collection. So
it's a whole art piece back there.
Yeah, it's so these are all different patinas. So the reason that the bronze has been so used in final sculpture is that it will take color. So we can do an oxidative process that is a combination of different chemicals, typically salts and acids, mixed to different solution strengths that we can then catalyze with heat, typically a torch, to create different effects. And a lot of what you see behind me is traditional materials, sometimes layered with more contemporary materials, but all designed to give pattern, color, in some cases a little bit of texture, but basically to give a palette to our clients to say, okay, where do you want to go besides brown? And this is always a jumping off point for people, just to get the conversation started.
I think it's fascinating. Ian, that was a great question coming through there about the dexterity of color and the type of thing that is possible on the surface. I wanted to ask you, in conjunction with that, what about a mixture of materials? Have you ever done any kind of fusion?
We have. We did a project. It was something I'd always thought about, and it seemed like it should be easily done, because whenever we do a monumental sculpture, the armature for it is always done in stainless steel, typically 304, sometimes 316, depending on its final destination. And so when we have that, it's then, we have the bronze that's around it. So there's a good reaction, minimal reaction, I should say, between the bronze and the stainless. Get me camera. There we go. So the client had this idea to do a lion. It was a lion bust, and I believe it was going to a zoo. And she wanted to capture the beauty of the bronze, but she also wanted to give an effect of an older grizzled lion. So what she ended up doing, we helped her. We cut the face out in stainless steel and cast that in stainless. And then we did the mane in bronze. We were able to get a really rich, warm, coppery, orangey, yellowy mane with lots of highlights and things. And then we did the face, and we were able to oxidize that stainless enough to give it a bit of a gray cast, and the gray metal underneath gave it this old grizzled look. It really was a stunning piece. And it was fun to see a way to take two materials not usually shown together and do it that way.
Oh, wow. Actually, we had a question coming in. Since you're talking about materials, I'm going to kind of lump in my question with this question. Do you do other materials as well, more specifically gold gliding, if I got the question right? Is there anything you do with that?
No, primarily we're bronze, but we also have a long history of doing stainless steel work as well. And we're one of the only art foundries that cast stainless. And we've been messing around with stainless for probably 40 years. Stainless is a harder material. It takes more heat to melt, and it is therefore more expensive because it just takes a tremendous amount more labor to tool and to polish. We've done a little bit in aluminum, but aluminum has got a lot of its own nuances and problems, so we typically stay away from it. It doesn't finish well, and unless you're planning to do something like an automotive body shop finish on it, it doesn't lend itself really well to a lot of color and effect. There's no such thing as a patina, and you could finish it out, but it's just, we find it more trouble than it's generally worth. We have done a few projects in silver. We're limited to a 6-pound casting in silver. And we did one of the Leonardo da Vinci horse and rider pieces in silver.
Oh, wow.
Which was about 6 pounds of silver. So not an inexpensive casting. But generally we don't get a lot of call for that. We do every once in a while. And people have asked about gold. I had somebody that wanted to do gold busts of his clients, and we ended up pricing out what that was going to be, and tried to find a vault locally that would take the gold, and nobody wanted to store it locally while we were getting ready to cast 30-pound sculpture. So
right, for obvious reasons.
it's got other inherent problems. Yeah,
that's a security, if I ever heard one, that's a security concern. If I have 30 pounds of gold, hey, did you hear about the 30 pounds of gold Brett's holding in his facility?
Yeah, they got stolen from AFA. Yeah,
here comes the man in the black hat. Ian, straddle up, we're riding wild.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Ian rose a great question there. When you talked of the stainless steel, I really would like to know what are some of the applications, and I'm sure other people would like to know as well, what are some of the applications that have been done in stainless steel? Are those more monument-based pieces or installation-based stuff? Like what gets done in stainless steel versus bronze?
Most of the time it's figurative, but or it's something that's abstract and contemporary. Stainless steel lends itself to a more techie look, more contemporary look. There's not a lot you can do to colorize it. We can force patina on it in more of the browns and grays and black tones. Takes a lot of heat to get it to change. A lot of times what we do is polish certain areas and then do a matte finish on others through sandblasting. And so you get a contrast of texture on the surface. It works best if the sculptor plans ahead for what section is going to be which, and then we can execute it in the end. And then oftentimes we'll do we'll drizzle in some pigment or wash it into it. Sits down in the crevices and gives some additional contrast. And, just mostly stainless steel ends up being high polished because it gives you a nickel plated look without some of the complications of nickel plating, which can fail down the road in terms of corrosion on the piece. After plating. So we typically just encourage people to go, if you want that look, just go straight to stainless and avoid yourself the headaches down the road.
Yeah, and it's probably more weather resistant. I'm going to blow my own sort of local Torontonian horn. I went
right
to a
ahead.
high school
Yeah.
called, I was, my alma mater of one of them is a Harvard Collegiate Institute, is this school that has one of the last remaining war monuments in front of it. It's the Lone Soldier, and it's in Toronto, Canada, where it's cast in bronze, and it's been there for, you know, decades, almost a century at this point. The one thing I did notice when I was visiting was a stainless steel H that is outside, and I was wondering about the complications of being exposed to the elements. I guess there wouldn't really be that much corrosion or erosion in that case, sitting out in the winter, Canadian winter. Is that right?
Yeah, stainless steel's got a lot more longevity to it. If you use the right alloys, there's a lot of different alloys of stainless, and art always needs to really be the finest we can get. And even vendor to vendor, it matters. And I've been in a conversation recently with one of the major studios who needs some pieces for Asia, and they're very concerned because they've used 304 stainless steel alloy before, and it ended up rusting, even though it's very low iron or low carbon. They've still had problems from just the ambient moisture in the air. So we're going to go with the highest grade 316 to help avoid those issues on future projects. By the way, that wasn't our project that failed. It was somebody else's.
Sure, yeah, no, we are very clear about it. None of his projects failed. And in that case, I guess both Ian and I will come to the same conclusion, and we're looking at each other thinking the same thing. What might be one of the most challenging ones that you've worked on in casting the bronze, or casting in steel, as you're mentioning? What's one that sticks out?
Well, the most difficult project I think we've done to date, we did a project for an artist, Bill Mack, who's in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He had a contract with the new Four Seasons Hotel there, and he had a concept to do it's essentially 7 children's blocks that are 3-foot cubed, and they have a letter on each side, and the letters spell out the word imagine, inspired by John Lennon. And he originally brought us the project as a concept, just a sketch, and said, this is what I want to do. We came up with a strategy for it, gave him a price, and then he came back a few days later and said, well, after looking at it, I really want to make sure that it looks like the top cube is falling over, and that all the other cubes are kind of stacked at an angle, and and we can't see the armature on any of it. So that did increase the price, I will admit, but we had to really figure out the engineering, which involved us bringing in a structural engineer and having him come up with a concept to support the load all the way through. The other thing that we were told as we got down into the project was we were only going to have a 14-foot ceiling height to install a 13.5-foot sculpture, and we had to get through a 10-foot door. So there was a lot of things we had to figure out. We also had to figure out how to disassemble and reassemble the piece once it got through the door, and then make all of the armature invisible to the eye. So it's a project we finished and installed in July or June of this year. Super proud of it. The team here did an amazing job, executed it. The artist was super happy. If you look at it, you're going to be hard pressed to find out where the armature is. I think we came up with a really good solution, but that's the kind of stuff we get challenged with all the time. And one of the reasons why I call myself the chief collaborator here at AFA, because it requires art, but engineering and, problem solving in multiple different disciplines often.
Oh man, you're making my heartstrings. You're pulling the heartstrings. One of my favorite things in the world, to be friends with an engineer and be a designer, is a gift sent from the gods. If somewhere my buddy Oscar is smiling because we've done many things together. Ian, have you got another thing from the chat box for us before we start to get ready for the big show?
Well, honestly, a lot of wows, and they were all really interested in what gold would cost if they had a full gold bust statue.
I think you could look it up. I mean, you just look up the price of gold and calculate at 30 pounds, and you know that it's dangerous, as he said.
It's a
it's funny.
Yeah.
In most of the bronze projects we do, a lot of people, think that the cost of bronze at any given time is really going to make a big difference. It's really labor. The cheetah that you have in your backdrop there and that we're going to follow through the process has probably got 25 plus hours of labor in it in the foundry. So that right there. So you can see that that's going to take that labor cost is generally more than the materials costs. And if you flip it around and do it in gold, I can tell you that the materials cost will be greater than the labor cost. But anyway, yep. So when you're ready to walk, we can walk unless there's more questions.
I think
Got one more question.
Yes, I think Ian
I think
has
we
got
got time
one
for
more.
one more question. I think we might have briefly touched on it, but just to reiterate, because they're really curious, what is the biggest project you've worked on that you can talk about?
Probably the biggest project. We did a project for a Jewish temple in Beverly Hills, and it is two sets of hands, the hands of Moses and the hands of God, passing the Torah. And I believe the final dimensions on that are close to 30 feet.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Quite impressive. And
Yeah.
then, Troy, the materials question I had for you was, I guess there are ways to work with different materials in 3D printing as well, to have something like, for instance, a rubber tube around your little character versus some of the harder plastics you're working with. Does that ever get requested?
A rubber tube?
Let's say perhaps there's a part of the model that you're doing for that's not going to be cast. Is that something that people can expect to be able to do with 3D printers? They can switch materials?
Not with our 3D printers. Well, we have a couple SLA printers that smaller printers that like jewelry size wax prints that we'll do.
Okay.
Whereas like the PMMA is for large formats. So like for me, if a figure gets below like third life, the detail, I think you need to go with like an SLA or a photopolymer printer that can capture that tight detail at a small scale. And if you want to direct cast it, it should be printed in like a wax or which they're available now for
Amazing.
SLA printers. And then, yeah. So
Good
yeah,
to
I
know.
think
That's good to know. And as you said, I guess we're going to move on, but I think the key point there is size matters, and you bet it does. I got Tower of Power, Ian Robinson to my left, and we've got another Tower of Power. Our very own Paul Gabriel is on location with Brett at American Fine Art Foundry. I'm going to pass it on to our new mobile correspondent.
Everybody's been wondering, okay, what happened to Paul? They just swapped it out for this dude over here.
Switched him over.
They put the same shirt on and said, all right, fine, be Paul 2.0. It's like, no, we got Paul, don't worry.
We've got Ian local, and we've got Paul on location. On behalf of myself, Louis Tucci, and Ian Robinson, Paul, take it away from AFA, American Fine Art Foundry. Give us the tour with the Christmas tree, apparently.
All right, let's go take a walk. All right, yeah, Brett's going to join me here in a second. I'm super excited for this part to give you guys the ability. First of all, Brett, thank you so much for opening up your studio, and Troy, too, for teaming together and doing this with us. It's a lot of fun. I'm super excited to show everybody what we're going to be showing them today. It is a working shop, everybody, right? So,
Yeah, this is actual work going on. It's production time. We're going to try and keep things quiet. If we need to, we might have to just duck out and ask them to stop for a minute. We're super excited because this is becoming the future of sculpting. You know, every time there's an opportunity with technology, it seems to find its way. And we're in an industry that's existed, depending on how you count it, for over 3,000 years. There's not been a lot of innovation. Here's one that we can all really grab hold of, and it's got a lot of applications and a lot of different kinds of projects.
Right, so before we get going, though, I wanted to ask, how did it come to that you said, hey, I'm going to buy a foundry and get going?
We don't have enough time
How long
for
you
that.
owned it now?
I've owned it 19 years.
19 years. That's
Yeah, I'm the third owner.
Yeah.
I bought it from my predecessor who had it for 6, and then the guy before that had it for the rest of the time. Who actually we are still friends with. He's,
nice.
He's actually, he's even here today, just coincidentally. We collaborate on some of that engineering and brainstorming because he loves it. He's been doing this a long time, and he's got a lot of good insights for me. And we bounce ideas around, and he's just a good friend.
And you told him about what we're doing today, too? And
I
he's
did,
super excited.
and so he's actually overseeing the pour for me today.
Oh, excellent.
But if it works out on the timing, we may get a live shot at the pour. I don't want to disappoint you if we can't do it. It's all about the timing, and with the weather we're having right now, ambient temperature affects how long it takes to get the metal to temperature. So if it all works out, we'll get it. Otherwise, we've got some great video that we're going to show in its
definitely.
place.
We got video. I know we were talking about, they were asking questions about how much gold costs and everything else. I do want to make, we do have a plugin called Kitco There is a plugin you can download on our website. It'll actually get the volume of a model in ZBrush and then kick out to Kitco PDF and tell you how much it would cost to make that. Is that what you guys are using to see the cost of what something would be using Kitco to do that?
No, we're not. Actually, we've been estimating sculpture for so long, we use old-fashioned geometry.
Oh, really?
So we kind of break things down into shapes, cylinders, spheres, squares, cubes, come up with the surface area. We estimate the surface area.
So you're just measuring everything.
We're measuring
on the
everything,
parts.
and we, have a pretty good understanding of what that's going to net out to. I will say my gut level instinct for that stuff 19 years ago wasn't very good, and I relied heavily on Angel, who's the Foundry manager. But we often each quote something, and then we double check to see if we're coming up about the same, and then rationalize it.
Right.
The beautiful thing about working with 3D models is you can get a surface area takeoff.
Right, from.
So it gives you the exact amount of mass you're going to have for all the materials.
And ordering the right material amount,
then-
because that's the worst thing. You order too much material. You're like, what am I going to do with all this? You
Yeah,
know?
well,
But it can stay, and then you can use it on another project.
Yeah, for us, we buy a lot of material.
How often are you guys doing purchases of materials?
Well, in the old days, it was pretty much just in time. So,
Okay.
we would get deliveries of things usually every week,
Okay.
bronze about every 3 weeks. But after COVID, we have been doubling down on volume of material inventory just to make sure we have it. Because in our world, if I don't have bronze,
Then
and
you
I'm a
don't
bronze
have
foundry,
anything to
I
do.
don't have a business.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting on 9-month supply right now. It's at an offsite location, and we just make sure we've got everything lined up that we need, so
Yeah.
we don't have to stop production. We've got plenty of time to resolve logistics and supply chain issues.
I know you and I were also talking about with COVID, like what people might not understand, a foundry, right? They're kind of within a certain radius where artists are just using within a close foundry to them. But you have clients from all over the place that
We
you're
do.
making. So they understand, where are some of these clients shipping stuff from to you?
Oh, we've got clients in France, in the UK, Ireland. We've got a couple in Australia. We've got clients in Hawaii. We've got clients, a couple in Asia. So it's
All over the
really
place.
all over the world.
Wow.
And, a lot of times they're sending in a maquette that's going to get enlarged, maybe through Troy, to become a large sculpture.
Okay, so they're scanning, right? He's scanning it, and then he's making
Yeah,
it
so
big.
sometimes Troy, like we did a big project. In fact, the very first project that was ever done between Form and us was we had a client, Spar Street, who had a whole collection of new works done in plaster of Paris on Maui.
Oh, wow.
That were all large pieces that all needed to be prepped and brought over here. And he was asking, how do you crate these to get them there safely? And I said, you're never going to ensure that 15 new plaster sculptures are going to arrive here in one piece.
Right.
So this is really where Troy and I started pioneering this process with his partner, Rob Arps. So we sent Troy over to Hawaii. He got paid hazard pay for that, and he scanned 15 pieces over there. And then we took those data files and we transported those as opposed to the actual sculptures.
Right.
Then we were able to print them and make molds from those 3D prints.
Wow.
And then we made waxes out of those. We used the traditional process.
Right, I think, Troy, you're still with us, right?
Yes,
I heard-
correct. I did go
Yeah,
body
so what-
sculpting while I was there too.
There we go. What scanner were you using? Was it obviously just a handheld scanner, or were you doing photogrammetry?
I use an ATOS scanner for the fine art stuff
yeah.
because of its accuracy. We use handheld scanners for life scans. We have photogrammetry for using a Nikon for things that are outside or needing of large volume photogrammetry scans.
Right, that's pretty awesome. And I also like to point out, you guys are being kind enough to be a sponsor for us this year. So thank you, Troy and Brett, for being a sponsor. And what the lucky winner of our Sculpt Off is going to get is a bronze up to an 18-inch, right? And that, obviously, it's got to be something that can be manufactured. and
Subject
made.
to approval.
Subject to approval by Brett.
And Troy.
And Troy. So they'll work with that artist to see what they could bronze for you up to an 18-inch. So I'm super excited that we're able to do this. So thank you both for doing that and offering that to the community. I think that's awesome. I'm like, how can I compete and get this prize? Because I want to put bronze all over my house.
Well, I think, it can be intimidating to make that leap of faith from a digital screen to the hard, tangible world. And we want to make that easy. We want to show people it's really quite doable once you just get over the learning curve.
Right.
And there's no better way to do it than go through the learning process. And Troy's great at helping people, and we think we are too. So again, it's a collaboration. We'd be glad to see if we can help anybody get there.
Yeah, I know, like Troy, for you, I would say if someone comes to you, obviously you've been working with Brett, figuring this out, hey, if I just want to try and figure this out, I usually tell people just send something off for a 3D print and try just doing some simple molds and casts at your house so you can start getting a little bit of understanding of drafts. Is that something you usually tell people if they come to you? Hey, how would I get into this? No,
for sure. It's like, if people are having a hard time committing, sometimes like I'll print if they're worried about what the print's going to look like, I'll just print them a sample of that model, or maybe a small section for them to look at, or, and if they committed to like having something printed small as a model to see what it might look like at the final scale, let's say like 3 feet or 6 feet, you print a small one, it's a lot cheaper. Then you get that print, you take a look at it and say, I want to change these things, or it looks great, let's go with the large model. So.
Right. And then go ahead.
Yeah, and Troy, just when people think about taking a maquette size and enlarging it for a monument, I know file size and density is going to make a difference, but what's your general recommendation for how much how many times up they can multiply it before they have data loss?
I mean, that's kind of interesting, especially if you're talking about ZBrush models, because ZBrush models, like there's areas that will have a high mesh count, and other areas where the artist hasn't, like capes and those things can have a lower density of triangles or quads. And so when you enlarge it, because it's kind of infinite scale in the computer, but when you go to print it out, you just have to make sure that the density is tight enough that you're not going to see a triangle when you print it. And, so I think, and maybe that requires like printing a sample. If you're going to something that's, let's say, like a 50-foot model, you might see those triangles in areas, so you want to make sure that the mesh gets tighter in those areas.
Sure. Brett's like a co-host right now. Look at that question.
Yeah.
I'm in this. Let's do it.
And generally, if you think about, if you double the height of a sculpture, you quadruple or so the mass. So that's why something this tall, let's just round numbers, say it's $1,000, but if you go to this tall, it could be $3,000 or $4,000. And it seems like, wow, it's not a whole lot more size.
Right.
However, the mass, the surface area, everything
is going to be more pieces.
There's more pieces. There's more everything.
So
right. And the inverse is also true. When you get real small, now you're trying to do almost jewelry level work, and you're talking about wearing loops, and you're in there with really fine dental tools and things trying to do the work. So then you can have the opposite thing happen, where a really small piece could be more expensive than the next size up. So sometimes, and that's the kind of thing Troy and I can help people figure out too.
Yep. And they also, for this event, they did a bronze for us, and we're going to be showing you videos as Brett and I walk through the Foundry here. They did Ben Vichar's Cheetah that you've been seeing in the background behind myself and Louis these last couple of days. Now it's Louis and Ian. So it's going to start, like we said, with Troy, and then he ships it to here. So we have a video of the unboxing of what happens here once it gets to Brett. So I think that'd probably be a good place to start so people can see how's it get from Troy and then into you here. Right? Yeah. So we'll probably roll that video so people can see, and then we'll talk over top of it too.
Yeah, and then just for people who are familiar with the bronze casting process, I'm going to bypass a couple of things that aren't specific to doing what I'm now calling lost print casting. So lost wax is the traditional process, and in that would require us to have a mold. In the lost print, the print is actually taking the place of making the mold and making the wax. We could still make a mold if necessary from this particular print, but we could also direct cast it, and you save yourself the cost of a mold. So this is how the parts come to us. We could probably pause that for a second, and we'll walk back to that back room, or you can show it while we walk, actually. So these are the parts as they come to us, and the parts that are there.
Yeah, we're paused, so we'll walk back to that.
Okay.
room.
So where we're going to go now is where we do the gating of the pieces. So, excuse me, guys. Shut up.
We're here.
We're here. So this is where the gating actually happens. And if you want to go back to that video and finish rolling it, we're going to show the piece as it's being gated. And so this is how it comes in. And I think you're all seeing this live. We go through and the gates go on to allow for the evacuation of the print and the wax that surrounds it. So we lose it. That's the lost part of the lost wax or lost print casting. And so what Kenny has to keep in mind is how do you get everything to flow out, and then you're going to turn that shell over to pour it and fill it with bronze. So we're thinking about the exit of wax and the entry of the bronze. And all that has to be engineered on the fly for unique pieces every time, which is what makes this different than, say, a commercial foundry where they have the opportunity to say, okay, we're going to make 1,000 or 10,000 of these. Let's optimize this with, computational fluid dynamic software, figure out what's going to be the best way to get the wax out, what's the most efficient way to get the best casting, by the way we gate it to get the bronze where we want it to be and to cool properly and all of that. We don't have that luxury. We have to rely entirely on our gut instinct and experience to tell us what's the right way to do that. So looking at this, Kenny's been putting these gates on this, and he's figuring all of that out. The cup at the bottom acts two purposes. One, it's a plug, which hopefully will melt out quickly and then allows the wax to drain out. But it also becomes the pouring spout or the funnel that we can pour the bronze into.
So how are you figuring out how many gates exactly? Is that another one of those just from experience?
Just from experience, for the
Kenny,
most part.
We got him live now.
We got Kenny live
Kenny's
here.
live here. There he is.
So Kenny has been doing this for a long time. A lot of what we have to figure out is the geometry of the piece, and then what is it going to take to get the bulk of the wax out as quickly as possible. So as we do that, here's some other pieces that are in the shell room. So we're going to go in the shell room now and take a look. And we can maybe take a pan across the shell room. You'll just see what's going on in here. I apologize for the sound if it's a little wonky, but we keep this room temperature and humidity controlled. And what you're going to see here is there's two slurry tanks, number 1 and a number 2, and then there's a pre-dip. And then we got 3 different levels of grains of sand. So we have a really fine sand, which we call a flour. And then we move into grain sizes, which are a little more coarse. And then we get to the thickest, which is here. So
what's the reason for doing the multiple levels of this sand grain?
So the process is we're going to capture detail first. So we're going to dip in the slurry, which we've got going on right here. That acts as an adhesive or a binder. Then we're going to dust it up, which you might see here in a minute. You'll certainly see it in the video.
We got a video to play. Yeah.
And so we do a couple of coats of that. That helps us capture the detail that's in that wax. Once the detail is encapsulated, now we're starting to build for strength. So we're going to then continue on. This room, it's about a day. Go ahead and shoot
the
this.
Fun part. The fun part.
Play in the sandbox.
Yeah, it is playing the sandbox a bit, yeah.
So the process is we dip in the colloidal silica, which is a slurry. Then we sand it. Then we set it aside to dry for 24 hours. And then we come back and do that again. So depending on the size of the piece that we're doing, this is 6 to 8, maybe 10 on a really big piece, layers. And so, this room alone can take a week to 10 days just to get a piece through here. So this is what's happening. And then those will go on the shelf and they'll sit. The color yellow is a dye indicator. So as the moisture evaporates out, those go to a more matte color, more of a tan color. And at this point, if you want to roll the video about the cat,
you can see the whole process.
You can actually see the cat doing its part of the process.
Sure.
So that's going to be video number 2.
Yeah, so we'll play that. So this is doing the whole process from the beginning and what it looks like.
Yep.
So this is the cheetah, correct?
This is
we're
the
looking
cheetah.
at. And then this is the first dip.
This is the first dip.
And what's that solution? What is that?
This is colloidal silica. So it's a silica and some other minerals
suspended. We keep it rotated. There's a propeller shaft in there, which is keeping it constantly mixed.
Wow, look at that. So there's the
That's
front.
one dip.
That's the front. That's one dip, and then
Yeah.
24 hours.
Yep, and I
On there.
abbreviated this for everybody because it's like watching paint dry, but
Right.
I think I showed 3 or 4 dips here in the video. We
Yeah.
actually did 6 or 7 on this particular piece.
So is there a set number for the dips, or you just?
Yeah, again,
you're looking at.
we're
how the piece
looking
is
at the
coming
size
out,
of the
what it's
piece
coming
and the
out as.
complexity of the piece and how everything's going to flow.
Right. And so this is creating a shelled wall.
This
so that
is
when the wax pulls out, that is in essence going to be the mold.
This is the temporary casting mold.
Yeah.
So in a traditional lost wax process, we would have started with what we call the mother mold or the master mold. We would have made a wax out of that mold. We've bypassed that part of the process, and now we're going straight to this print.
Wow.
And we're going to make the temporary mold. We're going to burn out the print, and then the remaining shell that's left behind we'll fill with bronze.
And what's this dip? This is a different color.
This is number 2, which is a heavier, it's also a colloidal silica, but it's got more sand with actually a flour type material as well.
And the fun part,
It's just
playing in the
heavier.
sandbox.
And so now we're just building for strength. And so we want more material to be able to build up on each coat than we did in the beginning.
And then that's why you're going with the bigger grain of sand.
We go with a bigger grain of sand
So
and a
just
thicker
creating
slurry
a-
so we can build strength faster.
And you're just constantly now at this stage, when you get to that thicker grain, you're always dipping in just that barrel.
In just that one. So we do 3 to 4 in the first barrel, and then we go to the second barrel for the balance. And this is the seal coat. And so that
There it
one
is.
will dry, and then that'll be ready for casting. So
That's awesome. Right?
Perfect place to end.
That's so cool to see live.
Yeah. So that's
For
it.
sure. And you got to see it live too. Thank you for being here. Sorry to
Yep.
interrupt.
So
We'll
now-
continue on the tour.
We're going to walk on through the tour, and we're going to walk this way. Let me know if the
Yeah, we're going into
tooling-
a loud area, so
if
just so
that's
you're
too much,
aware.
I can have them stop.
I'm going to be the gatekeeper to the camera here too. Oh, this is the fun part. Here we go.
So this is the Foundry area. We're getting ready for a pour today. In the background over there is the kiln, and the kiln has all the shells in it. And then over here we have the furnace, which is about 400 pounds of bronze being brought up to temperature. So the shells were previously burned out to de-wax. Then they go back into the kiln the day of casting to bring them back up to temperature. It's kind of the idea. You don't want to pour hot water into a cold glass that might shatter. So we want to bring the shells up. They're basically now vitrified ceramic material based on silica sand. And so they're very strong, but they're brittle. And they'll take that bronze really nicely. The bronze we're going to heat up to approximately 2,000 to 2,100 degrees, depending on what we're casting today. And the oven will be somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 degrees.
Look at that. Like, that's green coming off.
Yeah,
it's like Christmas.
it's beautiful
Guys,
to
you
watch.
seeing this over here? Look at this thing. This is incredible. This is awesome. So this is getting it ready for a pour. And you say
Yeah.
you're trying to do a pour today.
We're going to be doing a pour today.
10:30ish is when
So
you're...
the pour is ready when the metals is ready. So it's all about things happening. Ambient temperature affects how long that takes. Not significantly, but it can make a difference of 10 to 20 minutes depending on what's going on that day.
And what are you trying for an outdoor temperature? What's like really what you're looking
We
at?
pour every day.
So is there a certain temperature? You're like, okay, it's this degree.
You
Let's
know,
get going.
It would probably be ideal if it was somewhere around 70 degrees on a daily basis, but it's not. So we have to deal with what Mother Nature gives us. And we pour here in the summertime, and it might be, 80 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning. So,
Wow. Yeah,
so,
you pour as early as like sometimes
So
7.
if you want to roll the video there.
Yeah, we got a video of them doing a pour. This is of the cheetah.
This is
of
of the
them doing
cheetah
the pour as well,
doing
right?
the pour, actually pouring the piece. So here's what happens. They pull the crucible out, they get it set up and get it ready.
Wow. Look at that. So it takes 3, 4 people?
It's a 4-man crew that does this every time. So now they're going to slide the trolley out of the oven. This has got the hot shells in it. That's over 1,000 degrees right there. Notice they're all wearing spacesuits to keep the heat
Is this
reflected
the
off.
original trolley? Like from the, do you know? It's like the original?
No. We built this
you
oven.
built a new one?
We actually built this oven and designed it for the 3D prints because we wanted to make sure we could burn them out environmentally correct. So we've got an afterburner, and we've redesigned the burner systems to get a really complete firing, so we're not putting a lot of pollution out into the environment. So the pieces you see there in the lower left are the front and back of the Cheetah, and then they're going to finish off the pour.
Wow. Look at that. That's incredible.
And the gentleman you see there in the plaid shirt is actually the founder of the company originally.
Oh, yeah?
That's Elliot.
All right, we'll pause this right now. We'll give you pause that real quick.
Well, we're actually done with that. So now we're going to go and we're going to reveal it. So this is, now that the bronze is cooled, which is probably a couple hours later, we're going to knock it out and we're going to remove that outer shell, which is lost in the process.
Right.
So,
but you want to get a live shot too, you guys can see if you can see this live, so you can see what this space looks like too. You can see obviously the metal getting heated up, the bronze getting heated up over there.
And if the timing gods work out for us, we'll come back and shoot the actual pour if it works out for everybody.
Yeah, and then they come over here right after the piece.
Yeah, so after they're done,
and we'll play that part of the video after we get over to this area.
So this is where we
got a live one here. Here you go.
Yeah. So this is where we do a knockout and cleanup. You can go ahead.
Go ahead, you can get in there a little bit closer.
So the first thing is to get all the shell material off, and then we cut off the gates. So he's going to be doing all of that. And then we sandblast the piece in the cabinet over to the left there.
Did you see it? We're seeing it live. We're lucking out today, getting all this stuff live too. This is great. So in this, I think,
and this will be noisy because he's jackhammering. So he's being very careful to not damage the art piece. He's only working on the backside. Last thing we want to do after we do all that work is put divots in it from the jackhammer.
Yeah, so we have that video. We can play that video and you can see it. We'll move over to a quieter area. So you can play the rest of that video. So this is them doing the Cheetah.
So here we go. So this is the Cheetah being revealed. So we break off that very carefully, use a chipping hammer, or we'll use the jackhammer like you saw live. But basically pulling the casting out. And for this project, if you remember, there was 3 parts. There's a front and a back. And then the base. Then we're going to take the base. This is showing the cutoff on that.
Wow. So they're slowly, like this is an art form, everyone. Like
so all that piece, all the pieces that are the gates and the cup, those are going to get recycled and reused again.
Oh, so they're melted down again.
They're going to get melted down.
How often can that be melted down?
Well, we mix in about 30%, unless it's a really specific piece that we have to use pure ingot, we can mix in about 30% each time.
Okay.
So we use 30%.
And that's what this is over here?
And this is the scrap.
This is, you want to get a shot of that, of the leftover pieces?
So this is a gate structure and a cup, and the pieces have already been cut off, and we'll just put this in for tomorrow, and we'll melt that back down.
And again, the gate's really important to make sure that wax, and then the bronze is getting everywhere at the right temperature.
It's basically, it's a manifold.
Yeah, right. And then you come into the next part of the shop.
Okay, so the next part of the process is in here. This is our metal chase department. So in here, we've got a couple of welding systems set up. There's another welder outside for bigger work. And then each one of these stations is a place for the guys to do the tooling. So what we're going to see here, I'm going to walk you over to this bench.
Yep.
So this is the work area for one of our guys. You can see all the different tools that he's using.
And get in there close. Take a look at those, those tools.
Most of our team has been doing this for 20 plus years.
20 plus years.
My top guy is, I think, at over 30.
Really?
35.
Wow.
And, you know, so over time, they figure out things that solve problems of retexturing. Because really what we have to do at this point is we're going to weld together all the parts, and then we do what we call chasing. We have to chase those welds away to make them disappear to the eye, which really means on heavy texture pieces, we have to texture. And we've got to match the texture that the artist originally came up with.
Right.
On smooth pieces, it's just simply about smoothing it back out and keeping it so there's no divots or imperfections that the eye sees. So how we get there, a lot of different tools.
Right. And then is this the other video that we have of them cutting it up?
They're actually doing the chasing of this. There's some shots of welding and tooling. So if the audio is okay in this room, we can stay here and they can run that.
Yeah, we can stay in here and they can run that video because it's related to this video. So we'll play that video for you all so you can see exactly what they're doing at this bench. Is this the actual bench we're looking at?
This is the actual bench we're looking at. And this is the actual cheetah. And we're taking probably 3 hours of work and condensing it down into a minute and a half or so.
Usually, so this is hours and days and weeks worth, especially a large project.
Depending on the project.
And I like to point out, guys, this is like an art form. This is why we wanted to show this to you. These people are also artists. Even in the wax room, in this room, they're, in essence, trusting the Foundry to redo part of their sculpts once they're done welding everything together. Like, here you go. Here's him working on that part of the cheetah.
So he's welded it. Now he's retexturing it to blend it all in. And typically,
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and so typically, once we do the basic work on this, the artist comes in and does a metal check.
They does. The artist does come in. Or
So
you
they
send a picture.
Or we send them a picture, or we Zoom, or whatever.
Yeah.
But we give them the opportunity to look at it closely. And, you know, if they were here, they would simply take a Sharpie pen, circle anything that they want to address. It goes back to the guy on the bench, and he addresses those issues to get it just the way they want it.
It's coming together.
Yeah, so this is it.
So how often have you had to, hey, no, let's tear down, start again? Does that happen?
No, that doesn't really happen.
No.
I mean, for the most part, everything's salvageable and workable. You know, it's pretty intuitive when you've been doing it to know how things go together. There's not a lot of mystery to it. I mean, I've heard horror stories from other foundries putting the left hand on the right arm and things like that, but I think our team here pretty much knows their left and their right.
That's great. This is awesome. So you got the room in the back.
Yeah, so we could take one more step back here.
Yeah. Come with me, people.
So this is where we get to some of the back end parts of the process. And
I'm underdressed. Everyone's like,
so for example, right here is a polishing station.
Oh, here we go.
So Eddie's doing polishing on the pieces. So after it's been cast, chased, patinaed, he's going back and putting a polished edge on a certain part. This happens to be the Writers Guild Award, which we produce every year. So we've got 125 of these to produce this year, and they've all got to be done.
125?
125. Varies every year depending on what they think they're going to be the number.
Was that done in like clay, or was that digitally done?
The original of this was sculpted in clay and then molded, but over the years that original model got lost. So just this year we had to go back and we sent it to Troy. They 3D scanned it, and then they reprinted it, and we made it, instead of dipping it in the wax like we saw them do, they can also dip in epoxy resin. So we did that because we wanted a mold master and we didn't want any distortion.
Right.
So it gives you it's almost like carbon fiber at that point. Makes a great model. Great master. We remolded it, and then all of the subsequent castings are coming out of the mold on that.
Nice. This is beautiful.
So it's another application for the 3D printing in that particular way. So he's doing polishing here.
We're going deeper. We're going deeper.
Going way back.
We're going way back.
So this is where everything from base mounting happens to putting the felt on the bottom of the base. Mario's been with us for longer than he'll admit. But what he does here is all the final detailing. And so he oversees all of the finishing, the back end of the process, so everything from patina through to the polishing, through to any fine detailing, any painted elements of a sculpture, whatever, and make sure that everything goes out of here approved. And then we also do all the packing and crating back here. And here's that same Writers Guild Award. These have all been patinaed, but they're going to need the polishing on them, so those will feed up, and then Mario approves those. And then when we need to, we do crating here as well, which is right behind us over here.
You guys build your own crates yourselves then, specific to each piece?
Sometimes we build our own. There's some really great crating companies around, and one of the benefits of being here in the Valley and in the middle of the entertainment industry, there's a number of resources for everything.
Right.
So we've got some great crating suppliers. For the big sculptures, they actually come out, measure, pre-cut everything they need for a skid or for the crate, and then they assemble it right around the piece right here and put it on a truck and drive it away. So it's hard to beat that level of service.
Man, I'm intrigued to see what people are saying online right now. Ian and Louis, please go ahead. Field anything you want to throw at me.
Questions over there, just everyone is stunned.
Everybody is just stunned and in awe. And
they're stunned, Brett, online. They're in awe.
They're really
just having a good
no feedback.
Really
so we're going to go back up now to the patina area.
We actually did have a question about what type of Sharpie they use for their checking of the print.
Yep, great question. So, Brett, you had mentioned the artists have a Sharpie that they mark the piece off with?
Yes.
they're asking what type of Sharpie. Is it just a normal
Just a black
normal
Sharpie,
That's
yeah.
it. It's nothing spectacular.
Yeah, it's Staples. Go to Staples,
Yeah.
you can get a Sharpie.
There you go.
Yeah. Fine point.
Yeah, fine point. No, that's a good point. Yeah. So we're heading to another room here.
This is the patina area. So it's okay to shoot this piece. What Ricardo's doing here is he's doing the patina on this diver.
That's awesome.
And so he's warming the metal, and then he's going to apply chemical. He's going to reheat it, and that's going to cause an oxidation.
They did for a minute.
Brett, I know we talked how hard it would be to get stuff live. This is just incredible. Your team has been able to do this stuff live.
Yeah,
with
it
us.
just
Thanks
worked
so
out.
much. Thank you so much for opening up your shop and allowing this. This is just amazing.
So
Absolutely
this is a
incredible.
multi-level patina. It's
Yeah.
very similar to the one we did on the cheetah. So he's putting down a base coat here. Looks like that's M20 to darken it up first, and then he's going to come back with a lighter color on top after he rubs back some of the dark. So what we're trying to create is contrasting color tones in it and give some warmth and some nuance to it. So we put down a color, we rub some of it off, we put another color on top, we rub some of that off, then we put another color. You know, sometimes we can do 3 or 4 different layers, and that really gives the piece more humanity and more warmth, and it makes it feel like something that's really been made by hand.
And then the artist is picking these out immediately, or when do they pick out their patinas that they want? I'm assuming they do it immediate.
We always suggest you think about it as you're sculpting it.
Okay.
Because if you're going to do a complex piece and you want to register different color tones in different areas, it's nice to have a demarcation point sculpted in where that break happens. Other people, you know, just come in and they say, oh, all of a sudden I think I want this green. Right? Because
once they see it on the model, they change their mind a little bit.
And one of the things we see a lot is that most sculptors think monochromatically because they're working in one material, especially traditional and clay. So they really haven't thought about the color exploration.
Right.
And then once they see it, those kinds of ideas start to happen for them, and that's why we have so many samples.
I've got a project for Ian. He's going to start making some patina materials for ZBrush, so people can just throw it on and at least get a general
There you go.
gauge.
We'd love to
Ian,
talk
you're
to them about
welcome.
that.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
This is just, we got a video too of
And
the
this
cheetah.
is an art form in
Yeah.
itself.
Right.
Ricardo's
100%.
been doing this probably at least 30 years.
30 years. So you got like a
not more. So
top-notch crew in
the
here.
average tenure in our shop is over 20 years.
Wow.
So that's, you know,
Yeah.
that's people that know what they're doing. If you think about it beginning to end, it's about 10 steps in the process. All of those people are specialists. And
That's
they're
why
all
people-
artisans in their own right.
Yeah.
Because they have to be able to get in the head of the sculptor and reproduce what their original intent was.
This is
Right. We'll step out and play that video so we're
Yeah,
not
we can play the
disrupting
finished
him anymore.
yeah.
video of the patina.
We'll play that video of the patina so you all can see that. So let's go ahead and play that cheetah patina.
So again, we're warming it up. We're applying chemical.
Look at that.
And you'll notice it changing right before your eyes. That's how quickly the oxidative process happens.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. I'm going to
So
come over more often.
sometimes it's done with a chip brush, sometimes it's done with a spray bottle. So here he is, as I talked about, he's rubbing back that initial coat of patina, and you'll see that it's making a little more luster on certain areas.
Yeah.
And that'll come through the lighter shades of patina that will go over the top.
And this is just a regular scrub brush.
It's a Scotch-Brite pad.
Scotch-Brite pad,
Yeah,
nothing
industrial
special.
Scotch-Brite.
What kind of chemical
This is an art form.
Yeah.
What kind of chemical they're asking online? What
Yeah,
is this?
so this is what we would call a liver ferric patina. So this is liver of sulfur, which gives the blacker color.
Say that 5 times, Louis.
And then you've got ferric oxide, which gives you, depending on how you mix it.
Is that what that is right now?
I
The
think
blue?
I think he's still on the liver. Actually, that might be M20. He might have used M20 and not liver. They're kind of interchangeable. But then the ferric will give you the more golden color on top.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
go
here he
ahead.
is.
Throw the questions when you can, Ian.
I think he's waxing it up right now, so he's already finished the patina.
Wow.
Again, we've abbreviated a 2-hour process down to
Right.
something that's consumable for right now.
And we've got
And here's the final piece.
the final piece.
So there it is.
Wow.
And
Ian
You get
Bichar,
this-
if you're watching, look at that. Bronzed it.
So if you look down here, he added a little bit of green to the color. I don't know if that's coming through on the lens, but he created a little bit more of a natural, maybe some dirt with the rock in the background. And then we've got the cat. So basically a finished piece at this point. Sometimes that might go on a base, granite base is often used, but again, it's personal preference. With a piece like this, you could just put a piece of felt on the bottom and call it done.
That's beautiful.
That's amazing.
Looks
You
great.
said there was questions coming through?
Yeah, we had a few questions.
Yeah.
So first one, have they attempted to do 3D printing directly into the mold stage without the dips? Is that like something that is possible?
So someone's asking about the 3D printing. Have you guys ever tried yet just taking the 3D print itself and putting it into the stage, the molding stage, with the sand and the dips?
Well, you could, but it would just encapsulate the piece and you wouldn't be able to pour it. So it wouldn't, if I'm understanding the question right, that wouldn't give us the ability to turn it into a casting because it wouldn't have the feed pipes, if you will, for the bronze to flow
Right.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. There are, yeah, I'd be intrigued because there are some materials that can print in a lost wax for 3D printers. It'd be interesting to see how well that would
Right.
work after you, what was his name again? In the doing the gating?
The gating was Kenny.
Kenny.
Yeah.
Kenny. If that would work with Kenny's doing. Because again, people, this is an art form. This is incredible. And again, I can't appreciate what you open up your shop
If the
to us.
question was meant to be, can you 3D print a mold to pull something out of? Yes, and Troy could speak to that better than I could in terms of what they can actually do there. You're essentially printing the negative
Yeah.
as opposed to the
Yep,
positive.
which has been
but
done,
then you
yeah.
would have to go back and make a wax out of that. So you'd have a wax to put through the process going back to the original traditional process.
Right, because your temperature, what is the temperature getting to again when you guys do the actual pour?
The pour?
Of the bronze itself.
It's roughly 2,000 degrees, plus or minus. Yeah.
Wow. There's another question coming through, Ian. You want to throw at me as well?
So apprenticeships, or how does somebody get into this field?
How do you get into this field?
You come and fill out an application. I mean, that's basically
Anybody
it.
in the Burbank area want to come over with
yeah.
Brett and the team here?
You know, it's a trade or a skill that you really need to be committed to. It's not one of those things you're going to come in and learn it in a few weeks. I mean, I would say it takes 6 to 12 months for somebody to be even a reasonably competent metal tooler. It takes welding skills and then texturing skills, which if you're a sculptor already and you understand that, that's great. Or you have a background in metalworking, that's great. Other parts of the foundry are easier to learn more quickly, but you really have to have a, excuse me, a holistic mindset because everything is dependent on the step before it. So you have to be able to think forward and you got to understand what happened before you so that you can give coaching and guidance and feedback back to the people that maybe got the piece up to that part.
Right.
And one of the things that we try to do as a strategy for how we manage the business is we don't have one overseer of quality that walks around to make sure that everything that's done in here is up to snuff. We require each employee to be responsible for their own quality, and when they put it forward to the next department, there's a handoff where that other department gets to accept it or reject it.
Oh, really?
And reject it with comments,
Right.
so that somebody can go back
what
and
needs to be fixed,
what needs to be
done.
fixed before I take it,
Right.
so that it's optimized for me.
And you've had generation of people you've mentioned here, right? That
Yes.
have worked. You've
I mean, we've had
multiple
many
generations.
grandparents, kids, and now seeing grandkids come through here. So
Wow.
the business was started back in the late 70s. So, it's been plenty of time for multi-generations.
Yeah, I saw Angel just walk by, and
Yeah.
he's had both. You said, I think both his sons.
All three of his
All
sons
three
have
of his
worked here.
sons.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter's 19 and has no interest, but she's
like,
got
"Looks
other-
good, Dad."
Yeah, that's your thing. That's a guy thing. That's her attitude. But whatever.
So I gotta ask, for you owning this, how many bronzes do you have at your house? So you got like some personal pieces that you're like, I want one of those. That's amazing.
I hate to say this, but I have only one.
Only one.
Only one.
Is it a
Yeah.
big one or something?
It's a small
more,
one.
like-
It's a desktop.
Oh, nice.
And it was a gift
Right.
from a client.
Well, so you see it
Here's
all
the
day.
problem.
Yeah.
I do this
all day. Yeah.
I don't think that I could make a commitment to a bronze that I love enough that I'm going to own for a long period of time. Because every day I'm inspired by something new.
You're just seeing so much artwork.
I see so much artwork. I estimated at one time, and this is like 10 years ago, that even at that point in time, between the pieces I've estimated or produced, I have probably seen 10,000 sculptures.
Wow.
So trying to process that into something I love that and make a decision to
Right.
own it is hard.
But those of you who want bronze, here you go. We've got Brett here. We'll put you in contact.
Yeah,
you get
come
a bronze
on.
or ZBrush models. Do we want to take another quick look at the patinas so people can see the wall of patinas that you guys are doing here too? Because that's,
give a close
like
up.
you said, that's an art form too.
Yeah.
Like,
and specifically
that's something specifically. Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, specifically with the patina, is it easy to change colors?
Is it easy to change colors with the patinas?
Well, it is when you're applying it. If you don't like the result, you have to go back to sandblasting it and start all over again. So these are all patinas. This is one collection we've developed.
These are, and then these are yours, right? You have your own specific patinas that you at AFA.
We have a recipe for all of these.
Right.
So we can reproduce them. And so we can train the team on how to do them. And I don't know, there's like 250 here total on the wall.
Wow.
Wow. And the process we saw earlier with patina, for large monumental statues.
Processes for earlier for the patina?
Is it similar? Is it the same?
With large monument stuff, how similar is it? What's the
Yeah,
difficulty
so
behind
the whole challenge is to keep the bronze warm, right? So you got to get it heated up.
that? Sort of flamethrower?
Basically, you're using a bigger torch head. It's a
Yeah.
big propane torch, and it puts out a big flame, and oftentimes they'll work as a team. And some guys, and I know a couple of them, they work with two torches. So when they're getting the initial heat going, they've got two
They've got
torches.
some stands to put them down to.
Yeah, so they just
Yeah.
set them down, usually on a table, but they get that piece heated up like crazy.
Wow.
And they just, you know. and
So in a
sometimes it's
large
two or
piece, is
three.
it more than one person doing it? Or is it still only one person?
No, it's
doing
generally a couple of people.
Couple of people.
So the monumental pieces is usually a couple of people, one person applying the material, the other person managing the heat. You know, they work as a team. Sometimes if it's obvious in a way that they could do it, so they're not burning each other, they'll work on different parts of the sculpture.
Right. And anybody that's here in the Burbank area, I'd recommend the Batman that they were talking about. It's here in Burbank. It's in
Yep.
downtown Burbank, right across from the movie theater.
Yeah, the
right in
AMC
center there.
16 right in the
16,
plaza.
That Troy and Brett did. Go see it in person. It's
Yeah.
amazing. I went
And a
took
little
some
shout out to
pictures.
the voice actor who just recently passed away. So if you go there right now, there's a bunch of roses and flowers at the base of it. And I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. I just heard it on the news this morning. But he passed away recently, and so people have been
sad to hear.
honoring him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of loyal fans for Batman.
Yeah. Well, Batman's a main character
Yeah.
for sure for a lot
Yeah.
of us and people watching online for sure. We're dorks
Yeah.
in the heart.
No, we love this
Yeah,
stuff.
we love this stuff for sure. Ian, any other questions that I can throw to Brett before we kick it back to you at the studio?
I think, everybody's in awe.
Everyone's in awe.
Yeah, there's
really
a lot
enjoyed
of
the
really good
workshop.
questions coming through, but I'm not sure if we have a whole lot of time. But yeah, more specifically, going back to that 3D printing one, the question was really pertaining like 3D printing with putting on gates and like prepping the whole print.
Oh,
with
you're saying do the
gates.
whole thing in 3D printing?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know, we've experimented with that. The problem is the acrylic material burns very slowly. And we actually want to use wax gates so we can get them out of the way, which then allows combustion to happen inside that shell. So we actually need to have two materials. We need to have one that melts out and eliminates itself very quickly, so we can then focus on the stuff that's more difficult to print out or to burn out. The burnout time on those prints is hours as opposed to say 30 minutes. So it's a big
Makes a
difference.
difference.
So there's actually another set of engineering decisions that happen there, which is why we do it the way we do it.
The whole way that you're
you go.
doing it is it seems
Next.
like
Got a harder one?
a magic show. Paul and Brett, thank
Yeah.
you so much for walking us through there. And Troy, I'm here again with Ian in the studio. Ian, those are some great things we got to see again today.
Yeah. It's
Really
super amazing
remarkable.
to see the whole process. Seriously, thank you guys so much for stopping by, hanging out with us, giving us time
you, Brett.
to tour everything.
Yeah,
So
a lot of
Troy,
fun.
Brett, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're back here in the studio. Louis Tucci and Ian Robinson. I want to thank the guys on location. Once again, Paul no longer here with me in the studio. I have Ian Robinson, who is now planted firmly on terra firma.
Trying.
But that was the tour of American Fine Art Foundry with Brett Barney and Troy Koenig-Wilcox. I want to thank them so much. Don't step away. The ZBrush Summit continues 2022 here live from the Mobian stage in Burbank, California. But before we do anything else, we're going to, now you're in charge of giving it away, as they say. So
Yeah.
we'll be right back with some prize giveaways with Ian Robinson, and the day continues. Thanks for watching so far.
Yes, let's do it. All right, so Welcome back. We're going to do some prizes now. I'm sure everybody in the chat is really, really excited for prizes. Louis, you guys were teasing me the other day because I can't seem to pronounce names right.
Paul did a pretty butchery job of doing it himself.
So I'm going to try my best, please, but go ahead. You can razz me. So let's go ahead and let's give away our first prize, which is a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. Seriously.
Talk about gold and the price of gold. There's some gold right there, digital gold.
100%. So we're going to go ahead and draw our winner. And right now we have James Engel. Well, yeah, James Engel. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. I'm going to go ahead and just try this thing right here. Go copy it, confirm. I'm going to paste that into the chat. Congratulations. That is awesome. Whoop. Let's go ahead and do it. Perfect. Congrats. All right. I mean, that's just amazing, right?
You're going to keep giving away more stuff,
Oh,
right?
we're gonna give away a couple more things. Give me 1 second to find.
It's the last day.
Let me find another one. Give me 1 second here. Let's see here. Let's do. I'm thinking personally. Let me pull it up here real quick. Boop 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 boop.
It's like another good one.
An all-access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. If you're looking at jewelry, and this is really good because the Foundry, all that stuff right there, I mean, seriously, super
Extension
amazing.
of that workflow.
Yeah, it really is, you know, so.
Parallel, actually.
You're gonna want this one. So let's go ahead, all-access membership, and we have, this is gonna be, I'm really, really sorry, I'm gonna copy and paste this one, Sabura? I'm really sorry. I'm going to copy and paste it, but congratulations. I want to make sure everybody has it right here. Congrats.
Sabura.
Yes. Congrats. I do 100% apologize for that.
You guys are actually quite funny, actually, at this point.
No, it's really, really cool. All right,
let's do another one.
Let's do another one. You want to do another one?
Of course.
You want to do another one?
It's the last
do another
day.
one.
Yeah, they're clamoring around their keyboards, Ian.
All right, let's see here. So let's see what else we have here. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. You know what? I think everybody can use a pen tablet.
Wow.
Especially if you're getting into ZBrush and you're wanting to make sure that you can really sculpt with fine detail and get those nice pressure points, right?
Who's it made by, this one? Look at this.
So this one is by Sense Labs. So a pen tablet, medium size. I actually use this one. I really like this.
I have the same one, the bundle.
The same one. Yeah.
It even comes with a little case so you don't have to drop your pen everywhere.
Absolutely. So Subaru, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. So let's go ahead, draw a winner for the pen tablet medium bundle. Drawn winner, and we have Edison Mora. Go ahead, Edison Mora. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. Congratulations. That is really, really awesome. You're going to love it because I use this, like I said, a lot, and I like it.
Do one more. Great. Give the people at home something to
hang on to.
You want to do one
more? One more?
Do one more.
One more?
Yeah.
You sure?
It's the last day.
All right, let me find one. All right, let me find one. Let's see what we got here. 1 second, let's see. Doop, doop, doop. You know, finding all these prizes and like, what do we give? What do we give? I don't know. Do we give learning? Do we give,
over $70,000 in prizes, Ian?
I know.
Look at this. Wow.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Here we
How
go.
about working with the little mouse here? A 10-week online course to Gnomon. This is going to be really cool. You can go online, take their courses. It's going to be super, super awesome. So let's
extreme value there. Located in the shadow of the Hollywood sign.
100%. So let's go ahead and say draw a winner. All right, Mariana, congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste it just so you know who you are. You're definitely going to want to pop in and get that. So congratulations. This is super awesome. Do we have time for one more, maybe?
If you're feeling lucky, Ian.
I don't know. How many,
Go for it. You got that Clint Eastwood look about you right now. Go for it. Knock them dead.
One more. All right, let's do one more.
Hey, I didn't get your name.
One more.
Yeah, you did.
just as a, I'm over here butchering stuff, but I apologize with a gift.
It's okay.
There we go. And let's do something we haven't done yet today, trying to make
You're doing great.
Mix it up a little bit. Let's do, I think this one's going to be good. I think people are going to really like this one as well. So this is a 4-course bundle for XMD Academy. Yes, this one's going to be really, really cool. 4-course bundle. I mean, there's nothing more to say there, right? It's just learning, and getting in. So let's go ahead and draw a winner. Boom, Ricardo. Congratulations, Ricardo. Gonna go ahead and copy and paste that as well. So, congratulations, everyone. This is, I just typed confirm instead of congrats. Congratulations! Pew, pew, pew. And we're gonna go ahead and perfect. Congratulations.
That's 4 winners at one time. Can you believe it?
That is, yeah, that's super amazing.
Is that a wrap on those things? You're not giving anything away?
No, that is a wrap for today on the gifts right now. Well, not for today. I lied. It's a wrap for now. We're going to go
right
back
now.
with some
We're
more.
coming back with more,
Yes.
show, more action here from the ZBrush Summit 2022. I'm Louis Tucci. Along for the ride is Ian Robinson here, and our on-location correspondent this morning was Paul Gabry. We'll be back after this with Frame Store. Stay tuned.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Forged in steel and bronze, we are back. Louis Tucci here with Ian Robinson on the green stage in Mobian facilities in sunny Burbank, California. Also now, if you weren't aware before, you're aware that the Batman bronze sculpture sits in downtown Burbank, and we just came off. Ian is still smiling. Ian, you've been smiling for 4.5, 5 days. I haven't stopped smiling. What do you think about that AFA, American Fine Art Foundry, and Paul Gabriel's visit there, pouring the hot molten metals?
Oh, that was amazing to see. I don't know much about the process, so it was really amazing to just see it all come to life. And I've stood next to that Batman. I mentioned it earlier, but I have stood next to it.
Is he taller than you? You're a tall guy, 6'3.5".
Well, he's on a little bit of a baby. Yeah, he's a big dude. He's
Okay,
huge.
so what did you learn there? That was exciting, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I do love, and I think the chat can agree with me, that green fire coming straight from the Lord of the Rings styles, like.
You know what? There's not. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Actually, there's nothing quite like a little chem fire happening in the outdoors. And in all seriousness, I want to say, Brett did say something very, very important, that they did invest in a jet-powered sort of burn-off situation there to make it so that they have an afterburner, is what I'm saying, and they are burning up those chemicals that are, quite toxic and bad for the environment. So yes, for all of our environmental concerns, the Foundry is doing its best to minimize the footprint. So I'm really happy to have heard that. I probably was in passing, and most people probably didn't realize that, but an afterburner is just for that, to sort of burn off any of those toxic chemicals. Are you having fun?
Oh, dude, I'm having so much fun. Are you having fun?
I'm always having fun.
Perfect.
I mean, it's always nice to reprise the role here at the ZBrush Summit as we go live again for day 3, the final day. If you're tuning in now for day 3, you've missed some extraordinary presentations, but don't fret, oh faithful one. We have more ZBrush action to take you into eternity with, and the show continues. Paul Gabriel will be joining us back on set later on today for the ZBrush presentation that Ian, myself, and Paul are going to do.
Which, trust me, you guys are going to want to stick around for that.
Don't you dare miss it, Gorilla, was the old saying
I'm
when
not
I
going
was
to
a kid.
spoil it, but I'm excited.
You better not
You're
spoil
excited.
it. You can't say anything
so
yet.
you guys better be excited too, because seriously, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Don't be talking about it.
Well, I want to, please.
There's not a thing you can say about it now that people won't have to keep
Okay.
the
All right,
mystique going here. Up next, we're going to be dealing with some folks. They're going to be here from Frame Store, again, remoting in on location, and it's the days continue. It's a bittersweet feeling here on day 3 because I know it's about to come to a screeching halt once the candles are burnt out and the curtains have been pulled forward and backwards enough times. We'll have to go back to the main office, but we go armed with the knowledge that the community is stronger than ever. Want to thank our sponsors and everyone involved behind the scenes before we kick it up with the Frame Store presentation that's coming up next. But I really want to say thank you to the entire global Maxon team for all the work and hard work they're doing. The Maxon One Suite continues to present and provide people with tools and opportunities to change not only their own lives, but the lives of people around them. And our own ZBrush team, all of the men and women and people who are on our team making ZBrush what it is, who don't get to sit in front of cameras, but I want to thank the entire development team and all the people administratively who make the ZBrush world go round on behalf of myself and Ian Robinson. Ian, are you ready for the next bit of jazz? You've been giving away prizes too. People seem happy in the chat.
Oh yeah, everybody's super excited about prizes. I mean, come on. Who's not happy for prizes, right? But
we're
yes,
throwing the kitchen sink at them. That's fair to say.
But I am very, very excited for this next presentation.
But before we move on to the next presentation, one standout from the AFA, American Fine Art Foundry. What was your one thing that stood out to you as your take home that you were going to be like, wow, that was so cool?
Oh man, there's not one thing honestly I can really point out, because that process, having an aerospace background myself, I understand a lot of what that process is like. Again, I don't know much about foundry work and cast and mold, however, but I'm familiar with the hard work that is involved in that. So the takeaway is just the labor of love you have to have for that process to really make it unique and come to life at such a large scale.
So the whole thing to you was just a mind-blowing experience, and you're looking forward to trying to get something small made in bronze, not gold, apparently was my takeaway.
Well, yeah, because gold is pretty expensive.
Right, don't do it in gold. Okay, so enough about that. We're going to now go with our friends from Frame Store, and we are going to be right back with them using imagination crafting technology since 1986. We are going to be with them in a moment. Let's roll the tape, and we'll see our friends online in a minute.
Let's do it.
Antone,
hello.
welcome to the stage here. I've got Ian Robinson to my left and Louis Tucci sitting in here. I represent Louis Tucci. I'm kidding.
Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to see you. How you doing out there?
Yeah, all good. Pleasure to meet you guys. I mean, I always dreamed of joining ZBrush Summit, so thank you for having me.
We're so elated and happy to have you. You are here on behalf of FrameStore, again, founded in '86, the award-winning creative studio. So a global company now with over 3,000 people across 8 locations, and you happen to be one of the very talented people here representing all those people. So let's talk about what you've been up to and what's been going on with you.
Yeah, so I have a lot of interesting stuff to share with you. Try my best not to kill you from boredom. So yeah, hopefully you'll like.
I don't think it's possible, Ian Robinson. I already smiling.
I don't think it's possible. No. You go nuts. We got questions that will be coming in for sure. I'm sure Louis and I have questions as well. But yeah, no, go nuts.
And before you do start, I have one second though. There's one very pressing issue before. It's Antone.
Yeah.
So I said it right.
Yeah, you said it right.
Okay, good. Okay.
And still lightweight champion of the world.
You're always right, Louis.
Oh, stop it. I hardly. I appreciate that.
Cool. So before going through introduction, maybe we can start by FrameStore reel, if that's okay.
Please, no, I'm kidding. We've waited home. This is what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Let the magic begin.
If you guys can show it.
Yeah, we are
locked and loaded.
Here we go.
Illustrious. What a
wow, that was so impressive too. Like I'm sure, like I recognized half the works, but I had no idea that it was coming from FrameStore. So to be able to see that reel, and now we get to put it in perspective for everyone to see, that's super awesome.
Did you see the little guy there? My favorite guy.
Yeah.
Precious. It's mine. little hug he was getting there.
No. So yeah, so Anton, please tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do at FrameStore, because that reel just, you know, visually is amazing, but we'd love to hear more.
Yeah. So my name is Anton. I work as lead facial modeler at FrameStore London. I'm pretty sure you guys never heard of me. I'm one of those guys like who work and go to sleep and like start again every day. So like I don't have a lot of presence online. But yeah, I mean, I'll be sharing with you how I use ZBrush in my day-to-day work. I work as a facial modeler, but which means like I mainly handle faces and like face shapes and all of these like interesting stuff, I would say, you know, to bring creatures to life, if I may say that. But I also, part of my job is also like to model some stuff, if ever get like a chance to do that. So before digging in deep, I would like to ask you guys if you got any questions like going through the presentation, please just throw them right away. I'm one of those guys who like to answer questions like when you have it. You don't have to wait to like the end of the presentation to ask. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm monitoring the chat, so I will gladly interject and throw all.
Please do that. So first thing, I thought maybe it would be a good idea to give like a quick overview on like the facial anatomy and facts, because this is like big part of what I'm going to show today using ZBrush. It will be like boring couple of slides, but I promise it will get interesting. But it's really, really important to stress like my work as a facial modeler, and like everyone who's interested in the face should really know their anatomy. And I would like to share like few tips with you on how, I mean, not how to study, but like how I study this stuff and how I memorize it. So basically, if you look at this face, like full of muscles, as you can see, so each muscle either describes the placement or the movement of the muscle. So for example, one of my favorite muscles, levator lipii superioris aliquinesi, which means like levator is like elevates or moves up, so up. Lipii, which is like lip, superioris, upper, aliquinesi, and the nose. So it describes what it does. It moves the upper lip and the nose, which is what we know as the nose wrinkler, in fact. Something like orbicularis oris or orbicularis oculi is like the circular muscle of the eye or the circular muscle of the mouth. And something like depressor anguli oris, like depressor means down, anguli, the angle, oris means mouth. So basically, when you look at these stuff, it kind of describes how these muscles actually move and what it triggers in the face. And this is what we know as like, we translate that into action units, which is like facts. So for example, like the inner brow raiser, like moving the inner part of the brows is action unit 1, outer is action unit 2. They think like brow lower is action unit 4-ish. I don't memorize the action units because I like to memorize the muscles instead, but feel free to do whatever works for you. So yeah, basically facts is how we perceive emotions and like motion of the face and how we split them into different action units so that you could actually see something like this and you could see, yeah, this I can see like the resort is active along with the platismo, which is like making the lip stretcher work, which is like this movement, and like the levator lipii superioris aliquinesi, which is like causing the nose wrinkler. I know I'm talking a lot of gibberish. I hope you're not bored already.
No, this is already fantastic. You just keep going and don't change a thing, please.
Yeah, and don't worry. They've definitely heard of you, Anton. You are known, so don't worry. They were like, oh no, we love you, let's go. So this is super exciting.
Thank you. And here, for example, like the depressor anguli oris, you could see clearly like moving the angle of the mouth down, which is like causing these interesting wrinkles. So this is all cool and looks nice, but we are talking about creatures. How does this fit into creatures? Which is, interestingly enough, as you might think, like creatures would have somewhat similar structure in terms of muscles. So if you look at like anatomy diagram of different creatures, like animals, I mean, because creatures is made up, but like if you look at animals, you'd have something similar. So you could base, like have that sort of structures that we were talking about and kind of base that on whatever creature you're working on. And like in our discussion, I'll be talking about 2 creatures. So Fantastic Beasts, I'll be talking about Chillin and Baby Chillin, which is this really cool creature. And if you haven't seen the movie, I will not spoil it for you. This creature died in the first like 5 minutes. So yeah, it's
That was a well-placed spoiler. Thank you.
Perfect.
This creature
Just watch the first 5 minutes, everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, it's one of these things. It's like bittersweet, I would say, because it's really close up. I got to work on it and like this, let's say like delicate movement and like sliding on top of the bones, but it's still like it's a 3-second shot. And it got like a lot of work getting all through these details.
Is it crying a single lone tear?
Yeah.
For the end of the ZBrush Summit, of course.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And this is all of I'm going to talk about is a teamwork. It's not like just me doing this stuff. I was handling the face shapes, but big team of modelers were handling like the model, the detail, and all of this nice stuff. So I'll be sharing with ZBrush and like enough talking about stuff without showing ZBrush. So we have our nice model here for Chillin, which is a nice name. And I'd like to share with you like a few techniques because I didn't want it to be more like just showing a making of, maybe like few mini tutorials if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. But I have to ask the question because I'm sure the chat's going to ask it first. The material and color on the eye already is phenomenal. Could you explain a little bit of that process on the eye? How you
Look at Ian coming clutch with a question right out of the.
I'm like,
he doesn't even let the pony get out of the gate, not even a half a furlong, and here we are. Ian's slacking the whip.
Tell me how you did that eye, please.
Ian, a half a furlong in, and Ian's cracking the whip on a question front.
Yeah, let's do that. So it's pretty simple, you know, like the toy plastic material.
Yeah.
I think it's available with everyone. So just click on that one, apply it to your eye. Let's do something really quick. So let's fill it again with white. And after you apply like your material, either using Subtool Master or using fill material here if you have UVs on, and then you can go through to standard, then RGB. And then all you need to do is kind of fake the ambient occlusion that happens when like you have anything just surrounded by different stuff.
Look at that. Just painted it straight in there. It's perfect.
And then because it's an eye, you'll have some redness into it. So.
And just like that, everyone, you too can have gorgeous eyes.
You're done.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it's just like for presentation because like no one likes to see creature without eyes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I would like to show like a couple of techniques that I really use on a daily basis. If, for example, I have something similar to this, and this is what like the modeler before me provided, and it has all the details baked in, and I would like to do some face shapes. If, say, like, let's create a new layer, and I move like the lips up or do whatever, and then started smoothing, I lose all the details. And if you don't have the details on a separate layer, it's kind of like, what am I gonna do type of situation. So what I like to do is store morph target, and this is my UI, but you can find it here, morph target, store morph target, and you know, just shift, click and release and start like smoothing everything out.
Wow.
So now I'm losing all the details, but I have that stored in a morph target. So what I can do next is create a new layer and switch. So now I separated like the delta, the difference between having details versus not having them. And this kind of saves you while you're trying to work with anything. And like if for any reason I'd like to do something like that and smooth, I still have like all my details intact here. It's not affecting anything. So it's a nice trick that I always use and I sort of sharing with you. I think most of you might be aware of that, but I'll share something I'm pretty sure not a lot of people know about. So this layer is saved in subdivision level 3. And if I'm working on something and I'm not going to prepare displacement maps for it, I can just go to a lower subdivision, delete higher, and whatever I create here, I mean, the file overall would have lower size, and whatever I create is based on subdivision level 2. But the trick is, we might think that we're losing details of level 3 here. But if I just subdivide and reopen it, it's still there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so nice trick, I think. I'm not sure if a lot of people know about it, but I think it saves like huge file sizes.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
and even still, I mean, just, you know, I know a few artists who use this trick as well, but I think it's a really important one because, like you said, file size, and also too, just it's a very non-destructive way, a non-destructive way of working with that. So that's super awesome. Yeah. We did have another question going back to the eyes for just a second. For eyes, do you need to make the iris bigger and leave a sphere on the inside for like humans or animals? Do you do like multiple spheres for eyes?
We do, yes, but like this is for rendering and like look dev. But in ZBrush, I like to do something like that just as a presentation of where the eyes are, and like to have some nice looking shaders. But yeah, when rendering and for look dev, we have like 2 different meshes.
Cool.
Very cool. Yeah, Louis, I'm sure already. It's looking awesome, right?
Looks really good.
So thank you. So I'm going to share with you how like I was working on like the cheeks, like the cheek razor, which is like moving all of this area inward, like what we saw in the movie. So it has like three layers, which is like in-betweens, two in-betweens, and the final shape. What in-betweens mean is, for those not familiar with the term, if I have like point A and point B, and basically if I have a blend shape, it's just like going from A to B directly. But if I wanted to have more like different reaction in the middle, I start adding in-betweens in here, maybe like C or whatever. And this is like what I'm doing at the moment. I don't want it to start like from the get-go sliding and just pushing the lower eyelid up. I want it to have like more sliding effect on top of the cheekbone and still not affecting the lower eyelid. And then as you progress, it starts to bulge up and move the lower eyelid bit by bit until we actually get like the full movement.
Wow.
So something like that in ZBrush, what I would usually do, I mean, like I can show you really quick how I do this kind of stuff. So I like, again, Stormorph target because I'd like to keep the structures that I'm seeing here in terms of bones and whatever we see, and like maybe go to lower subdivision level. I like to use nudge for this kind of stuff, like with big focal shift, lower intensity, and then start like fading the effect of the cheek razor, which is more like a compression, like because of like the circular orbicularis oculi, you get like some sort of this movement. So at first I just try like to get that movement. I'm doing that really fast because I don't want to bore you guys, but I will take more time.
Take your time,
to do
please.
this
No, take your time.
properly.
We're elated to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you know, like see how it looks like in wireframe, because this is something that I face a lot while talking to others. They think that we are after a nice looking shape, something like, oh, it looks like that, it's a cheek razor, but if it doesn't move like a cheek razor, then it's not a cheek razor. Basically, we are creating shapes that move nicely for animators to start timing them. So like we are in the business of designing shapes, I think. So yeah, now that I moved these shapes and I'd like to start and get like this sliding effect, I'll just, you know, mask the areas where I think the bones are. And then using project morph, I got to project like the structure back again.
Nice.
So now if you look at it, I have my movement and it's starting to feel like it's actually sliding.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. We do have a question coming in about ZBrush and Dynamesh. I think maybe more specifically, if I understand the question correctly, how you use it. But I'll read the question as such, which is, what is your technique about ZBrush and Dynamesh? When you get a chance, you know, how do you use the two?
Yeah, I think when I tend to use that, it will be like very early on when I'm concepting, but after like getting something decent and I like the model and like the forms and I have somewhat decent topology, I think go back to, like for me, I use Maya, but you can use whatever retopology program and start enhancing that. I know a lot of people who use ZModeler, but for me, I like to go to like a different program to do that. And after I'm done, I just don't touch it unless there is something that I really, really need to adjust. Because yeah, as you see, my work is highly dependent on the topology. So if I don't have what I need when I start working, basically I need to keep adjusting until I'm happy with it. And if I adjust it later on, it might destroy like a lot of stuff afterwards.
Very nice. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it's okay. And if you then like, if let's say, for example, this is like our final result and I'd like to start adding in-betweens. The way these works are like absolute, so they work on top of each other, something like that. I'll be throwing terms, so feel free to stop me if you want me to explain further. But yeah, absolute like working on top of each other. So If I would like to have something like that, maybe like 0.25 here, storm of target, duplicate, and then switch here. And say like this is starting to move, it's moving the lower eyelid. I would like to have it different effect, record, go to morph. Again, I like to use lower intensity, bigger focal shift, and then like maybe remove the movement from the lower eyelid, and then you have like more movement around, but not affecting the lower eyelid, and so on. You can use like these ones that we made very early, like the first one, and just keep dividing how you'd like them between to work.
Oh wow, I think
we might have lost his signal there.
I think yeah, we might have lost
until we reconnect. Ian, so far what we're seeing is some really nice physiological construction and some movement of the eye region using the topology. Is there any questions? Are there any questions rather coming through on the feed that that you feel maybe we can address while we're getting him rebooted?
Well, I think the thing that's really awesome and kind of important to point out is the fact that he's using layers to create his blend shapes. So he can pretty much create an animation and see how that movement's going to be and how the sculpture itself is affected from those shapes. So anytime that the eye needs to close or open, which, yep, Chad's kind of pointed out, I'm obsessed with his eyes. Those eyes are really cool.
They got you, man. They made you out here.
They did.
You had them at go.
But it's really nice to know to see how he's using the layer system to help build that, and then on top of that, keep the detail so that he's not destroying all the work he already put into it. Because a lot of artists here already know it's like when you're sculpting something, it's very static, it's very still, and then you want to be able to manipulate it, but you don't want to lose those details.
I think speaking of lossless,
it's definitely important to see that and how he's able to keep that process clean and efficient, and yet still preserve and hold up the model at its best. So I think it's amazing.
To keep up with what you're saying there as well, he did mention briefly that at some point he doesn't mess with it after he's remeshed it. So I think there's that conclusion that he's coming to, and I think it's good for people to hear that, to say that at some point you make commitments. And we heard that yesterday actually in some of the presentations. There was a point of commitment, and you say, well, that's where you commit to it, and that's now the way it's going to be, and you continue to work for it. That's not to say that it's static and you can't go back and forth, but at some point making a commitment to the asset is going to be necessary.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for a moment to get him back online. Let's talk a little bit about your take on what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. Up next is going to be Raphael Phillips with his sideshow.
Well, actually, before we get into that, let's go ahead and go to commercials for a second, because it looks like we might have just lost connection with him. We're going to try to bring him back. So let's go to commercials right now. We will be back with more ZBrush stuff.
Okay, take it to commercial.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Louis Tucci here live for the ZBrush Summit 2022 with my co-host Ian Robinson. High five. He's here. He's no longer remote. We had a little technical glitch, but we are happy to bring back Anton Magde. And he's here now live from the Queen's Empire, London, England. Take it away, Anton. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, sorry for what happened.
I think, you know what, actually, before we get into this, Ian's got a question that's flying in off the rails here online. So we're going to stop for a second and get you this question there.
We had a question coming in. Do you start with high poly retopo model from the start and then do like a go high to low process? I think they were, you kind of maybe briefly touched on that slightly. How does that work for you?
So what happens is, it's a little bit different in VFX compared to games. So what we do is if I have like a concept sculpt and this is what the client likes and we are happy with it and we need to make it more production friendly. What happens is I start by like creating an initial topology, start playing with the shapes, make sure it's actually handling whatever I want in terms of wrinkles, like jaw open, whatever like this creature is going to do, like in terms of the movie, and then make sure like my topology is handling that, and then start subdividing up and like reprojecting all the details and adding more details, you know, to enhance and make it more like to hold more in terms of how close up it will be in the movie. Yeah, and then we extract either like VDMs or displacement maps. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. I'm sure we'll have more questions coming in as we keep you on, but continue through what you're doing because it's already...
We were digging it before we were conspired against by technology, so take it away again, please, as if we hadn't skipped a beat. It's all you, Anton.
Yeah, sorry for that. So yeah, moving on, I'll be talking about baby shillin, which is like the baby of the mother that we just saw. And it's pretty cool and interesting creature. And you could see like some interesting stuff happening with its face. And funny enough, it's actually matching a real thing, which is called dig antelope. You can search for it. I'm not making that up. It's a real name.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the first time I saw it, I thought it wasn't real. Like the way it moves its nose, it's really interesting to say the least.
Yeah. Well, it's cool that you're referencing real life, you know.
Yeah, that's the key right there. Yes,
I mean,
Ian.
I personally preach that all the time, but the fact that I'm seeing it here, you're like, no, there is a real creature that does this movement, and we're replicating that or using that to create the creature and bring it to life. I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. So the resource to heighten that. You see the little ear movement too, just in that you played.
Exactly, and that's why I was talking about like very early, like in the slides, about like using the anatomy and like the facial anatomy and making sure that everything has a structure. It's not just like moving the mouse without having any reason for it. And you know, something like that, if you don't have anything like similar to it in reality, what I would do, I would like to like look at it like that, maybe do some poly paint and imagine where the muscles are and start creating some sort of structure for it, so that when it moves, it would make sense. Like, yeah, this would be our upper lip raisers. This would be our nose wrinkler. Like, if this creature has like some sort of nose wrinkler, it would be something similar to this.
Sorry to interrupt you. What was the name of that animal again? That
oh, stop. Here we go.
No. Yeah.
Dick. D-I-K.
Perfect. No, thank you for spelling, because the chat was curious. They're all trying to research the animal.
D-I-K. We won't say it again live. D-I-K.
Perfect.
If you want me to say it once, I'll say it once. The Dick deer.
I'm sorry, Louis.
There you go. Ian Robinson. Never a dull moment here with the ZBrush crew.
It's really
might have got away with one on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So the other technique that I wanted to show here, and I think it's a pretty old technique, but not a lot of people actually use it as well, which is if I have something like the eyes or like teeth, and I would like to see how it works with the jaw open, for example. So if I go like to my jaw open here, I move the jaw, but I don't see what happens with teeth. So what you can do either go to a different program, but if you are too lazy like me and you don't like to leave ZBrush this early, what you can do is use like the Z timeline, I think it's called. Sorry, I'm bad with names. And you just go like this here, activate this one, add a keyframe. You need to add a keyframe when it's like off. So it starts to open, and then as you progress, add another keyframe with another layer. So now what happens is I have a key for opening the jaw, and I can do the same for the teeth.
Look at that. Animating.
Yeah, exactly.
That in ZBrush. That is awesome.
And then
Cool.
do something like that. So now I can see the teeth moving with the jaw as one shape. I mean, this is really helpful, and it's not like baking the shape, so I can just start like do whatever here. Just move this or something. And it would still work because it's just activating the layers. It's not activating the shape.
Right.
And you could go crazy with that. I mean, like, so here, for example, I did that before just to show you and not waste your time, like opening the jaw, like doing different shapes together and like making the eyes move as well. Wow. So you could do like, and you could save it as a ROM and just re-import it with different shapes if they have like the same layers name. So yeah, it's really interesting, and I think the idea of being inside ZBrush and leaving it when you only have to like export everything, this is what I would like to do always, like stay in ZBrush until I'm done with everything.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, that is super amazing. You know, I know you're continuing on with the presentation. We did have a question. I don't want to skip it, but can you share any tips on, you know, getting to work on these feature films like you've done? Like, you know, how does somebody get into this field? Obviously, you have to be good at sculpting and have anatomy, but if somebody's trying to, you know, reach out and contact, is there any tips you have on what they would need to have under their belts in order to apply for something like this?
You mean as a modeler or as a facial modeler?
Probably more specifically as a facial modeler.
So basically, you need to have like more experience with faces, and like shows that you can actually do some blend shapes and movement, because this is like, I would say 70% of my day job, just making sure that the movement is actually happening and it's looking nice and it's like conveying the emotions that we're after.
Yeah.
So yeah, just if you're good at sculpting faces, I think you need to take the next step and make sure that you can do some shapes with it.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, wait a minute.
Go right ahead.
Just a second here. I had a hope and a prayer that you were going to present this, and here it is. Wowie wow. If you didn't know, we have to pause for a second because I didn't really give you your just desserts when I introduced you, Anton. You worked on Moon Knight, which is a seminal hit at this point, so I'm going to give you the...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Give you the
Actually, I have to say, this creature on screen, when I watched Moon Knight and this creature popped on.
You like this?
I love this creature.
Look at this
I thought
guy.
it was
You're
so
smiling again.
phenomenal.
If smiles were currency, I'd be a rich man today.
Go right ahead. I'm
Ian
gonna give you all the
Robinson.
smiles I can.
Okay,
But
we're...
it's cool. Feel this introduction. I mean, look at this.
Wowie wow.
Look at that.
You know, hippos are actually quite dangerous
Yeah.
They are.
in real life.
And they don't do much. I mean, hippos don't talk. So much for structure and like whatever I was talking about. But yeah, this was one of the challenges that we had on this creature. So very early on, our client had like different ideas, and we needed to explore like all of them. Is it going to only act, or is it going to be animalistic at some point? So I'm going to share with you something that I don't think anyone else have seen it before.
Oh, here we go. Another
yeah.
exclusive at the ZBrush Summit. What else is new?
So these were very early tests while I was working with the shapes. And again, I was looking at like the real creature and trying to make sure I have something similar to it. And the animation, we're using it to match like real animation, like more animalistic rather than having it stylized and talking. And interesting, what you see here is all based on shapes. It's not, we don't have anything, I mean, like, I'd like to say all ZBrush. So yeah, just using shapes, no simulation, no CFX or anything. And
That's amazing because you can you can get a lot with blend shapes then.
yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's really
Say
awesome.
that again. That's an understatement. Maybe the understatement of the whole session here. That was wild. Show it one more time. So, and say it again. You only used blend shapes to communicate this movement.
Yeah, so blend shapes. And yeah, this really helped us a lot. Like we sent this to the client. The client liked it, but he told us this is not what he is after. So as you saw in Moon Knight, it was more about like acting. So we just, yep.
You know, for all the comic book fans out there, Moon Knight, quite a rare book in its own right. Very rare book. Obviously I have a copy.
Obviously you do. I mean, you're the comic guy.
Yeah, Werewolf by Night 32. Very, very, it was always a rare book. It was always an expensive book. But now, since the television series, it has become exponentially expensive.
Oh yeah, sure, even more than before.
I just smiled. I'm grinning at Ian, and now I'm grinning. I'm grinning at you. You're probably wondering what kind of, what kind of book is this? Anyway, carry on, please.
Well, I do have a question for you.
Ian.
With these blend shapes, we had a question about, do you use in between morphs for the eye, blink, and if so, how many would you use? Like, how do you set that? How do you set up to get the smooth blink with using blend shapes? Is it very tedious, a lot of checkpoints, or do you like minimize those points so that it's a lot smoother? So how do you go about that?
So I have different ideas on how to do that. So what I try to do at first is just assess how here the asset is. So if it's going to be this big on the screen, it's not really worth doing a lot of in-betweens. But if it's going to be like really close up, as we saw chilling, I have like stream betweens for the eye close and like stream betweens for the cheek razor and some combo shapes for them when working together. Because basically this is like the money shot. Like this is like the 3 seconds that says everything. She is dying. She's like in her last breath. So if I don't sell that emotion, then whatever I'm doing is worthless, I'd say. So it's basically just assessing how close and how important this character is. And usually I like to start from, as I showed you, like from A to B. I start with the end and then start playing with the in-between so that I don't lose how like smooth it is moving forward between different shapes. And in this video, like as you see here, we started going more acting, playing with like different shapes, and instead of just like more animalistic. So going back to ZBrush again, how are we on time?
You're totally fine, man.
Oh yeah, you got time.
Don't even think about time.
Don't even worry.
Okay, cool. So something really interesting that I found really real hippos do, and I think was really cool, and people saw it in Moon Knight and did really like it, was how they close like their nostrils. Again, you see me like using the Z timeline, just to see like how it's working together, all these in betweens. So again, same idea, closing the nose and then starting to split it like in different layers to get this nice movement.
Wow.
And something that was really like, it took a lot of back and forth was how she should be acting. Because if I have my perspective on like the camera and looking at it from below, like, because she is tall in the movie, in the series, sorry. So most probably you'll be seeing something similar to this. So if we use like the full mouse as we usually do, like from the start to the end, like what humans do when they smile, it would be basically too much movement for such small views that we can see. So we ended up doing something, a little bit of a trick, but it didn't look too bad. Like actually starting the movement a little bit early and then pushing it all the way in when you like progress with the in-betweens. And this is how powerful this thing could be, because you could just design how the shape work when animator actually activate it. It shouldn't go like from 1 to 0. You could make it more like more complex, I'd say.
Wow.
That's really cool.
That's really cool. And also too, just a really clever way of figuring out how to make a hippo smile and make it believable.
And talk. And talk.
Yeah.
And I'd like to introduce one more thing, like combo shapes. What are combo shapes? So say, for example, we have a lip funneler, which is let me just turn off target and show that to you, which is like the edge shape or like funneling the lips. So this is like without the in-between, this is how it looks. But with in-betweens, starts with just rotating so that it's less human. But if the animator really, really wants it to look human, then he pushes it all the way to 100. Then you start getting more human shape. And if you activate the puckerer with it without combo shapes, like puckerer, which is like puckering the lips, you get something a little bit weird. And this is where it comes into play, like having combos that fixes all of this together. So let me store morph target with the end result and see how it works going from funneler to like puckerer, which is more like an U shape, or like the reverse going from puckerer to like an U shape. So if it works in both ways, then what we're doing is working and we can continue with it. Am I talking too fast?
No. You're getting right to the heart of the issue. To pucker up, because we're about to blow the biggest kiss of all. Here it comes.
And one more thing I wanted to show was like the difference. If you remember, I mentioned like in-betweens being absolute, and I would like to mention another like logic, which is being relative. So say, for example, if, again, I will be drawing, sorry for that. So say, for example, I have like point A and point C and point D and point E. So all of these are absolute. So what's happening is if I push C up, so from A to C, it will be like that, but then it will go down to D and E, it will be the same. But if they are relative, like A to B, and whatever happening is just pushing this out. So if at any point I change B, all of this will follow somehow. So let me show you what does that mean. So something like as a jaw open. So for this creature, it was like huge jaw open because it had to be animalistic and at the same time in the talking range. So I have like a blend shape just to push the neck back. So if you look closely here to the network, to the layers, you will see like this one, the jaw, like the jaw 100% is actually moving from 0 to 1 during this whole like animation. And in between, you could see like jaw 25, which is like 0.25 from the 1, from this, from the 100, 25%. It gets active, then 50s and 75, and then like the full 100 without having this treatment. Does that make sense? So it's just like pushing that curve. So the ones that we were talking about, like 25%, 50% or whatever. And if at any point I decided to like change the full shape, say something like that, everything will follow. You see it like easing down. It's not jumping in. This like easing down effect will not happen if they are all absolute and not relative to it. And these stuff are really easy to do in ZBrush. I mean, let me show you really quick. So this here, like the 30% and like the 100% are absolute. So if I'm going to, again, store morph target and remove this one and switch everything into the 100. So the lip corner puller 100 is doing all the work. But then when I go to the 30% and store morph target and then get like 30% of that 100 and switch while they are both active. So what happens now is that this is kind of negating the effect on these sides because this is what it used to do. And now I have it relative, it's not absolute anymore.
Yeah, that's amazing. Seriously, and the whole chat is like on fire saying they got to go make blend shapes. Like they're like, yeah, we got to do this now. We did have a couple questions, and I don't want them to go too far. But
fire away and fire away.
So how, on average, because you said that not every character is going to get a bunch of blend shapes, but for a character like this hippo, on average, how many blend shapes would you be creating to hand off to the animation team?
So it was, I mean, I don't know the exact number, but for that hippo, it was different than most because we had to go like 2 different approaches. We had to go the animalistic approach. So we have few shapes that are mostly animalistic, like matching the real hippo, and we had to go more humanoid, some things like the lip funneler, lip pucker, and all of that. But I think for hero creatures, we tend to go like crazy with number, let's say, like more to, before splitting, sometimes we go to 200, 300 shapes.
Wow.
So it ends up like huge numbers. But then it depends on how it's going to act in the movie. Something like Chillin' and Baby Chillin', it didn't need to have all of these stuff because basically, let's face it, it's just like moving its muzzle and like closing its eyes. We need to have more complex in-betweens for it to make it look nicer and more realistic, but it wouldn't make sense having like more talking shapes, if that makes sense. I mean, I can show you something that I did for Baby Chillin', which was like, it was like a very early test, which is more like funneler, but it's not really funneler. It's more like rotating kind of curling them so that you could get something similar to a funneler, but yet it's somehow animalistic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 I hope this answers the questions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you have all these blend shapes, you've created them, and now you have to export them. How do you go about the export process to get the blend shapes onto the next portion?
Yeah, this is really easy, actually. So what I do is I go to the lower subdivision level or the subdivision levels that I want to export from, and then go to Z plugin and FBX export, selected and layers, and you export, and you're good to go. You have an FBX layer with all the layers here. So say, for example, I would like to bake the details now because I don't want them to be on a different layer. You could just, again, store morph target. You must notice that I like to use morph target. And then make sure I don't have any duplicates, and make sure that you don't have any open layer here, and just switch. So it kind of bakes the details back into the model, and you could just export.
Anton, when you, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. When you say open layers, you mean actively recording layers?
I mean like like this eye active, not just recording, like right. Active. Okay. Yeah.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Do you think you could do a quick little walkthrough of the export process?
Yeah, one more time, just because this is a lot, but everybody's so curious on it. So while you're here, we'd love to pick your brain. So if you don't mind going over that just one more time.
One more time for the people at home.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. I mean, if we have time, I have no problem.
You have time.
You have plenty of time.
You always have time.
Cool. So again, just going to like store morph target, and I'm going to delete it because I'm going to bake it on top of the model, and delete whatever layers I don't need. Make sure I don't have any active layer here, because otherwise, if I switch, it will not be baking it. It will be just in history and it will go away. So let me show you the difference. So when I switch, now whatever shape I activate, it's actually working with the details because I baked the details in. But if we go back and if I have any active layer and I switch, whenever I try to activate any different layer, it will just like remove everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. To do it again?
No, that's great. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you for going over that again. That's
yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Don't
worry. More questions for you.
Ian's got a whole roll of. I'm looking over his shoulder here.
A ton of questions.
There's a whole dictionary worth of questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up for it.
Okay, cool. When you sculpt any creature like this, so like the hippo, for example, do you start with a skull? Like, do you make the actual skull and then start applying things over it, or do you start from a sphere, just make the shape, and then just kind of fine tune it?
So what I like to do is at first to go crazy, like sculpt everything, and then after I like what I see, I start adding some structure into it, and like I sculpt. I mean, for this one, for example, I don't have it here, but at some point we had it. It was me and Damien Gumino working on it.
Gumino, yeah, Damien.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so the client liked it in a more stylized way, and we tried together to get it more realistic. So we ended up adding skull and trying to get more structure into it, and like a lot of back and forth between us and the client until we, until everyone was almost like happy. You can't please everyone, but yeah. So yeah, basically for me, I like, again, like to work freely and then add structure later on.
Okay, cool. Absolutely. And do you work with polygroups at all? Do you separate the?
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm glad you mentioned. So what I do is, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that.
You're welcome.
Because I forgot to talk about it. So sometimes while working on some creatures, you have this idea in your mind that, for example, this area would be having a lot more movement, or like this area would be rotating inward. So, I mean, I think I have a few shapes here that I can show. You know, like something like that. And for me, like, yeah, so this area will be moving, this area will be static. So I start by like using the transpose.
Oh yeah, transpose selection. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. Hiding few stuff here and there.
Yep.
And then like creating polygroups, definitely creating polygroups. And if I have some sort of gums inside the mouse, I always like to separate that in a different polygroup. Because usually while sculpting and moving things, you tend to move everything, and some stuff you don't want to move. Like, say for example, let's create a new layer. So say for example, I'm moving these lips up, but I don't want to move the gum. So it would be easy to just select the polygroup, mask it, and then just, you know, morph it back to where it was. And so that you'll have like this movement without actually moving the gums.
Such a subtle movement, but such a fancy trick. And also too, I just want to point out the level of detail in the hippo's mouth. It's impressive. Like this whole model is just super beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all ZBrush. So. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who actually use like different softwares, but for me, it makes a lot of sense to use ZBrush for all of this like stuff. We have a lot of tricks to do, like, and make our life much easier as facial modelers. I mean, like, it's how easy you can split between having relative versus absolute in-betweens, or like using the morph target to kind of get that sliding effect, or to see the combo shape between different shapes. All of that I could do on the fly, but if you think about any other program, it would take like a few steps to get that right. I mean, I am biased, to be fair, but I'm just saying the truth.
Speaking of questions, I have one. When you're making the shapes for the mouth, where are you getting the reference for that? Are you making the faces in the mirror yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I can show you something that would be really interesting.
Yeah. A mirror.
Yeah, it's always like next to me, and I'm looking at it.
Sophisticated weapon you just pulled out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have that. And I mean, when I first met my wife, and I mean, after we got married, and then I have like my own room and working, and she just comes through the door and looks at me, and I'm like looking at the mirror and stuff with my face. Like, it's gone crazy. So yeah, it's really interesting to watch facial modelers work, because, you know, at work it becomes even more crazy when you're looking at a mirror and doing that, and your colleagues are looking at you. What is he doing?
Right. No, that's amazing just to see everything. I mean, yeah, with a mirror, and just I'd be there all day just trying to make funny faces just to get that right.
I'm making funny faces in my head right now, actually. I'm thinking to myself, man, that's some entertaining stuff you've got going on there.
So we've gone over a lot, and the chat's already like, okay, we're gonna have to watch this over and over again. And honestly, yeah, that's gonna be
There's some really good stuff.
A really great way of gathering all this knowledge. But I have to ask too. So with all the morph targets and the bouncing back and forth you do you ever create any maps here in ZBrush and export those maps out?
I do. Yeah, I mean, I do maps. For me, usually if I export just for a different ZBrush session, but something like having some sort of wrinkles for the lip corner puller, say like This is where I want like the wrinkles to appear. Let me show that again. So say like, it's not painting. Sorry, we'll figure it out. It's painted white, sorry. So yeah, say like I have this shape here. And this is like where, for example, this where my mesolabial fold would be. So I paint something like that. This is where like, where the brows wrinkles would be. I would have to move this a little bit up in that direction. So I kind of paint a landmark map for myself, just to make sure whatever wrinkles I keep adding make sense later on when everything is working together, and not just like painting a few wrinkles here, a few wrinkles there. It doesn't make sense, right? I mean, if you look in a mirror and start like smiling, or like crying or doing whatever, the wrinkles tend to appear in the same place. So yeah, this is something I use a lot all the time. It's a good question, actually. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal work. I mean, you know, another question that came in was just how long did it take you to get to this level or this caliber of work? You know, how long have you really been pushing this in this industry? Yeah, this and this. Sorry. I'll make it even more confusing.
So, I mean, I don't like to project my experience on others because maybe I'm a slow learner, but I've been doing this every day for almost 8 years now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it's easy to learn, but it's not hard. Nothing is hard. Once you set your mind to something and you give like proper practice and give like proper dedication, you can do whatever. You don't have to use like others' experience and project that on yourself. I know I'm faster than others, but I'm not sure. I know for a fact as well, I'm not better than others. So it's like how you see yourself and how you keep practicing until you reach what you're after. That's basically it.
No, that makes a lot of sense because I always personally say, I'm sure Louis, you know as well, it's really just about the time and investment that you take, but everybody learns at their own pace. I consider myself a slow learner personally. So, you know, what somebody might be able to whip up in a couple hours sometimes takes me a few extra, but I'm okay with that because we're always after a goal. And it's neat to see these processes, especially with what you're sharing, so that other artists can come in and just learn from this experience. And I think that's the real goal here is we're all sharing is caring. So it's great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I actually thought maybe instead of showing you guys like a making of, which is usually the case, so maybe like digging in deeper and showing you more of how I do stuff would be more interesting. Yeah, I hope somebody out there just learned something new.
Oh, are you kidding me? That was phenomenal. That was more than phenomenal. It was quite in-depth procedure. The other thing was, if you go back to the hippo for a second.
Sure.
I had that opened, the widest point of reference. Are you, to what degree are you getting in there and doing like, are you managing like a lot of the sort of transitional modeling as well? Like, or is it just working for you because you've restructured it using maybe remeshing processes? Does that make sense?
Can you maybe
like say like you said that you had utilized the remeshing at the beginning of the process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking like how much do you make sculptural changes after that are sort of in keeping with, I'm just asking this obviously for the edification of the audience. I probably know the answer. I'm being sort of coy, but somebody might take value from this. The opening of the mouth, if you open it to the widest point, right? Are you going to go in there and you're going to make those sculptural changes? You're not just grabbing the thing and moving it and then recording it on the layer, correct? Describe more of that for us.
So
like
usually,
the transition in between, you know?
Yeah.
You spoke a lot about in between.
What
I'm trying to get you to talk about is the sculpting process in between.
Yeah.
And the edits in between.
So yeah, usually what we do is once we get like the structure outside, like the actual face kind of locked in, it's never locked, but once it's looking nice and we start like the retopology process, we tend to have like an open mouse shape, which then you can just adjust whatever you have inside. In this case, it was a huge task. And I think Damien did a really good job on that. So yeah, basically this is, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but yeah, that's what we do. We just start by concept and then we refine it and then we retypo and then maybe open the jaw and then start working inside, keep adjusting the topology at this stage, because at this stage, we don't have to worry about shapes and anything. It's just to make sure we have like enough to make things work for later on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are some of the challenges in that case when you have changes to make on the inside, like you were saying?
Well, the challenges happen when the client is too eager to see stuff very early and you start like working on shapes, working on the model, and then all of a sudden you get like some feedback. It looks too human. We need it to be more hippo. And then you find yourself re-sculpting and going back to ground zero and redoing everything again, which is something we got used to by time, but it's fun.
No, really cool.
Awesome.
I have a question.
Go for
that
it,
I
yeah.
think the chat will really like. So the fax system, how does somebody like find the resource for that? Like, is there a good spot for them to go and locate that? Because facial anatomy is obviously really complex, and there's a lot of things, small things happening all at the same time. So, you know, how did you stumble across that? Was that, you know, handed to you in school, or one day your boss was like, fax, learn them?
Yeah, so the thing is, the company I used to work before Framestore was only focused on fax and like creating facial rig, and we had to do that every day for different clients. So we had to find our own references, and like, as I showed you, like the mirror, we had to do that. We kept reading books as much as we could. But I think nowadays there is like a lot of references out there. I'm talking about like 8 to 9 years ago. That's when I started like learning all of this stuff. But yeah, these days I think there is like cool references from Scott Eaton and like Melinda Uzel. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. So yeah, I think you just need to find like time to study anatomy of the face, because as I try to explain, like the muscles actually tell you what it does. So basically it's a cheat sheet for you with like the muscles itself, and just see how it moves and how it looks, and like look for like indentation and like how things look like. I mean, I can't show you, like, if you guys would like to discuss that, maybe we can have a look at this really quick.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, go right ahead. You got some more time, so yeah, let's do that.
So yeah, something like this, like this shape, for example, where you see like the platysma being stretched, and at the same time you could see like these nice wrinkles here, and this is what we call lip stretcher. So how this works? If you look here, you see the risorius, this muscle, and the platysma here is just like, I think, really big muscle, goes all the way to the chest. And interesting, they don't work separately, not intentionally at least. So when they both activate together, this moves down, this moves to this side, and which ends up like having some sort of diagonal movement that way, which ends up having like this really nice wrinkles here and like this kind of stretched neck, as you say. So yes, stuff like that, when you start looking at anatomy and how things get activated, makes your life much easier. I mean, something else, like when you elevate like this muscle, which is it? Yeah, levator lipii superioris. It's pulling like the lips from this point up, which creates some sort of like triangular shape here. You could see the hint of it, hint of it here. Like it's pulling from that point, creating this sort of like plane change, and at the same time creating this sort of angular look, angular shape here. So like, that's why I'm saying studying anatomy and like studying how these muscles actually move, like just reading and looking for references, I think it's the way to go.
Nice. And are all those details that you work, that you sculpt in ZBrush, is that is all that sculptural, or do you maybe utilize some displacement maps, normal maps, etc., for future to keep those, especially during the animation process? I know you're creating those blend shapes and you're moving them down for the animation team, but in ZBrush, I mean, are those all, would those lines be sculptural for you?
Sorry, you mean like the details?
Yeah, the details. Especially as
So
you're,
like-
yeah, so like on this hippo here, you see like as the wrinkles would move as the mouth opens, you're making sculptural changes?
Yeah, so some things that we like to do sometimes is keep some sort of memory wrinkles here. If I'm going to move this muzzle up in that direction, so while sculpting the details on this character, keep like small, smooth lines here and there, so that when it actually bulges and kind of gets carved down or like create wrinkles for it, it would make sense seeing like the hint of it when it's in neutral. But otherwise, we tend to work in movies at least with, as you see, it's not that low and it's not that high. It's kind of, it's good enough to carry out like the wrinkles and these details of the shapes that we're working on.
Hey, I got one. I got one for you that probably you will appreciate more than most people because he was scanned yesterday. To what degree does scan data find its way into your pipeline? And do you find it you might take something that was a scan and modify that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everything is a scan nowadays. We have digidoubles all the time.
I'm so glad I asked you that.
Yeah.
Everything is a scan, he says. Dangerous question, dangerous answer. Everything.
I mean, unless it's a creature,
right.
Actors and everything, like we work with digidouble, it's always, the client always likes to have to give us scans. How good are the scans? Is like, we can talk about that for like ages. It depends on like so many variables, but if you're not getting a good scan, or if like the person during the scan session doesn't really know about facts, you tend to get like contaminated scans. What I mean is like, if you ask an actor to do a nose wrinkler and he end up like doing another shape, and you provide all of these scans into like facial modeler, basically he will have to redo everything by hand. So it's kind of not usable, or maybe like usable in different shapes, but like the intended shapes would look contaminated with other like muscles. And to an extent it's valid because we are not all trained to use our face. I mean, some people could like raise one brow and not the other.
I can't. Ready? Watch us.
Yeah.
I got one brow.
I mean, I can do it with this one, but I can't do it with the other. So if someone asks me to move that one, I'll be like struggling.
I gotta open my mouth when I do the other one.
You just do this. There you go.
Yeah.
Ian, that does not count. You can't hold your muscle down. Jeez. Right away.
That's how I can move that one. I can only move one as well, so I'm good.
You know, actually, we're making fun of something, but there's a true point there. During one of the presentations, they were talking about the cultural references in the making of the God of War series, and I think this is one of those times where, you know, depending on location or depending on the background of the character, there's a lot of influence that could have on the way that you handle the facial rigging and manipulation of the musculature based on language and ethnicity too, right? Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, it's true.
Can you speak to that at all in your work and how that's affected the way that you approach things, perhaps?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the way I see it, I would say what you said, but in a different way. So, for example, like Hippo here, Tuaret, she was a cheerful, kind of sassy queen. So in her smile and the way she talked, that's what we try to do. She is always cheerful. She is always happy. So it doesn't really matter having, I mean, it does matter for animation, having like lip corner depressor, which is like gives us this kind of look. But as you see here, this one, for example, she doesn't look that sad. She looks like, you know, she's kind of sad-ish, but not like extremely sad.
I think it might be not amused, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Very familiar to me, I mean.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So this is something that we keep in mind, what the character is actually going to do. Is it a serious character? Do we have to have like a deadly eyes looking like with the brows going angry and making her feel like lethal? Or is she always happy? Even when she's angry, she's not that lethal. So stuff like that, we always take into consideration. So even if I'm providing a good looking shape and still it's giving the wrong vibe, it's not going to be used. So we end up changing it until we're happy and it looks more in character.
Nice. Now
he's going to the chat. Here he comes.
Yeah. Well, so somebody was talking about like, you know, what's your different level of do you keep all the different levels of subdivisions? But I think also too, I would like to add on that, how low do you take a character of this detail? So kind of a two-parter. Do you, when you're working with morph targets and blend shapes, are you keeping the in-between subdivisions? And also, how low do you actually have your lowest subdivision?
That's a good one.
So we start with a very low resolution because initially you shouldn't worry about wrinkles very early on, just movement. So we can go like a lot lower than this. And we kind of call it like anim resolution, which is more like game res, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then we start going up until we have like the render version, which is more dense, like this one. And what was the other part of the question?
How low can, well, is it how low can you go? And also, yeah.
Isn't that a song?
Yeah, how low can you go? So no, I mean, yeah, you're keeping the subdivisions in between, but yeah, how low can you go? You know, yeah, it's all about you're just trying to balance the shapes essentially and make sure it's legible.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
because it's for a movie. I mean, we have some sort of limitation as well, but it's not as games. So we can just, I would not say go crazy, but more crazy than games.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
So not a million, but maybe like 100,000.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, for this head, it's like.
How low did you go on this one?
Well, we're on the topic. I mean, you guys may as well milk that one as much as you can. Here we are. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so this is almost like 130-ish. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it wasn't too far up. It wasn't too far up.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Robinson with the eagle eye.
Yeah, that's really
eagle eye.
But then again, this is only for render, so it's not the one that appears in the viewport for animators because it would make things too slow.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
We have like different resolutions to work with.
I think it would be interesting to sit with you in person and observe how you would be observing us and our movements.
Yeah, funny thing is when I started working this stuff, I used to like while commuting, I used to stare at people, and I know it's creepy, but yeah, people tend to do like interesting stuff with their faces when they are not really focused on what they're doing, which is really, really cool.
Were you riding the tube in London?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's ultra creepy because if you ride the same time as some people and you might see the same person a couple of times in a row, they think that you're stalking them. You know, oh, here comes the guy with the staring problem again. Little do they know you're making some of the world's favorite IPs come to life. They say, that creeper in the tube this morning was staring at me. They go to their job and say, that weird guy was staring at me again.
Well, it's probably a question for both of you, but have you ever done that? Like I've had those
stared at someone in the subway.
Yes, had those moments where I'm talking to somebody and then I notice something about their facial feature that is happening, and it distracts me from the conversation just long enough to get lost. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to awkwardly figure out how to ask you to repeat that because I was literally like studying your face.
You just started watching. Well, yes, in some cases. I'm not going to reveal here on a live broadcast who and in what circumstances I might be losing my attention while someone's speaking to me.
Well, I guess that's the warning then. If you're talking to me, I might get lost.
Be careful when talking to Ian Robinson, whether in person or on location. He's analyzing your facial gestures.
There you go.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I actually went through that, but I mean, my solution to it was just like telling the truth. Hey, I was looking at your face as a reference for something I'm working on.
You're saying you've been confronted. Someone to say, what are you staring at?
Yeah.
No, stop it.
It was not like in the tube. So I was with one of my friends, and while talking, he like, so usually you don't like when you move the nose wrinkler, you tend to move like the process down as well. So while talking, all of a sudden he just moved this part down, just like that. And I was like, whoa, how did he do that? And I was like, I mean, for like a split second, I just lost focus. And he was looking at me, hey, are you not replying to what I'm saying? What are you saying?
Yeah. And you don't want to be like, well, actually, this part right here, could you do that again?
Did you come, that's my next question. You know I'm the guy to ask that question. Did you come clean? Right? Did you say, hey, I just noticed that muscle on your face twitched in a way that I'm not used to?
I did. I tried to explain, but it didn't make sense to him. So
He was like, "This crazy guy, what's going on?"
yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? Probably a lot of people want to know, like, what other references do you call upon for these types of things? I mean, obviously, animals and humans. Are you like taking some time to yourself to clear your head from? It's quite a technical procedure. I mean, you're showing us the very, I want to say, the tip of the iceberg as to what facial rigging and animation is. I mean, let's not confuse things. For all the power that is ZBrush, there's a million more steps that come after
Yeah.
what you're showing. I know that from a fact because the person who introduced me to ZBrush is actually a very proficient and high-level facial rigger and modeler out of Toronto. He's a dear friend of mine, Roja. And I know about ZBrush because of him, and he introduced me to it. He had worked on Avatar, and I mention him every time, but just high-level stuff, and there's very, very technical things going on. You know, so how do you balance that, basically, is what I'm saying? All the technical stuff, what do you do to clear your mind?
So to be fair, I think this would sound weird, but I enjoy this technical stuff.
Okay, something told me you were going to say that anyway. I might have prefaced it in my mind. I think this guy really loves it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really long process. I mean, I'm talking about ZBrush and like my part as a facial modeler, but I can't disregard like the rigging aspect and part of it, because riggers do a lot of work. They could like, we discussed together how the jaw should move and like the range of movement.
Right.
And the same for the eyes and like for chillin, for example, like baby chillin. So this we had to like a lot of discussions about how this could work. And we ended up using like hybrid work between shapes as correctives and rigging as like skin clusters. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like a teamwork between all the departments, everyone, so that it turns out to be good.
It's good to hear you say that. It's been a running theme here for the entire ZBrush Summit, the concept of teamwork. Ian Robinson, we've heard it live on location. We heard it here in the studio. We're hearing you say it again. And you're saying that you're really relying on that relationship with the rigging team.
Yeah, definitely.
If you could speak about that and some of the and the animation team too. Speak about some of those things and some of the challenges you encounter with each other in that case.
To be fair, I'm pretty lucky because with my teammates, they are all very friendly and they're all very nice. And we always try to get the best out of each other. And I think when you do that, it shows like in movies and like whatever series we create, you could definitely see it like everyone is trying to get the best we can. If animation wants something and they can provide it and like discuss with the rigger in the show, we try our best to provide it either by rigging solution or by shapes. For example, like the thing I showed for Tourette, like this one. Where is it? Yeah, for this one, we had a lot of back and forth and like talking about these jiggly bits inside. And like after discussing with the animator, with the rigger, we ended up like agreeing maybe we can do like 3 shapes, just moving it in a little bit and like up and down. And if the rigger could do that manually, he could get like this jiggle effect. And we thought, yeah, this would be a nice test. And later on, if we need, maybe we can do that simulation as CFX or whatever. But yeah, I think it turned out pretty nice. And it's like, it shows like if we discuss together what we need as an end result, it makes everyone's life much easier, I'd say.
No, absolutely. And again, working with a team that's all trying to get the same result, that's always helpful. That communication back and forth, you know, tossing something to them, hey, is this working for you? Does that work? That always makes it easier, right?
Yeah, true.
We know a thing or two about this, working to make the world's leading digital sculpting software. Give them the fist of fury. Push each other to the limits.
Well, here, I do have a couple more questions.
Ian Robinson, take it away.
Wrap up because, you know, I'm trying to
slide them in there. There's 5 minutes left.
But, you know, with tons of references out there for artists to try to find, is there a specific way you search for references?
So I try to keep like focused mindset, I would say. So for example, for the hippos don't do much. They basically eat and sleep.
And kill people. More people die from hippo killings in the world than anything else.
So exactly. So what I did was like looking at this reference, for example, and I start analyzing. You could feel like there is a rotation with the muzzle going inward a little bit. So I thought maybe this should be like the upper lip raiser. And then I start just searching for this sort of behavior and be focused until I find something. Yeah, this is what I'm going to use as an upper lip raiser. and then like look closer and see how far they open their mouth. They tend to, if you look at the lower lip, it tends to curl out a little bit. So maybe I should use that as a start of a lip funneler, and so on. Having a focused mindset, for me at least, works. Otherwise, I would be just like looking for a lot of videos for hippos, basically doing the same thing, doing the same behavior. And at the end, you will have nothing to do. It will be just like a jaw open and you're done.
Wow.
Did you notice there was a human that put that watermelon in that thing's mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daring is not a word that I would use lightly in this case. That is actually insane.
I would be like,
I would have tossed that thing
there's
and I would have
a
ran the other direction based on the statistics. Hey,
watermelon. Here's the basket. Can I put like some rope on that? Like, yeah, that's
before we
nerve-wracking.
get carried too far into the future here at the tail end of your presentation, I want to make sure that we come back around to your profile. You've worked on Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore. You've worked on Marvel Studios' Disney smash hit Moon Knight. You've worked on, prior to working at Framestore, you were working in games with Injustice 2, Mafia 3, Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare, Middle-earth, Shadow of War, and more. And I think that that does the justice that you deserve in letting the people know all about you. And I think that Ian is probably going to have one last question maybe before we start to transition into the farewells and goodbyes from the 2022 Summit. What do you got there?
Well, yeah, actually.
Slip one in there.
Well, I would like to know, just so the audience knows.
This is your...
Because I believe they had a we are hiring thing. Could
Yes.
you pop that back on and talk a little bit about, you know, what it is you're looking for and how they can...
Put the slide back up on there for the people at home and around the world.
Yeah.
So people can like and subscribe.
Yeah, so this got snuck in just in between, right around the time we lost you. And we're glad that you can come back and hang out with us because we're really excited about that. But yeah, if you could talk about this just a little bit too as we wrap up, just so that people know how to find if they're interested in getting this type of work done.
Ian came clutch.
Yeah, so yeah, we have, it's a really interesting time at Framestore at the moment. We have a lot of cool movies and like cool shows that we're working on. We are always hiring. We are hiring in different different departments. We always need facial modelers and like creature supervisors and all of this cool stuff.
Got it.
So if you find yourself willing to do this stuff, please apply. I think there is like, if you go to that site careers.framestore.com, you will find a lot of like available jobs. And yeah, just to give it a go. I mean, everyone in HR and recruitment is very nice. They will reach out, they will talk to you, they will find something suitable for you, even if you think that you're good enough. If you think you are not good enough, just apply. Maybe you are good enough and you're just being too humble.
Yes,
Oh,
good.
that's a really good tip.
Good advice. Try. Put yourself out there.
But yeah, it never hurts to try because...
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean...
8 locations, Ian. There's 8 offices around the globe hiring. They've got 3,000 employees, 8 offices.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Very cool.
The time has come. Ian, tell them goodbye, and then I'll take us off on a big home run swing as we carry out through the day. Last words from Ian Robinson.
I don't want to, but we do have to. We do have other things we want to do, so we have to say goodbye. But thank you so much for stopping by and going through in detail a lot of how you use ZBrush in your day-to-day work. It's truly impressive and amazing. So again, thank you so much for coming in.
Anton,
Thanks so
kinder
much for
words could
having
not have
me.
been said by myself either. I think Ian is alluding to something that we're going to probably see a lot more people using blend shapes inside of ZBrush to do more incredible things. But we want to thank you on behalf of myself, Louis Tucci, Ian Robinson, and like I said, the entire Maxon team and the ZBrush team here live on the floor working behind the scenes to make this program. Thank you so much for participating today. We're going to run a little reel, and then we're going to come back with some prizes.
Yeah.
Our very own Ian Robinson.
More prizes.
And he's not on location, he's here live. So let's take it to the reel, and we'll be back after these. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right. It's that time again.
Flexing the facial muscles one muscle at a time, Ian. There he is with that smile.
There it is,
My
there
goal
it is.
today is to make sure Ian's face stays locked in on that smile until the end.
So we have some prizes. So we're going to give away a couple things. And I was looking at one here that I thought would be really, really cool to go through. So give me 1 second as I populate this. But man, what a show that is indeed. You know, it just
Buckle up, the ride continues.
Truly amazing. So let me see here what we got going on. hopefully everybody is enjoying the show because, I mean, it was just truly wonderful to have so many talented guests come on.
Guess what?
What's up?
After you give away this amazing price,
Yeah.
we got even more amazing stuff happening.
Even more amazing stuff. So on-site animal anatomy ZBrush workshop plus a wolf anatomy model.
Where's
That's
that?
what we're giving away.
Online?
No,
it's in the city of Sin, Ian. Take the plunge, roll the dice, brother.
There it is. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and pick a winner chicken dinner.
Las Vegas, Nevada is calling.
All right, Daniela Prado.
Daniela's going to Vegas.
Congratulations. I'm going to confirm, and I'm going to put that in the chat for you. Congratulations. That's truly awesome. And now we're gonna do another one. You know what? I want to do
three
another one.
while you're at it.
How many?
Do three.
Do three. Okay, let's find another one. Something.
Lucky Paul's not here. He gives away 4 or 5 every time.
All right, let me see here for just 1 second as we go through. All right, how about Space Mouse? If anybody really has ever been curious about a Space Mouse, I know I've been curious about it. I have yet to use a Space Mouse, and I think I need to figure.
We have some friends in some
I
high
think we
places.
need to
3D
figure
Connection
that out.
sponsor. Ian.
But in the meantime, Space Mouse, I've seen it used in a lot of places, so definitely is going to be a good one. Let's go ahead and Richard Matthews. Woo! Congratulations, Richard. Good again. Congratulations. Going to put your name into the chat. Congratulations. Boo, 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 boo. That's super awesome. Go ahead.
Time to be alive, Ian.
Absolutely. Let's do another one.
One more.
Like Paul, like what? There's like 20 at a time.
One more.
Let's see. One more.
Got that name on the lock though, Richard Matthews.
Oh,
You didn't mess that one up.
let's see. What do we got here? Ooh, how about? Because I know that stylized characters are super popular. So how about a lifetime membership to Shane Olson's 3D Character Workshop? For those of you who don't know, I actually was a student of Shane's. He's taught me quite a lot, and it was an amazing course. I highly recommend it, so definitely something to do. And we're going to go ahead and Ryan Yazin, if I pronounced that right. Ryan Yazin, congratulations. There you go. Congratulations. Is there time for one more?
I think you can get away with one more.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. All right, let's do one more.
Do one last one, and then I'm going to say thank you to. I'll say thank you to
All right,
someone
let's
very
do one
special.
more. Let me find something just a little bit different, a little bit fun. I'm going to go ahead and let me see here. A little bit different, a little bit fun. All right, how about the ZBrush End-to-End Creature Workshop by 3D Concept Artist? This one's going to be really, really cool if you're interested in creatures design. Oh yeah, this is going to be phenomenal. And the winner is, drum roll. Benjamin Williams, congratulations.
She got lucky with that name, Benjamin Williams. You have to work really hard to mess that one up.
Cool. You know, I probably could have.
Oh, stop. You know what I'm not going to mess up is something very important. We're going to turn the dial, and we're going to be sure to thank our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Dell, celebrating 25 years of Dell Technologies, and also NVIDIA here as our platinum sponsors. Special promotional thank yous to those two making it possible to have programming beaming around the world. Ian Robinson, you have been a joy to be with this morning. Your smile is infectious and contagious. We have had the time of our lives. It's myself, Louis Tucci, and Ian Robinson on location. We'll be joined very shortly in the next segment by a gentleman and a scholar in his own right. Raphael Phillips will be with us. Let's get into the reel, and we'll see you all here for the ZBrush Summit 2022 after this.
Yes, I'm super excited. Let's go.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Expanding the flow of my musculature in my jaw. We are live again. Louis Tucci here. We are live on the floor of the Mobian Studios in sunny Burbank, California for day 3 of the ZBrush Summit 2022. We have seen everything. I got Ian Robinson to the left of me, still smiling and still happy to be ongoing with.
Well, I just love all this. I mean, there's so much. The summit always brings every single year, everything. Just like we just stack everything.
Speaking of bringing, Ian,
I don't even know. We just stack and stack and stack, and it's awesome, and I love it.
let me draw your attention to something very, very spectacular. I just want to say, speaking of bringing, let's pan the camera to my right here. There's something that has found its way onto the magic screen, and it's covered under this glorious blanket. Can we get a shot of this here? To my right, I have
you do get a. It's right now. They can't tell.
stand.
But there it is.
This thing is. Look
There
at
it is.
this.
It's a
Look at the
blanket.
magnitude of this thing. I'm going to stand right here. Oh, he's come. Look at the size of this thing. Whatever could it be, I'm not going to tell you one iota of what it is. I'm going to bring someone who was remote and on location to help with the bringing of it. Here comes Paul Gabery back
Yeah.
to the mix.
Just also to prove we didn't just like ship him off. You know, we have him. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Gabery.
It
Say
took
hi.
time.
I'm back. He's back. Ladies and
Real
gentlemen.
Paul. Don't drop that thing.
Oh, no way.
Okay, so you're
you
back from the AFA.
Which was awesome.
American Fine Art Foundry.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Give us
It
your
was fantastic.
sentiment. Your immediate feeling is what? Look at
I want a bronze.
He wants a bronze.
I want a
Right?
bronze. That's my immediate feeling.
Birthday coming up.
Sure.
Maybe birthday Christmas from the whole office.
There you
We're
go.
all gonna have to pitch.
Not in gold, that's for
Yep.
You're not getting it in gold, Ian Robinson, that's for sure.
We go.
Okay,
boy.
so tell us here, for all the people at home, the millions and millions around the world in 190 countries, Maxon ZBrush is here live with what have we got under the veil?
Yep, so I figured, might as well, we just did that segment to start off the day, so we showed it at AFA, so I figured, you know what? Let's show it today as well.
Let's
So,
do it.
without further ado, I want to show in person. We brought it back with us.
What is it?
The bronze of the cheetah
Wow.
from Bien Vichar. So there you go, there you have it. This gives you, with my hand next to it, gives you a scale, a little bit of how big it is as well. So that way you guys can see it. We're going to keep it on set for the rest of the day.
Let me stand next to this thing a
There you
second
go.
here too. Holy smoke.
Yeah,
Ian.
yeah, yeah. Look
There
at
you
that.
go. It's pretty nice.
Wow.
It is nice.
Wow.
Look at that. That's a good shot right there. That's beautiful. Yep. Well, I don't want to take up too much time because we want to get to our next presenter.
You do, absolutely.
So I'm going to hand it back to you boys. Thanks for letting me be a part of the show.
Guys,
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Paul Gabery. Paul Gabery.
All right, now get out of here.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, Ian, look at the Patina.
Look at this thing. I mean,
Go on, take a walk.
I
He wants
didn't want
take
to
a look.
crowd the space here.
Go on, take a
but
walk. Ian
this is really cool. It's super, like, I don't even want to touch
that.
it.
Get your hand away.
But it's just amazing to be able to see a ZBrush sculpture turned into bronze.
Okay,
And
stand over there. We're gonna look at the
it's-
scale here. Let's
because
see.
the thing is like,
Wow.
This is a achievable process that a lot of artists can obtain. And if they wanted to get into this, like we showed earlier, so if you missed it earlier, we had Paul Gabery at AFA, and they showcased a lot of this
Fine Art
process.
Foundry, yeah.
So you definitely want to come back to that if possible. But man, it's truly amazing. And like Paul said, he wants one for his birthday. So I think we're all going to have
You
to
stay right there. Stay put. They're taking photos around the world. Screen grabs are happening all around. Oh, wait a second. We're doing a post.
Yeah, just a Superman pose. There you go. Perfect. Okay, well,
Let me ask you a question.
I'm
When you see it up
Yeah, go
close,
ahead.
don't you dare move a muscle here. Hold on a minute. Stay right there. I want people to get this. How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4", and I'm 6'1". So
Yeah.
what we're looking at here is a piece that is probably about maybe a foot across.
Well, Paul's hand was like,
yeah, so and then another maybe a foot up and down. Look at the size of this
Yeah.
thing. It's, really,
And the detail's amazing,
it's a
right?
cheetah, correct?
Yes.
Okay, come, let's take our seats.
Okay,
I want
let's
to talk
do
to you
it.
about I want to talk to you. I'm going to go from cheetahs to panthers.
All right. I didn't want, like I said, I knew Paul was there and you were up there. I just didn't want to crab.
You know where we're about to go now? We're going to go and we're going to continue with a gentleman who I actually have a really glorious opportunity to become more friendly with, not just on a professional level, but on a personal level with this gentleman who we're going to bring to the stage up next is a guy whose skill is at a high, beyond almost red belt level. The guy is a beautiful human being as well, and a traditional sculptor to boot.
Yeah.
So he's none other than, up next is going to be Raphael Phillips, who is going to be known to probably those of you who actually tuned in when Ian was remote
At Sideshow.
When he was, let me say it again, when he was remote, Ian, and on location where?
Sideshow.
Wakanda forever. Up next. Stay tuned. If you didn't know, now you know. We're going to run the reel. We got Raphael Phillips. Don't you dare move a muscle, gorilla. Guys, a formal introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Raphael Phillips on the main stage here for the Maxon ZBrush Summit 2022. Ian Robinson, Raphael Phillips, welcome, my friend and fellow compatriot in all things pizza related. How do you feel? Buongiorno bello.
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot with Italian. I feel great. I feel great. Yes. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. This is like a real blast. So.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. I want to say over the years you have been involved in some really fantastic projects, some really incredible work. We were alluding to the fact that Ian walked down the haloed hallways of the Sideshow Collectibles, and your Chadwick Black Panther was featured there. Just a groundbreaking piece. People are talking about it the world over.
Thank you.
Especially the detail in the suit. I mean, I'm going to bug you about that later.
Of course. Yeah.
They were explaining how intricate that was.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm a visual learner. So I'm like, well, I have the privilege of having him here, so I'm going to bug him.
We could talk about that we could talk about that the whole day, I'm sure, and the people would not be upset about it. But with that being said, let's turn it over to you. And what have you been doing? What have you got for us today?
Oh man, I've been doing a lot, but I figured I'd give the people out there just a very brief intro about who I am. My name is Raphael Phillips, and I actually started out drawing at a young age as a kid. That morphed into going to SCAD, and at that time when I went to SCAD, there was no game track or...
Savannah College of Art and Design.
Yes.
For the people watching at home, somewhere some kid is like, what is a SCAD? What is a SCAD?
Yeah. It's a weird bug. So there was no game track or VFX track. It was just 3D in general. So went there, got my degree, was lucky enough to have the first place to call me outside of school was Rockstar Games. Went to Rockstar, had the privilege to work on, as a character artist, work on Rockstar Presents Table Tennis. And at the time of that game, we were a little small game that was next to a behemoth of Red Dead Redemption. So it's a whole crazy, great story. But worked on table tennis, shipped that, worked on Red Dead, left and then went to go find myself. I went really hard in the paint. I had something to prove to the world and burnt myself out in the process.
Okay.
So
where'd you go?
I moved up to LA.
Oh, sweet.
And just started randomly bartending and wanted to see if I still loved doing this. And so every day I was making stuff. Every day I was in ZBrush. Every day I was still sculpting. And I had to prove to myself that I really loved it. Found out that I loved it, moved over to VFX. And in that department, I did cinematics. I'm skipping over years because I just don't want to bore people with this, but.
The dark years of bartending. We can all get lost in the rabbit hole. We can all skip over the bartending. We're not talking about my bartending years.
Doing other things informs everything else you do. But so did VFX, previs, postvis, cinematics, and that eventually led me to working on my first big Marvel flick, which was Black Panther. I was working on the digital double of Chad. Didn't know how that was going to come back around later, but that's life. So at that time, at movie studios, you're getting a lot of really cool images from 3D artists, and it's concept work. Yeah. But I had never, most of the time, if you want a job in the industry, you go to the website and you just pull it down, and you can, okay, I can apply for this job, that job. But this level of 3D concept art, I had never seen before, and so. I didn't see these jobs advertised. And I found out it's through the union. So 2019, I was lucky to be pulled into Jupiter's Legacy. And I actually was working as a costume concept artist. And that was all powered by ZBrush because my drawing skills, zero. I used to be able to, but I sold my soul to the 3D devil a long time ago. So
here we go.
That's super important though. So, because I get this question a lot, I'm sure you get this question a lot. Do I need to be a 2D artist in order to do 3D? And I think proof is right here in front of us.
No,
you don't.
It helps though.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it
I'm
definitely
sit back and let you guys talk about this for 30 seconds. Go ahead. Please and thank you.
So I had to learn how to paint. I had to learn on the job. Like, that's my career has been very weird. Like a lot of learning on the job.
You mean physically paint?
No, just digitally paint.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of like painting over a 3D model. With VFX in games, your lead or whoever else understands that when they're looking at the gray shaded model, they know how much time it's going to take. They understand where in the process you are. With concept, you're dealing with directors, producers, costume designers. They don't understand any of that. And so what they're expecting at the end of the day is multiple iterations of something, of an idea explored. And on a 3D timetable, that's rough.
Yeah.
And so I had to learn how to, do the dog and pony show every single day. And it actually made me a better artist because it just got me to think outside of just typical A pose and just very static mesh building.
Right.
And the whole time, and actually I can pull it up here, I'll just have this on the screen, but the whole time, my personal work from the very beginning is actually what got me in the door for everything. Like,
Oh, your personal work is par excellence. The thing you've got up on the screen right now is one of many. I just want to pause and take the opportunity. If you haven't been, it's RAPH3D. That's RAPH3D.com. That's RAPH3D.com. And you're going to see some stormtroopers, some very unusual and possibly quite, some people might say, wow, that's pretty street heavy. I like that, though.
Yeah.
There's one that in particular sticks out as the pink one.
Oh, yes. It's an homage to Cameron.
Yeah, don't sleep on that one.
Oh, yeah. See, this is what's happening in my brain all the time, and that's actually why I was able to be good at concept, because it's weird in here. And so with concept,
you say it's weird in here?
It's weird in here.
That's why you keep it warm.
Every artist, it's weird, but like, it's just who is mashing up hip hop stuff with stormtroopers? It's just very bizarre. So, concept became like a part where I could exercise that bit. And then 2020, I got the call to work on the Black Panther statue because of some of the personal work that I was doing. And it's some of like the yoga poses and stuff that that anatomy exploration got the attention of Sideshow. They brought me on to do the Black Panther statue, and
these beautiful pieces here.
Oh yeah,
He's got a venom there. I know he's got you smiling already.
I love that.
This is actually based off of a sketch from a friend of mine, Chase Conley, incredible 2D artist.
Right.
But so it's just once I started really getting out of that A pose, because just when you work in production long enough, it kind of, I'm not gonna say stunts your thinking, but you really have to push yourself.
Myopic.
Yeah, I mean, like I was modeling stuff like this for years in the typical A pose, T pose, and that's just not exciting. And it doesn't actually make you grow as an artist because you're not pushing muscles, you're not pushing anatomy, you're not pushing anything. And so actually concept work and having to be very fast brought me to sculpting for statues. Yeah. And so, did that.
I did that once, skiing. The one on the right?
Yeah, by accident?
Of course. Yes. Nothing like that happens skiing on purpose, unless you're really trying to do something spectacular.
Here comes Louis Tucci skiing like that.
It's skiing on my arms.
I'm glad you're still among the land of the living.
Thank you. Yes.
That's intense.
Very intense.
So
I don't ski anymore.
That's an honest point, yeah.
There's a joke there, but I'm not going to make it. We're live.
Yeah. So that is basically what my career has been up to this point. And I still do all of these things. I still work in games. I still work in statues. I still concept. Like, it's weird to say this, but the pandemic has actually been very good for me. And that's not taking away from just the crazy times that we all go through.
Right.
But it's enabled me to have a pot on each stove and not go crazy, because I enjoy doing all these things.
Yeah, so. Well, I think Ian and I can agree. We'll give each other a fist of fury here in the middle. We agree that it's a good thing for the universe that you're doing all those pots, you're cooking all those pots at the same time, because the work is phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
And we're really happy. The first thing I would ask you is probably about the costuming for Black Panther, and that experience. Maybe if I don't want to derail your presentation, but I think a lot of people are probably wondering, like, oh, did you have contact with the actor and the fittings and those types of things, and what was that like?
No. What I did have access to is, so this is just the base pure ref file for the statue, or for the costume itself, and this will play a part much later. But what I did have access to was some set photos, and it's basically just like I don't even know if it was Chad in the outfit. It's just person standing there and they're just doing 360s. And even for the Black Panther movie, these are the same photos that the VFX houses get. Right. And so I had access to that, but the problem with making it one-to-one is that it's not heroic. Like, I mean, if you look at a lot of these costumes, they're shooting it from certain angles. I mean, it's just, we're not superheroes. I mean, other than The Rock. You know? Other than The Rock.
We just transferred that name across space and time continuum. I was like, Dwayne Johnson is a superhero.
Yeah.
Like, there's no bodysuit on him at all. That's
no. I mean, there's a handful of people, but it's most of the,
couldn't help myself.
So most of the time, it's you know, you're looking at a digital double on the screen, and so, like, if I actually had the whole image of this up, you could see, like, even the boots on him were just baggy, and it just wasn't, it didn't feel good. But I used this as a starting point, and I mean, should we just jump in?
It's all you.
Oh, okay.
It's all you now. Yeah, we don't want to derail you. We just
all right,
sort of warm you up.
So
get you comfortable.
This is I'm starting a little bit later in the process. I mean, obviously we fleshed out the pose. Even this pose is a little weird because you don't really stand like that. And so there was a lot of like back and forth to figure out what this pose was. And so initially they went with his Civil War outfit because it was simpler. This is actually false. It was not simpler. And so once I started, like when you start really getting into this, it's insane.
Yeah.
And so like, and then it's just like you're talking about printing this up so that it's not murraying across, you know, the figure. Yep. And so there's different patterns in different sections. I didn't really look at this until the pose was locked. And then, I mean, if I had hair to pull out, I would have just pulled it out once I had to start like figuring out how to make
pull
this.
some out for you, you know?
Yeah. So, in order to start figuring this out, and we're just kind of starting from like the midpoint here. Everything is already locked, and I mean there are changes that are coming. This is not his final face for the sculpt. I had to figure out what the outfit was. Now, if I'm modeling this for VFX, I only really have to model half the outfit because it's, again, the A pose. But with this, you have to lock the pose first.
Right.
But then when you have a complicated outfit like that, the first thing I tried to figure out was how do I do this? And what I did was I just poly painted the entire outfit in grayscale on this model. Because I had to see what this was going to do around the entire form. And there was a lot of erasing. I mean, I think this took like 2 days to really dissect. So Ryan Meinerding over at Marvel VizDev was the guy that concepted this, the Civil War outfit. I had to dissect his design into a way that I can make it. So once I poly painted in grayscale, I didn't know what to do from there. So I actually just did a little bit of research, and what I did was I went to the masking and mask by, well, there used to be mask by hue, but I don't know if this is like a slightly updated version, but there was a mask by hue. And what that's gonna give you is, and I set it to like 0.001 to extract. And it gave me this very rough outline. And so from there, I actually began to break that down into smaller sections and refine those sections. And what you'll see is, actually here, let's go here. So this is just from the render, but what you'll see, some of these sections, I broke it up into hard plastic that had some of these custom-made alphas. I broke it up into soft plastic that had these strips here, and I'll show it more in the file. Those were just surface projections with the UVs. And then the suit itself was all UV'd in a particular way, and then so I could just surface project.
Wow.
So,
and if you don't mind me, like,
of course,
where did you come up with those alphas in particular? Did you pull any reference for that?
This is all, so when you start to like really dissect this suit, it's all in there. I actually had to like start to adjust the level so I could really see it, but it's all in the suit. Like Ryan lost his mind when he made this suit. I mean, it's beautiful, but like making this in pose was easily the hardest thing I've ever done. So let's see, let's go. No. Okay, there we go. So from there, I mean, you start to see like the refining of these pieces. And then let's go here. So just flashing forward a little bit, now you get to see, it's almost like a vein system. I had to separate these things into pieces that I could actually move because there was another part that came after this. But so here you see like the purple is actually like, it's the thing that separates all the texture and the detail. And I had to raise it enough so that when this was printed, they could actually paint it without bleeding into the other parts. Because there's just, I mean, zooming out of this, there's just so much.
It's already the complexity and level of detail so far, and you're not even done explaining.
No,
half
not even done.
Is just mind blowing. Like I'm getting fires and mind blowing, and holy moly is over here.
It's so. Let's see. All right, so then this is just the next step. So some of these custom-made alphas, I just stamped one at a time. I mean, it's just going in for these bits. There was no fast way to do it. I tried at first to maybe see if I could just like cheat and just do like just a flat projection, and it didn't look good. And so it was just, you just have to do it the hard way. That's the only way to get anything good. There's no cheats for that. Yeah. And so, I mean, you can kind of see just going all around, there's just stamps everywhere. And so these straps here, you'll see in the next file. So when we start to look at the whole thing together, it reads, even from afar, it doesn't necessarily read as noise. You know what I mean? It reads as just like, as texture. And so one thing that Anthony Messis and I had to do was we had to play with, obviously this is wrong. It just looks too big, but we weren't sure how fine we could make that the smallest grain on the base of the suit, because at the time when I was making this, there wasn't a printer capable of printing that up.
Physically making it.
And so these are just two examples of a much larger detail. But when I actually finished it, a new printer had come out, and so Anthony, this was just like a test of sending this back and forth to just see what grain we could actually get away with. And luckily, the new printer could print, I mean, this fine grain on the suit. And so for this, I can actually show you. Let me go back here.
Wow.
Just to kind of give you an idea, this is essentially creating a VFX asset without the properties of having the RGB channel to hide different textures in. Like typically, like the suit grain would just be like a tileable texture in a different channel, but you can't do that with a statue because there's no VFX nodes. Right. It's a VFX model without the benefits of having like good shaders. So I can just show you here. I had to lay out all the UVs so that when I did the surface projection in ZBrush, it gave me this detail across the board. And now obviously they're seaming, but I tried to cheat it as best as I could with where some of the suit was just like divided up by the veins. And let's see, so the next bit was that undersuit. As I started looking more into the reference, I saw that Ryan Meinerding, once again, lost his mind by changing the texture in the undersuit in certain patterns. So what I had to do, this red kind of represents like when I was projecting onto the surface, I actually masked out the red so that it wouldn't project on that. Inverted that mask and then projected a different texture onto it. So you can kind of see on the screen right, if you look in that V, or if you look where those red bits are, you'll see how that texture just really pops out a little bit more. I mean, it's really subtle stuff, but when you actually see the actual statue, it sings. Like, I didn't know how good this was gonna look. Like, I got tired of looking at this thing. But when I saw it,
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, actually, we had a question coming in about how much details actually disappeared And from what I saw in person, because I got a chance to look at that statue.
You touched it.
I touched, yeah.
Saw you.
There wasn't a whole lot of detail lost that I could see visually. Now, obviously, you'd be the one to really know since you really pushed it as far as you could. But if there was any, how much detail loss do you think?
I mean, let's see. So I have the final, I mean, we're talking like degrees, you know what I mean? Like
fractional.
Yeah, like
if we look at this undersuit here, sorry, it's a little bit heavy, but if we look at the undersuit there, you can kind of zoom in and see that it's decimated just for sanity's sake, because just to get that level of detail on it, I had to really bump up the resolution.
Yeah.
But it lost it only by the percentage that it was decimated. Like the people over at Sideshow are wizards. Like the painters, like the people that put this stuff together, like it makes the digital sculpting of it seem easy. So
The very fact that those things are going in different directions already is something that
it's
crazy.
Yeah.
He lost his mind when he made this. Like
why?
It's a beautiful design, and there's just a lot of flow and a lot of nuance that if you don't actually make the outfit, you don't see how good some of the visual development and conceptual minds behind this really truly are just gifted people. So, I mean, this was here. You can really see it in this forearm. Like, you have that grain going one way, and then in that same undersuit, it just like really pops out.
Yeah.
And so this was the final model. Sorry, it's chugging a little bit just because it's a very, very heavy file.
You don't have to apologize, and that's a very, very powerful machine brought to us by Dell. That is definitely a large file in that case, because that would be the one that has slowed it down only.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I have a great computer at home, and my computer like hates me because of just like stuff like this.
Because it's black, you don't really see all of the.
Yeah.
You really have to kind of look at it closely to see it, you know.
And because it's damn near 2 feet tall, you can really, like, I was shocked. Like, I'd never worked on something like you work on a movie, and it's writ large on a big screen, but it's just seconds. You know what I mean? Like, the point is not to be too flashy, or else you failed at the VFX.
Yeah.
But this is just all flash, and so you can really just. I mean, the art director, JP Mavinga, he told me, he's like, with these pieces, when you make them, it's something that you don't understand the depth until you're sitting there and walking around. And when I turned in the final piece, he said, Raph, this is like, you should feel very proud of this, because this is something that with each view, you're going to get a new thing from it, just because there is so much detail and nuance.
Yeah,
and so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, the level of detail, again, everybody in the chat is just blown away. I'm blown away by it for sure.
Oh.
It's just amazing to see, the patience too invested in this model in order to get that level of detail. Because like you said, I kind of want to go back over that a bit. You couldn't find an easy way because of how complex the design itself was.
Yeah. Right.
And sometimes you just kind of need to say, okay, I need to do this by hand.
Yeah.
What's your take on that? I mean, just to go in a little bit more.
Well, so when I started on this was February 2020. So, I mean, the world shut down the next month. So I kind of just lost a sense of time. Like, work for everybody just got really weird in general, because
yes, it did.
It was, I mean, we all lived through it, we all know. And so burying my head in this was a way of coping with everything. So it wasn't really, it was difficult, but it didn't seem, if I was not doing this in the pandemic, it would have seemed much harder.
Yeah.
And so there just was no shortcut. And there was just like, okay, well, I don't know how to do this. Let me figure it out, because outside is burning and nobody can find toilet paper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I have comments about the first thing people looking for is toilet paper. That's not the first thing I'd look for while the world is burning, but I guess that's to each their own.
Well, I can tell you already, just from the chat's reaction, you've inspired a lot of artists already to push their models further and maybe just say, okay, you know what? I'm just going to get into it. I'm just going to do it. I can't find the easy way. I'm going to go ahead and just start going. Everything's a learning lesson, and already it's just amazing to see the like I said, patience, the complexity, the design, and the thought process on how you even chose to break this down. It's really. We just started.
That's not an understatement.
And I'm already like, oh my God.
There's something very important you're saying there is the compartmentalization of the process
Yes.
is extremely important.
Yes.
I think to hear you say that right out of the gate, to see people are going to have misconceptions. Man, I could never do that. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. It's just a compartmentalization and tackling the
Yeah.
pieces one piece at a time and putting it together as a unified theme. You know, I think that there's a real power in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you just zoom in again for us, for our own sort of selfish edification here, as Ian and I are just smiling, looking at this thing.
No, it's awesome. I did have a question to you too. Kind of saw it come through on the chat a little bit, but you kind of used Morph UV a little bit to showcase our UVs.
Yeah.
If you don't mind going into that process a little bit on how you implemented the UVs to make the design what it is.
So let's see. Let me find the right
And the
one.
questions really come in here, don't they? It's
Yeah,
good stuff. This is
absolutely.
good stuff. Keep it coming, folks at home. 190 countries around the globe.
So kind of going back to the beginning of my career, started off in games.
Yeah.
Games, more than VFX, UVs are very, very, very important. And so I'm so glad I got that foundation, because a clean UV layout is just, it's a must. And so granted, you don't necessarily need that for collectibles, but for this, I needed it. And so kind of going back again, I laid out the UVs in different UDIMs. And let me see if I can. So, I mean, you can kind of get a sense of what the UDIM flow was. I mean, these are janky UVs. It's not game-like UVs. But I had to lay them out all vertically, so that when I project it in ZBrush, it's going to go as best as it can in the right direction.
Yeah.
And so each UDIM was just like, each island here probably represents one UDIM. And so each UDIM was all going up and down and just surface projection.
Right.
But then kind of going back to this, so this base undersuit, all the blue, not the lines and not like the things that I actually stamped, that base undersuit is just the result of surface projection in ZBrush. However, the red there is what I actually had to mask out. And so when you can actually surface project and mask out, and it's not going to project on that mask. Like, these are things I didn't even think to do before, because I'd never had to do it. It just kind of shows the power of ZBrush. And, I mean, I'll shill for you guys all day, because you helped me make this piece. But
Thank you.
It's just masking alone. You can do so much with it. It's like painting in Photoshop. Like, masks are a very simple tool, but they're very, very powerful. And so masking that out, I just inverted the selection and then just projected on that.
I said this a million times, Ian. You might not have. I've been saying this for a number of years, that we were at SIGGRAPH one time, and someone asked, I'll repeat this story. It begs being repeated. They said, what's your favorite feature? We just released Dynamesh at the time, so I'm aging myself there again. But I said, oh, masking, you know, there's such, and they looked at me like I was being facetious. And I thought, no, it's really a powerful series of operations located in that little menu, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And this is just the proof in the pudding now, fast forward to, 2022 to see this finished product wouldn't be possible without that functionality.
Not at all.
The way that functionality works,
well,
too.
would it be possible? Yeah, but
Sure,
it'd take
possible.
a lot longer.
Not in the time frame, not in the expedient fashion with which we know it's to work. I think we could all agree, like, major thumbs up in that case where that palette is concerned. So.
I mean, I'm not like, I think I'm fairly worldly, but I'm not really that intelligent when it comes to using software. Like, there are people that are, oh, I do this, and then I do this, and then I just like hook the shader up and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not me. So I just use all the basics to the highest ability. Like, there's no
you can say that again. You used the basics to the highest ability that time. Wow. What an understatement. That's the understatement of the entire ZBrush Summit.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Got another question for you.
Of course.
How do you deal with the struggle of the shapes as the suit deforms, as the body deforms, especially in the early stage when you're posing? Are there little tricks or techniques you fall on that you could share with the audience that might help them, kind of push their asymmetrical sculpting to the next level?
Reference and acting it out.
I like that.
When I was in school, all the animators were sitting in the same rooms, all the models, because it's just one big computer lab. Sure. And you would see the really good animators get up and act a scene out. Like, it kind of goes to, the same methodology can be applied to sculpting something in pose. Even if you can't do it beginning to do it, you get to see like where the muscle is tensing. So you can kind of think about, like, you can feel it on yourself. And so then you can think about, like, I want to emphasize that part. Reference, shoot reference of yourself, find reference online. Like, I would share I would have brought the pure ref file of the actual thing that I use for anatomy, but there's just a lot of nudity, and I just.
No, that's
but
fair.
it's
Got a family show here.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Family
it's
show
just
broadcasting around the globe.
Yeah. There's just a lot of male bodies, but it's just like you had to see everything so you could just understand how it flows. So it's referencing, acting it out yourself, shooting reference of yourself, understanding the pose to a degree. Like the yoga stuff came from me just actually loving to do yoga. You know what I mean? And it's I can't do some of the stuff that I was sculpting, but it's just, keep it loose, keep it fast. Like everything I do now starts out with a sphere and a cube. Like just like kind of make a quick puppet and then just go from there.
Oh, that's really great to hear that simplicity at the core of it.
Yeah, I'm very simple. There's no like tips and tricks. I'm sorry. I wish I had them. Probably for my own sake.
I think that's good to hear, especially, again, they see the caliber of work that you're putting out, and to hear you come on and say, how the process was for you, and how you even had to find solutions for problems that necessarily, isn't something you can just quickly search, how do I do such and such? You kind of had to push through and preserve that approach for it. So it was really cool to see. It was really cool to see just already, even like you said, you're like, I think you're being humble with these simple tools, but seriously, there's a lot going on here, and it's truly amazing for you to share this.
Yeah, it is. Totally. I agree.
It's my pleasure.
That's a good point. And it's a bit of an inward journey that you're speaking about, like you're talking about just trying to understand the volumes and the forms and then working to meet the requirements of the design. But that pragmatic approach that you demonstrated, that is a tip of the highest magnitude. I think we would agree, right? Like, not getting lost in the complexity of it and just really looking at it from the most simple. I think there's a maturity of design in mind there at work, which is not a simple thing at all. It speaks to your experience. I think maybe now looking from where we are on the roost, say, it's just this simple process. We get guilty of that too in the development of the software, perhaps in some ways. You think like, they're just these simple little features, but they're really not. In some cases, they're quite exponentially life-changing and workflow-oriented wise. They have long-lasting impacts and effects. Something as simple as even a modification into the masking palette can have exponential changes in people's workflows and drastically change the way that we see.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Seeing it here in the chat.
In the
Mask
chat,
is goat. Masking, love masking. You know what I mean? Everybody. No, it's great.
Because from that algorithmic process of masking, you get extractions.
Yes.
And then from that algorithmic process of extractions, you have the concept of a ZRemesher, which is, I would sort of stake my reputation on that's the process in the way that it's maybe come to life. And they are in that operationally in that order. They've been at least in that order, so to speak. If you look at the trajectory of the software, you see that as a natural, it's a very natural flow of the tools in response to the artists. And to hear you say that today is the highest sort of, I think we can all speak freely about that and say it's a high compliment to our team and to the way that the software is being used in and of itself. But, and also, this brings me to something very important. The skills that you're demonstrating are, I met you, I'm going to divulge.
Oh, of course.
I met you very serendipitously, I'm so grateful to all the cosmic orders that have brought you to me. Through David Simon's sculpture workshop in Van Nuys, California. If you don't know who David Simon is, check him out. He's a teacher extraordinaire, sculptor extraordinaire. He's a truly wonderful guy. And
yes,
I think for the kind of people to be in the room that were in the room during that particular workshop is a statement to his greatness as well. Well, let's talk about the sort of the trajectory of your work in the traditional space. You are actively sculpting in the traditional space. I won't say much more. I'll let you talk about it.
So I think it was around 2016. I saw David was offering this program in Rome for the summer. Sculpt 2 weeks in Rome, and it's something that was always on my radar, but I just never really pursued it.
Right.
And then after the world opened back up, I'm just like, I'm doing everything, man. I all these things that I wanted to do, like, just let's go for it because, You never know.
Why not?
And so 2021, I think it's been a little over a year, I just started taking his classes regularly. It's basically every 2 months. And
His classes, David. Right.
I mean, it's just going to be something I do until I can't. I love it that much. But it was very interesting because I remember once taking a Simon Lee class, and he talked about the sense of gravity being the most important thing in a sculpt. And at the time, I don't think I was ready for his class. Like, I was a professional, but again, I was sculpting everything in A pose. Like, there's no sense of gravity if you're just, doing this. Sure. And it's not until you start doing other things until you can really get it. And I remember taking David's first class, or the first class with David, and it just, a lot of Simon's words just started coming back. And it's just like, you really start getting the understanding of that sense of gravity when you have to, like, you're struggling with the armature and like, oh my God, my fingers hurt. And then there's like, oh, I have to make both sides of this figure. Like, it's just, I have to make both sides of the face. And it was something that, like, you spend so much time sitting in front of a computer. It is just a different way to exercise that same muscle while also not burning yourself out.
Right.
And it just, I mean, I've been doing it for basically a year straight now, and it's just given me so much joy. And I had the principles of sculpting because of digital sculpting, but it just elevates those principles in a different way. And again, without burning yourself out. Like, I mean, a lot of my personal work I do is on the computer, but then it's like, Saturday, Sunday, late night on a weekday, and then you're right back at it, the next morning. And it starts to just slowly chip away sometimes.
Yeah.
And the sculpting just rejuvenated my spirit in, like, the biggest way. And I think it's actually making me a better digital sculptor as well, because it's just, there's things that you can't learn until you do it. Like, it's just
Like a tactile thing, right? Like a tactile thing, physical.
Yeah. I mean,
understanding.
even if you look at some of Simon's digital sculpts, is he doing all the tips and tricks? No. Is it sometimes a little crude? Yeah, but the feeling and the emotion is there, and he gets it so quickly. And I just don't think you can learn that by only sitting on the box. It's just, I mean, you look at a lot of, like, I'll use Raf Grazzetti as an example. Like, he can sculpt physically. Like, him figuring out Kratos for the first game.
Yep.
Physically,
1,000%.
it's just, there's a power there, and it translates easier to, to the screen. So,
100%.
100%.
I was very fortunate because I was the model. And that's how we came to meet.
Yeah, I know. It was a great class.
That was a great piece.
Yeah.
Fantastic piece. Ian, any more questions coming in on?
Oh yeah, we have a few questions.
Probably a ton.
First one is the design that you get from for your collectibles work. Is it always 2D, or do you sometimes get a little bit of a change up?
I'm working on my third piece right now. The second piece is absolute insanity. I can't wait for you guys to see it. I don't know when it's gonna be out, but it's truly insane. The first two pieces were just 2D. The third piece was a rough 3D sculpt. Like, I mean, super rough. Like, I mean, like, it was crude, but it just projected the idea.
Yeah.
So it just, I would say most of the time it's 2D, but, I got thrown a loop with a 3D base, and,
Nice.
just started from there, because it's just like, why am I going to start from scratch if there's already a scratch? Obviously, I'm changing it a lot, but it's just,
No, that's really, really cool. And then, talking about masking and extracting and stuff like that, when you use mask extraction, do you set the slider thickness to 0 and work off of single-sided geometry, or do you actually set a thickness and then start manipulating it?
For extraction, or?
Yeah, for mask extraction.
I mess around with the thickness.
There you go.
Because it also depends on the scale of the model, but most of the time it's just like, it's never going to be what you want. Like, for this, I think it was, let's see, if I can find the right file. This extraction here from the grayscale was, I mean, that was 0.001% thickness.
Oh, okay.
That was all one extraction.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
quite the extraction.
That's quite the extraction. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
both looking at each other like that was quite the labor of love.
But it's just like, the other thing is, like, when you're kind of combining this whole thing together and Booleaning everything together, I had to really have control over these pieces so I could make it airtight and actually bring that surface inside.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it just depends on the, like for hair, if I'm just doing like a quick sculpt of just like a bust, I'll have like a big extraction so I don't have to, you know,
Yeah.
like build up a shape, you know.
You had
It's just-
alternate versions too of the. I wanted to come back to the Venom piece. I don't know if you had, if you brought that file. That would be a.
I
That was wishful thinking. There was an alternate one that you had with Eddie Brock's face coming out of the.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If people haven't seen that one, they should check that one out because that's definitely cool. And then even like the shoes and such. And your most recent work has got some political sort of nature to it. Is that something that you feel driven by now? At this particular junction.
We live in weird times, you know. This is a bizarre, a bizarre timeline of events. Just so I mean, how can you not help but feel everything? You know, we're all connected in a way that I don't know that human beings are meant to be, but to just all the events. So you're going to feel something, or else you're just not. You don't have a pulse, I guess. You know.
Yeah, or maybe become despondent based on the technological sort of overload and sort of cognitive overload.
Yeah.
And you said you mentioned Italy. Ian, we got to go to Italy.
Go.
No, you got to go to Italy too.
I do. Eventually,
We're going to, yeah, we're doing a traveling roadshow to Italy.
Louis teases me because I've never left the country.
No, I'm not teasing. I really want you to go. I want you.
He's like, get out of here, go.
We're going in May to Germany with the company, but that's that's maybe your start-off point.
Yeah, we never know.
We went out and we didn't come back. So you've been going to Italy with the Rome workshops.
Well, only one time. I'm most likely going to go next year.
Well,
I mean, this is just going to be.
You've been going because you're about to go again.
Yeah, probably.
So, and what are you guys working from the models there? And does it involve a tour for people who are interested in that kind of thing?
So David's idea behind this was, I want you to be in a place where you can just see excellent sculpture, like throw a rock and you hit an excellent sculpture, because it gives you ideas about how to approach what you're doing. Right. And it's just basically immersive experience. You know, you're seeing old masters just really do work that, I mean, again, the sense of gravity and the sense of scale, like this Black Panther piece is nothing compared to like actually having to chisel. You know what I mean? There's no undo. Like there's no.
It is less than undo in that case. Crack that thing.
That's a whoops.
Yeah.
Oh. That's an expensive whoops. Yeah, like, oh look, I cracked it. It's going to the quarry.
Months, if not years, of work down the drain. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but yeah, it's about his concept was just being immersed by beautiful artwork and by a high level of artwork, and then taking that directly to your model. And the model that I actually worked on there, I actually found it most, like the most inspiration came in the hands and the feet, like just really kind of watching how the old masters would just push, like if you're just doing this, like for example, the Black Panther piece, if I was doing this now.
Juxtapose that against the Black Panther, because those hands were not the hands of a neophyte. I mean, they're definitely great hands.
I mean, if I'm doing this now, I would push that even more. Like I would just really just get that break.
Are you able to show that? Like, how would you push that? Is that possible? Not to destroy.
Yeah, let me see.
Well, you know what? Maybe the best thing would be to start. How would you make a hand in general in this case then from the beginning? Is that too much to ask at this point?
I mean, I would just use blocks and.
Can you show it? The people want to know. That's what they come for. They're banging on the walls outside the building. They want to see it happen. I don't mean to put you on the spot like that.
Yeah.
It's a simple enough procedure. I think if it can help someone get started, I think we're in the right space.
I mean, if I was just doing it now, like.
So you're literally starting with just the basic primitive and then adding other primitives. Just getting started like that. And is there a reason that you decided to start like that, or is it just something that you? Is that how you started off in ZBrush, just getting?
No,
like that, or?
I used to like build from. I mean, I'm a little old school, like
box modeling.
Yeah, and like I just had a base that I would work from. Okay. And I once had a concept artist who was kind of like a mentor. He basically was just like, you're limiting yourself. And I was thinking about things in terms of production time. You know what I mean? And it's not until I actually started doing it this way that, you know, I understood on a different degree of what he meant. Like, if you're starting from a base already, you're limiting what that thing could be. When you're starting from primitives or just like a basic shape or like Z-spheres or whatever,
Right.
there's no limit.
Yeah, that's my
So
go-to. You know,
that's,
Z-sphere.
I mean, this is going to be super crude. Like, I
please.
promise you I can sculpt.
This was not meant to put you on the spot. No,
but I mean,
please
I
and
would
thank
just
you.
like, you know,
that's
simply do something like this, and then maybe even just like, okay.
But what I do appreciate about this, so first off, thank you so much for even just showcasing this.
Of course.
Yes,
part. Because I mean, I talk about it all the time because my mentor talks about it all the time, but the valley of the suck, the starting point is never pretty. It's always something that is rough. And then as you work it out, you know, you're slowly refining and building and refining until you get to something that you're liking. And then you can step back and be like, all right, where do I go from here? So it's nice to know that we all start from the same spot.
Yeah, and I think from a brand and brand management standpoint, my intention in making you do this is just to show people a varied way to use the software to manipulate and manage their projects. I think that it's not the first thing people think about. It's like taking a bunch of cubes or rectangles and putting them together to make the base of what would become the Black Panther's hand. When people see the finished product, you know, if you pause for a second and just go to the hand that you have up there on the Black Panther, they're not, you know, a lot of people are not sort of versed enough to see that and think like, oh, that could have started from just a simple construction. There's like that.
I mean,
the spelling of the myth that it's all complex from the beginning is like the most important thing.
No, it's for me, like when I almost think I was destined to be a sculptor in a sense because
you feel that you were.
Not destiny is a weird concept, but just like I started out drawing, but blocking in on 2D, like on a piece of paper, was always very hard. Like I just couldn't. It would feel wrong.
Yeah.
And I would watch people do it successfully, and that's the best 2D artists do that. Like I mean, you'll see their blocking, and it's beautiful. I always struggled with that, and somehow in 3D it just makes sense for me.
Right.
Maybe that's just like a lifetime of playing video games, you know? But like, it just finally clicked. And so like this hand, everything started out from just primitives. I mean, I even just see some of my, I've been privileged to know a lot of fantastic artists and just like, this guy, Mariano Steiner, he's a phenomenal sculptor.
He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's the best. Like great personality, great human being, and a fantastic artist. But like watching him time lapse from Z-spheres, it's the same principle.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just he's just. You can really get that sense of emotion and that sense of feeling, and that's what you're searching for at first, before you get to the details. Like I wish I could tell my younger self that, but I think you just kind of have to like stumble around in the dark until you.
You did something exponentially important that I think most people might have missed. Was you made a hand gesture. Ian, he made this hand gesture, and I think it's directly in line with what we saw earlier with our previous presentation on facial construction, and we were talking about it, and Anton said that he keeps a mirror and he makes all these faces.
Yeah.
And you just did the same thing. You just like basically had this hand. And I thought, oh, the way you had your hand like that was exactly what we were thinking. Yeah. So the dialogue is there in your body, you know.
Best reference for hands.
Yeah, I got one right here.
Be the hand you might have.
The hand you might happen to have, but his gestural, do it again if you don't mind. You did this thing with your hand. You're like, I might have done it like this. And there you have it. It's the understanding of your own body is going to translate. I think that's really what it is. It's like you translate your information, your own information into the sculpt. And if you go back to your ZBrush screen, we'll see that already out of the gate, I think you're...
I mean, these were my hands. But the problem with that is a lot of time with hands, I'm using my hands, but I have very like slender hands. And so it's just like, if you need big like hands, like I have artist hands, not like.
Yeah.
No one would be accusing you of being a street fighter.
Yeah.
And we also have an inflate brush for it. Or a bricklayer. He's not a bricklayer for those watching closely.
I don't have like a working man's hand.
Sausage hand. You know what I mean? I ain't got a sausage finger either. And you got working hands over there.
But like breaking that is now what I'm realizing I have to do, because it's like, oh yeah, you can tell like those are not this character's hands. So it's like, that's where the struggle becomes like, okay, let me just make these like, you know, it really has to fit the character. I mean, especially the hands and the feet. I mean, they have to fit the character. It's
100%.
Maybe I'm not gonna say the most important part, but like it's pretty up there. Like, I feel like it's like face, hands.
Yeah, hands down. Yeah, definitely. Like one time, the Undertaker, Mark Calloway, shook hands with us on a patio in Toronto.
Yeah.
And we were like grown men at this time. And his hand was so large that I felt like a child again.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, wow, that's a large hand right there. You know, the man's bicep is as thick as my torso. But carry on with the hand here for a second. Just want to see the overall gesture as you block it in.
And while you're doing that, we do have another question coming in. Do you think about or take into account what it's where the seams are gonna be for breaking up for 3D printing? Do you just go sculpture first and then you kind of sort that out later?
Sculpture first. However, after doing this particular piece, I'm very cognizant of that now. Like it's still sculpture first, but it's just actively kind of looking, just keeping in the back of your mind, like
there you go.
where that's going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
Gotcha.
Where am I going to hide this thing?
But there's also always a way to hide it. I mean, there's always a way. I mean, most of these characters have some sort of glove, some sort of boot, some sort of belt. Like, you know, the superhero outfit is varied, but not really. So, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Superhero renaissance is still upon us. I mean, it's been a very strong run. We get no sign of stopping, and I love it because I'm a comic book fiend.
I mean, this is, again, very crude.
That's okay. I mean, because like you were saying, as long as you get the sense of what it is blocked out first, then you can kind of from there start worrying about the finer details. But, you know, getting something that looks like the hand you want, that's a good approach, right?
I think so.
I mean, I think so. So, you know, I mean, it's essentially just doing this. Like the first day is just like probably blocking out the whole thing. If I have like a set of hands that are close to the pose already, I'll just kind of recycle that. I mean, that's the good thing about working in collectibles is that you have access to all of your previous work. When you work in, for the longest time, I mean, I only have like VFX, you only have what's on the screen. You're pouring hours into like a beautiful model, and it's just like, you're lucky if you get to show the model. You know what I mean? Like the actual like A-pose model. It's most of the time just like, oh yeah, this was the shot on the camera. Maybe it's blurry, but
there's my work, yeah.
So, but with this, it's you have access to everything. So, you know, I try to approach everything with a sense of newness each time. Mm-hmm. But if the deadline is crazy, there's just, you got to do what you got to do. Like, and I just kind of reserve that sense of just like practice for my own work, because a deadline is a deadline. You know what I mean? It's what it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's the nature of working.
Yeah.
I want to open it up for one last question from the studio or from the online audience rather. Ian Robinson, give someone a chance to ask something.
Yeah, let me see. I mean, for the most part, everybody's just really just loving the feel of
Very
it.
happy.
No, this is really exciting for you to come down. I don't see any final questions at this point. I think blockout process we did. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much it. At least for right now, I'm sure.
Ian, how about you? Do you have, as we come into the last 90 seconds of this presentation, do you have anything that presses you that you want to ask or say to Raphael before we send him off into the ether of the internet and wave goodbye?
Honestly, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to come down and hang out with us and talk about art and showcase the wonderful work that you do. Seriously, it's inspiring not only to us here, but also to the audience that just loves this stuff and gets to kind of pick the brain of the artist when they see the work and they can connect the artist to the work. That's always something truly special, so thank you so much.
Oh, no,
yeah, I think that's really, really well said. And also at the same time, I'm so grateful to you as well. On behalf of everyone, thanks for your time and thanks for your contributions, continued contributions to the lexicon that is ZBrush, and your continued. The actual lesson here, I think, is that you have a commitment to self-growth and to personal improvement. And I think that if people are watching around the world, yes, you're at a level, artistically speaking, where people are happy to see that, and you still are someone who promotes the concept of being a lifetime learner, which is something I can get behind, and I applaud you for it. I look forward to being in studio with you again, in a shorter time than it's been since I last saw you.
Yeah.
So on behalf of myself, Louis Tucci, and Ian Robinson, we're here for the ZBrush Summit. This has been Raphael Phillips, who is an artist of high magnitude. We're very grateful for your time. And we thank you for being a part of the ZBrush Summit 2022. We're going to come back with more action after this. Ian's going to be giving away some stuff. But sit tight, people at home. That's the end of another great segment here, the ZBrush 2022 Summit. And we'll be back with Ian to give away some prizes. Thanks for watching.
All right, it's that time again where everybody wants a prize, and I want to give prizes. And that's what's so awesome about this, because we have tons of prizes that were graciously given to us by our
The hits keep on coming, Ian.
So I'm super excited. We can go ahead and start with the first one, which is going to be a 6-month subscription to Gnomon Workshop. So, I mean, just the level of artistry that we've seen so far today, like if you're trying to take yourself to the next level, this is definitely...
You think this might be the place to start?
This might be the place to start, for
That
sure.
or Z Classroom. Here we go.
Here we go. So let's go ahead and draw the winner. And we have Leonardo Zudella. Sorry, I believe that's how you say it. I apologize. I'm going to put it in the chat. Leonardo Zudella, congratulations. This is super awesome. There you go. That is number one. Let me see if I can find another. Give me just a few minutes. We still have a pretty good selection here. So I'm going to say, let me look at this one real fast. 1 second. Gotta keep them coming. All right, let's do a 4-course bundle by XMD Academy.
4, count them 4.
4, that is correct. And I'm just gonna go through this. The winner of this is Nawang Gilson. I believe that's how you pronounce it. I do apologize if I butcher, but I will put it in chat so you know who you are. Nawang, congratulations. That is super, super awesome. 4-course bundle. It's always fun to give stuff away, you know, because it's like it just helps everything. It just helps.
Like a heart of gold.
Yeah,
Digital heart of gold.
Awesome.
You just keep
I could do this all day long. I just give stuff
Just
away.
make people happy.
All right, let me see if I can find another one here. Congratulations again. Let me go ahead and let me see what I could find real fast. Boop.
You know what's wild? The cheetah behind you, and then the cheetah to my right.
The cheetah
keep going,
behind
Ian.
you.
Keep going.
Sure,
Don't let me distract
absolutely.
you.
An all-access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. This one is super awesome as well, because it's just like, again, if you're into jewelry, we covered AFA Foundry earlier today.
Yeah,
So
Eric Keller and Thomas Whittlesback at the helm for the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, so really cool.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead, and we have BLN SMK.
You're the best.
I don't want to get that one.
Is your
either.
face sore from this experience of being here for 4 days?
Oh, it's super, super
I'm
awesome.
happy you're here smiling like
But
that.
there you go. Should we do, I mean, we have a couple more. Should we do another one?
We should. If you have to ask, that's the old motto. It's like throwing a
Perfect.
barbecue. Do I invite the neighbors? If you had to ask, send them an invite.
All right. Well, it just so happens to be that if you give me just a second, please, that we come on over to another all-access membership of the Jewelry Workshop. Yeah, I figured, you know, again, I'm inspired by this statue over here.
Is it too early to tell you bring the jewels?
Bring in the jewels. Bring in the jewels. He's making jewelry now. So let's go ahead and we have Marvin Cruz. Congratulations, Marvin Cruz.
Is that the saying? Bring the jewels?
Huh?
Is that the saying? Bring the jewels? What are the kids say?
I have no idea. I literally.
No, run the jewels.
Run
run the jewels.
All right.
Run
all
the
right.
jewels, Ian.
So I think we'll wait for the other ones.
All right.
For the end. I think that's it for now. We'll kind of.
You done for now?
We're down, but congratulations everybody to all the winners. It's super awesome.
Guess what?
Just keep doing this.
Guess what?
What's up?
We're going to break for a minute, and we're going to come back with more action at the ZBrush Summit 2022. Louis Tucci with Ian Robinson. Sit tight. We'll be back after this.
Yes. All right, let's do it.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Live for one of the last times at this year's 2022 ZBrush Summit. I am your host, Louis Tucci, with my friend and compatriot and fellow ZBrusher, Ian Robinson, to my left. I'm Louis Tucci once again. We are here live. The moment is upon us, Ian.
Yeah, it is.
We've come to the last official presentation. We've got Sea Beast, Netflix, hit film. What a joy.
Oh, yeah.
I feel terrible for those creatures. They're hunting them down. But today we're going to get behind the veil.
It's for our entertainment. So we're
the last presentation, we had, what do you think?
Dude, amazing.
Well, let's have it.
I mean, come on. Seriously, like the level of detail that Raph was able to bring to his statue and really talk about that process and how he was able to push those elements and also, too, just push through and have some perseverance about how he wanted to approach it, because there's not always an easy solution to create the assets that you need. And so he made everything by hand.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of really cool techniques and tips for it. So it was a lot of fun to go through and just kind of watch his mind work and explain everything that, well, artists every day struggle with, you know? We all have that same kind of vein where it's like, how do I get this done? And he was able to kind of break that down. And I'm sure so many people like myself just love to watch other artists come in and explain that because it helps us get through that process. So,
you know, I told him on the way out, I said, most importantly was the idea of overcoming this concept that things need to look good from the beginning, as we were alluding to. But the real issue there was that he started a demonstration of a hand with just some cubes. And that's the message across these days. We hope that this has been a clear message for you all watching at home and around the globe. We're happy to do this to be able to inspire and introduce and inspire and help to integrate ZBrush into your pipeline or into your life. If you're a newcomer, what you've seen a moment ago was the use of just a simple cube to make something really cool. And I think we can all get behind that. We are going to do, up next, like I said, we're going to have Sea Beast, the team from Netflix. It's going to be Charles Ellison and Leticia Gillett, who is a fellow Noman friend of mine. So we'll run the credits and we'll come back after this. Wave to the people at home, Ian, for the last time here. We'll be back in a minute with our Sea Beast friends. Well, from remote locations around the globe, they gather for the ZBrush Summit. Ian Robinson to my left, Louis Tucci here live with Charles Ellison and Leticia Gillett. Good to see you all, waving hello emphatically.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, how are you two doing today?
A bit crazy, not gonna lie. This almost didn't happen for us. We had a situation where Mother Nature threw a curveball. I was all set up at home, ready to go. Leticia and I have been communicating, getting excited, and my power goes out.
No.
Luckily, we have high winds here in Los Angeles right now, but luckily, Leticia's husband, Chris, amazing 3D artist, has a really great setup here that I was able to just kind of pack up my tower, bring it over, scrambling down to the wire, got it set up. You should have saw us. You would have been proud of us, but we're ready to go.
You said it. We are very proud. And Chris, thank you so much for helping to make this segment a reality. Put her there for Chris.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A T-shirt in the mail for you, old sport. Maybe even a hat. It wouldn't be possible without it. Leticia, what's going on there?
We're good. I have Charles here in my house now.
Yeah, right. An unexpected house guest. There we go.
Sharing space. That's always nice.
We're in the same studio, so.
It looks great. Right. You got some Disney characters behind you.
Got the
nice
fun bit of collectibles back there. I love that. The inspiration is amazing.
I want to break out into the song, but I won't because we'll get in trouble.
Please sing, please, Louis. Hi, everyone in the world.
Well, we're glad that you're here with us today. Yeah, it has been crazy winds here in Los Angeles, so we're happy to have you.
We're safe and sound inside the Mobian green screen hangar here. Very safe, thank goodness, and the feed is continuing to be broadcast around the world. But let me just introduce you properly. Charles Ellison started a career as a young boy, it says, and originally you were from Venezuela, growing up with movies and cartoons at the epicenter of your being, and around, I'm going to age you now, and maybe age us all a little bit, but in '93, you and Paul Gaboury have this in common, the Jurassic Park moment of truth, where you say, is it real?
That's right. That's right.
Are they real? And then somebody says, no, it's a film, and that is basically how you got started. And then Toy Story pushed you one step over the edge, as Paul mentioned yesterday, so you have that very same parallel trajectory. You've worked for DreamWorks, and now you're with Netflix and Aspire Studios as well. So tell us a little bit about what you've been up to and what you've been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if it's a good time to maybe share screen. I just have a few things of.
You may if you wish. Yeah, you're in charge, and then we'll move over to Leticia.
Okay. Do I just go ahead and share screen from the Zoom, or is it already set to go? Let me see here.
Yeah.
I think it should be good there. There we go.
Yeah, we see it.
Oh yes.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I mean, let me just elaborate on that a little bit, and thank you, Louis. That's a great intro. I've really benefited from having just tremendous opportunities. Like I mentioned there, influenced by movies since I was a boy. Movies for me, just kept me company, man. In so many different ways. When you're an only child and you need to find things to do, and you're done playing outside, like cartoons and movies, that's where you kind of get lost. And so really for me, it's a very nice journey to discover that I ended up working within the entertainment industry and creating characters. Jurassic Park and Toy Story were so pinnacle for me in terms of like even understanding this as a goal, as something attainable. So went to traditional art school, like so many, that are in this industry. And fast forward a little bit, I got my big break joining DreamWorks. I started at DreamWorks as a 3D modeler. Tremendous group there. I mean, just immense talent and a lot of lifelong friends that I've garnered over there. And it's the kind of place that really inspired. You're surrounded by so many great talented people. Had an opportunity to, work on so many different films, the Dragons franchise, Kung Fu Panda, many others. As I developed there as an artist, I got an opportunity to join, the ranks in leadership, and I was one of the heads of modeling there for a few years. Trolls and Trolls 2, Trolls World Tour, were kind of my first two projects that I supervised. I had the pleasure of, having Leticia on my team, and when you have rock stars like that, it's everything comes really easy. And yesterday, seeing Caleb Bryce, making his presentation for Pixar, it's just for me, it's such a small industry, and he's another artist that I tremendously respect and had the opportunity to work with as well. After I left DreamWorks and ventured out over to Netflix, Jed Schlanger, producer for The Sea Beast, someone I've worked with before at DreamWorks, him and I first talked about Sea Beast and what they're doing, and it was so exciting. Netflix was at that time, really growing and doing so much in terms of all the projects they had going on. I learned a little bit more about it, and when I had the opportunity to join, it was really tremendous for me because it was my first foray really living more on the viz dev side of things, more in art. Even if at DreamWorks you get that opportunity as well in the modeling side of things, it's to me, this was a departure of making sure I'm thinking just about art, not being too precious about things, and helping develop the creative. And and so that was a tremendous project that I'm excited to talk about. And currently I am now at Spire Animation Studios. We're kind of the new kids on the block. We're small but mighty, but a tremendous group that we are continuously growing. And right now I'm serving as a kind of like a global character art director. So I work on various features, but right now it's all hands on deck on our first feature. What makes us, really unique right now is we're partnered with Epic and really embracing Unreal Engine for Final Pixel and all that good stuff.
Hey, let me stop you really quickly. We've embraced Unreal Engine as well. If you take a look at our set here, we've got none other than our own ZBrush friend and compatriot Anna Carolina and her team out in Florida. We get a wider view here. You'll get to see the Unreal environment that Ian and I have been located in all day long, and ourselves and Paul Gabriel. So it's all coming together. It's good to hear you say that.
Yeah, we're getting more and more familiar with Unreal with these bigger projects as they go bigger and bigger.
Awesome, man. I mean, that kind of sums it up for me in a nutshell. And like I said, just a tough act to follow with all the amazing presenters that you guys have had. It's very interesting. Leticia and I were talking a little bit earlier about the things that other artists are sharing. And I just love to see, like, there's a lot of common thread and a lot of principles that, hopefully we'll elaborate and share as well today.
You know what? You said something very important. I wanted to give an additional nod to Caleb Bryce, who left me a drawing yesterday. The drawing at the end of the presentation. I was so happy to have that. So Caleb, if you're watching, man, thank you so much again. Really sweet, swell guy. It's good to have you.
Awesome.
Leticia Gillett.
Hello.
A fellow Gnomon graduate and byproduct of the MIT of the CG world. We've been giving away those workshops. It's been a while. Tell us what you've been up to and what's going on with you.
Yeah, if you don't mind sharing my screen.
By all means, of course.
I can kind of talk a little bit about it. Hi, everyone at home. And I think that's Charles' screen.
Oh, yep.
There you go, Charles. We'll get back to you. Don't worry, buddy.
All right. So like Louis said, I'm from Brazil. And I came to the US about 11 years ago to a school that is my home forever called Noman. And I came to Noman because, you know, since I was 5, my dream was to work at Disney or in animation. And after doing many research, I was like, okay, this is the school for me. So I came to Noman. I did the 2-year program, and then my career started here. I started working at Blizzard on the Overwatch team. Shout out to everyone that worked with me there. It was an amazing, amazing experience, and I learned so much. And then I got a contact from DreamWorks asking me, and Charles was actually the one who put my name to get hired. So I got my break on the animation because of Charles. So I came to DreamWorks, and then Charles put me on his team. I worked on Trolls World Tour, and then I went to Crude's New Age. After that, Charles left to Netflix, and then he brought me to Netflix as well. And I was working on a different project at a time, and then CB's was taking off, and they needed a bit more help as well. So Charles was like, all right, let's bring Leticia in. So I got to work on the Sea Beast on Netflix. And then I got the call from Mickey. And, you know, when Mickey calls, you got to go. So Mickey called like, oh, and I was like, let's go. And then I got to Disney, and I worked on Encanto. And I was a character modeling supervisor on Strange World that's coming out now November 23rd.
Like a boss. Look at you. Hey, hold on a second. Let's pause the tape.
Boss
Did anyone,
indeed.
did anyone hear that? She dreamed a dream, and
It was granted.
it's fair to say that it's happened.
Yeah, it's happened.
That's
Wow.
right.
It's a
Since
true
I
joy
was
for us to see.
5, so it took me 30 years to get here, but I'm here.
Well, if they're listening out there in TV land, dreams take time. This is a testament to that. We're so happy.
It does. It doesn't mean that I was having the best time throughout all this time, right? It's just like whatever you go, you make it work, and you make your dream in there as well, right?
Absolutely.
So I had the best time at DreamWorks. Most of my friends that I see all the time, they are from people I made friendships at DreamWorks, like Caleb. Caleb is like a brother from a different mother, and
Brother Caleb, as I call him.
Brother Caleb, yeah.
Brother Caleb.
So here you can see Caleb. This was the Trolls party that we had. So you can see Caleb here. And this was our Trolls team for a long time. And Charles was the supervisor on that. So yeah, that was kind of my journey here in the US so far. And Noman, I study at Noman, and I also taught at Noman, and I did live streaming for Noman and events for Noman. So Noman's going to be in my life probably until the end of times.
Yeah.
So that's why I put it here.
That's a good one. Same here. Always at the cornerstone and the foundation on the
Yeah,
of my
I
career.
just, it's
Yeah,
just
same.
family, you know? So
Absolutely. So shout out to everybody over there. Max, Darren, Brian, and Alex.
Alex,
and the
yep.
rest of nobody. If I forget to say someone's name, I'm thinking
and
of
Eric
everybody.
Heller actually was my ZBrush teacher. Before him, I didn't know ZBrush. or
Funny thing,
anything.
me too, huh? Well,
Yeah,
now we're really
so
aging Eric Keller. You know,
Yep.
he's about as old
Taught
as
me
the mummies.
everything in ZBrush, so
Absolutely.
big hugs to him. Yeah.
Splendid. We hope he's watching. Well, we'll hand it over to you guys for your formal presentation here and let you talk more about things, and we'll bow out of the way and let you take it away for a few minutes.
Yep.
Awesome.
Right.
And as always,
Awesome.
too, we might get a couple questions in chat, but we'll let you go through your presentation a little bit, and then if you want, I can fire them off as they come up, or we can wait a little bit more towards the end. Up to you. Let me know how it works for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thanks so much, and obrigado.
Yeah, de nada.
All right.
Charles, take it
Yeah.
over.
Yeah. We could. I guess we can switch over to my screen for a second. It's interesting because the notion of 3D modelers working in art, I think, is a really fascinating thing to talk about, because when you think about what the end product is, and it's you're making 3D animated movies, you want to see things in that medium as quickly as you can, and I think a lot of different productions embrace that earlier on these days than perhaps they did in the past, and that's something where I think artists such as Leticia and myself really really want to live in that space, and we thrive there because it's something that we have a passion for. And what I wanted to first kind of open up the conversation with is like, how do we start this process? Like, what normally is the way that things go? You know, do we start with a concept? Do we just start from scratch? And it's truly a collaboration, you know, for sure, that we get to kind of enjoy. So on Sea Beast, and by the way, I think I speak for both Leticia and myself when, you know, we say just thanks to Chris Williams, director, Jed Schlanger, Steven Schweikert, Matthias, production designer, Matthias Lechner, and our art director, Woon Young Jung. Just amazing art team. So, I mean, it's really incredible. But I'm going to just kind of show a little bit of how we kind of start this process, and we'll talk through not only a lot of tangible examples, but just more or less how the conversation gets going. Typically, it's something like this. You know, we get a very loose sketch, sometimes a more thorough, you know, illustration of a character, but that really captures the design. Both Leticia and I had the opportunity to work with Tony Facilli, who's, you know, the name precedes him. You know, he's a legend in the game, and knowing that you're going to work with someone like that, you want to bring forth your, you know, your best effort you can. And he couldn't be more humble and modest and easy to work with.
The real Italian stallion.
Yeah, man, but such a kind soul. But this was the first drawing that I had seen, you know, for Jacob, who is kind of the main hero. You know, we have two main character leads on the show, and this was the male hero. And we knew we wanted to capture something that had some kind of stylization to it. We didn't want to go as stylized, perhaps, as what you see here. And this is where seeing things in the round, you know, you can start to establish those rules, break down the things that, you know, we want to kind of pursue. So this was literally on the very first day. I was so anxious to jump in. I just went and just kind of blocked out a bust. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we approach it, you know, in the different ways that, to me at least, are really strong ways to kind of get started before you even think about any context or color or details or anything like that. So I'm going to jump over to ZBrush real quick. And you know, this right here represents more of a, this is definitely the final result. This is what all the hard work kind of brings you to. And this is a great effort of collaboration, iterations, defining rules, finding what works, finding what doesn't. And, you know, at the end of the day, we try to live within ZBrush as much as we can at this juncture, simply because it offers us so much fluidity, flexibility to really explore. So I'm going to jump over here. I tried to kind of piece together something that would kind of convey this. I wanted to find the original blockouts for these characters, and I failed to do so. You know, when you have things buried in your hard drive, I probably just blew them away at some point. But I'm going to replicate a little bit of just the thought process around this stuff. And some of the other talks, you guys have seen a lot of folks convey the notion of working with primitive forms, just being very basic with how they approach a blockout. I pretty much almost exclusively always start with a simple sphere. In fact, this is just the sphere that you get, you know, from your ZTool library. And what I like to do is reconstruct the subdivisions down to like bare bones. You know, I've been teaching for many years as well with a online school called Anim School, and I feel like that has allowed me time to almost hear myself talk and wrap my head around even my own process, and also being inspired and learning from others. You know, Leticia being one. One of the first artists that actually gave me some great insight to what I'm going to get into here is Danny Williams. Not only a good friend, yeah, point pusher, man. I mean, you can't go wrong with that guy in so many ways. You know,
fire with that guy if he's watching. Danny.
I hope he's watching. But you know, I want to give him a nod here because he really exposed me to what ZBrush was capable of before I really embraced it. And you know, you take what you learn from people like that, and you're able to just kind of massage your process a little bit. So, very basic form, right? And what I like to do, as I'm blocking this stuff in, is quite literally just work with these planar, low poly representations. I establish what I like to refer to as upper hemisphere for the head, lower hemisphere, just kind of isolating jaw up to the cheekbone. And I'll even take these edges and, more or less kind of start orienting them in a way that they might represent certain landmarks, a cheekbone on this one here, maybe just a brow ridge. Keep it very basic, very simple. The other thing I do at this stage before I really dive in is I typically set my canvas to be a lighter color in the background. And the reason I like to do that is because over here on the color swatches, you have the opportunity to kind of switch back and forth between two colors if you don't have any textures assigned or anything like that. And so what I'll tend to do at this stage is just jump back and forth between silhouette and just a regular shaded, kind of representation. I don't get too fancy with materials. I typically just use skin shade. I do have a version of skin shade that's a little bit less with spec, very similar to what Caleb was actually talking about yesterday. So I know I'm doing something right. But then as I kind of get going and understand a little bit of the shapes here, we start adding more context, right? I'll get into subdivisions, but I try not to rush too quickly into the details. And I think this is something that I notice a lot of students will tend to be really anxious to get into high res, just jump right into the sculpting. They want to do what they see so many of the masters doing. There's so many amazing artists out there that, when they showcase their work, it's so detailed, so rich in fidelity. And I really force myself before I even think of getting to that step to understand the basic forms. So, here I'll, kind of take something, flush it out just a little bit more, and then slowly start adding context. And what's really fascinating about this is, as I start evaluating silhouettes, we can start to just make broader assumptions of what the feel of the character is like. And of course, I'm looking at art, looking at reference, being as honest to the artwork as I can. From this stage, it'll start to typically turn a corner where we get into something that now I'm introducing smaller shapes. To me, these are still primary shapes for the character because they impact the silhouette so strongly. So in the case of Jacob and, many of the characters actually, and, Leticia's going to show some amazing examples of just how striking a lot of these silhouettes were. But I get into this, and again, just massaging the form little by little. These independent poly groups, I can, mask them off. I just try to work, really easy with this stuff. It's so manageable to just push and pull. One of the things that often I get asked is, what brushes do you use and all that good stuff. I'll be the first to tell you, man, I probably use 10%, if that, of what ZBrush is capable of, and that's a shameful admission. But it's really just to showcase like how vast of a tool it is. But for even someone like me that I just maximize a small portion of it for what I need it for, it's amazing in that sense. So as I start adding a little bit more context, we get into more granularity here. So additional forms and whether it's a naturalistic character, stylized character, a creature, it's all very much the same approach. I'm looking for what are the identifiable forms. I can take this same setup right here of granularity, and you can see at this stage, I've basically broken up the upper lip, lower lip. I've introduced, just some half spheres basically for the eyelids. All this stuff I can really massage and start to find, the right proper forms. I'll then start introducing subdivisions at this stage, and when I add the subdivisions, I typically do it one at a time. I don't want to rush into anything too smooth, too quick, mainly just out of, old dog, old tricks kind of things, but, just trying to keep it really controlled so I don't ever lose control. One of the notions I like to always kind of echo is you should always be in control of the geometry, not the other way around. And so for me, this allows me to kind of just stay really safe in that space. And so as I start adding subdivisions, again, I can go in here and refine. Now, at this particular stage, you can see, my points start to tick up. I start to have a little bit more information. Maybe at this point I'm enlisting something like a Damien standard and just kind of tightening up some suggestions in here. But again, not doing any heavy lifting. I can start exploring things in terms of how planar I want to go with things or how soft, but really controlling the degrees of that tightness. That's really important for me at this stage. And then, of course, as I get, a little bit more polished with more subdivisions, I'll spend a lot of time at this stage just to make sure that my choices feel well enough. And probably the next question that is commonly thrown, is, well, when do you know when to kind of commit? And I think that's unique to every artist. And I think in VizDev, what makes this different from, let's say, what I would approach on a more like production modeling level is production modeling, typically you're going to have a pretty firm target. I'd say it's pretty firm where it's like, okay, just there you go, man, run for it. That's your lane. Jacob was such a moving target on this show, and it was the first human we were trying to understand. So I try to have a process that keeps me flexible and, not be too precious about anything, not be afraid to, totally pivot, at the drop of a dime if you need to. So the next step really after this is to kind of go into something that now I'm utilizing, other aspects of ZBrush that take me away from just the move brush. Literally all the previous steps, it's more or less move brush, a little bit of Damien standard, maybe some H polish thrown in there, but not even playing with any clay brush or anything like that at this point. But here, I usually, if I've done my job well on the previous steps, I can start considering dynameshing pieces together here. So for example, if I go in here, you know, I still have my independent polygroups. I would go in here and basically say, okay, you know, maybe I'm safe to take these right here and go ahead and dynamesh this. And the way I usually go about this is I kind of try to be a little bit strategic, where I'll dynamesh with polygroups on so that I can kind of control what pieces are getting welded in. So, you know, if I just kind of execute this here, you know, now you can see that I've now welded that together. And if I spend a lot of time, you know, really, you know, creating these shapes and forms in a way that hold the forms I want, much of what I'm doing at this stage is simply just smoothing out those little imperfections within the pieces that are intersecting. So a lot of what I'm looking at is literally these lines right here, just understanding what those intersections are doing. And then I would continue this process. So like if I go a little bit further here, maybe the next step here is to take all of this. Again, I'm going to make my poly group. I'm going to go ahead and just dynamesh this together. Again, keeping it really strategic. If things start to break down, this is where I, you know, have no choice. I'm going to go ahead and just up this. But again, even when I'm up into resolution, I'm trying to be very controlled with it. I don't want to go too crazy too quickly. Even here, this is definitely too much. I would bring this down. Let's see, to somewhere right about here probably is going to be a sweet spot. And that gives me just enough fidelity to start working with some sculpting. At this stage, it's not only, you know, smoothing out little imperfections, but it's maybe tightening up some suggestions. I'll go in and use Damien Standard here. You can see that I can just really quickly just kind of, you know, refine certain areas to the degree that I need. Maybe here I start considering where some other details are going to basically get introduced, and then slowly start really compiling all this stuff together. Another thing I've been using more of lately is clay polish, which, man, why didn't no one ever tell me about this magical button that tightens up your geometry? I wish I would have known about this, but much sooner. But I go in here, you know, if I just hit that, it'll oftentimes just tighten up certain areas. And I don't want to lose softness, so I try to be careful with it. You know, maybe I would just like mask off a specific area that I want to clay polish, which is something that masking really gives you so much control over. You can be very precise with where you want to isolate those things. So at this step, the next logical thing is more context. This is where I'll typically block in some forms. And, you know, for things like brows, lashes, maybe even representation of hair, you know, so this allows me to have more context to evaluate things. And even more so, I can start getting into color. So as we move forward here, and I'm just going to turn on a little bit of this stuff here. This is where I'll get into something that now I've taken all of those polygroups that existed. And I know this is kind of, mind you, it's skipping a few steps here, you know, just to get to something that has just a little more clarity. But it really is a method of just going from this, dynameshing things together, introducing the little bits of complexity you want, and then, you know, slowly I'll start working in a little bit of poly paint. I don't think it should be understated how valuable color is, you know, as a tool to really see proper representation when you're using your eye to evaluate distance between different landmarks.
I know you're hitting something that has been presented here before. Ian and myself have been watching from afar, and it is definitely something that has been mentioned before across the summit.
Yeah,
the colors.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would.
In terms of the design. So
absolutely, I would always advocate, you know, introduce color as soon as you can in your process. It's only going to enhance your ability to make educated guesses on where you want to go.
Letitia agreeing with you, emphatically agreeing with you and smiling at the other.
Yes.
Hey, man.
Smiling and saying, what do you think? You agree with him 100%?
Yeah, I mean, especially for stylized stuff, like sometimes the color says so much because we're working with primary, secondary shapes only. We don't have like the extra tertiary stuff yet.
Right.
So I think like color helps a lot with that. Yeah.
Okay, carry on. Sorry, didn't mean to interject, but I really wanted to make sure.
No sweat. I'm
hammer that one right into the board.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Ian's smiling at me.
Keep
going.
Also, too, just to interject real fast, it's also really cool to see the process because, you know, like you touched on something earlier, Charles, about when you should actually be trying to commit to something. It seems that even though, you know, this is a process you've worked out quite a while, keeping those poly groups and then dynameshing with groups on does definitely help you kind of safeguard so you're not welding too much too quickly. And I really dig that approach. And so I just wanted to touch back on that and say that I really advocate for that as well. I think it's a solid approach. So to hear you say that is just solidifying the process that I've used.
Oh, man, no. Thank
More
you.
thumbs up.
I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. The little victories, man. So you know, again, just in the spirit of context, I'll start, you know, coloring as much as I can. Then this is where it becomes a really interesting point, you know, for me, because if I know that I'm in the ballpark, let's say, you know, Leticia or myself are working on something where you can almost sense it, you know you're close. That's where you got to make a kind of a technical choice as to how you want to proceed, because the likelihood of having to make multiple poses or expression tests, things like that, things that you saw demonstrated from some of the other artists, Caleb included yesterday, that for me is where I typically just go all in on giving myself something that has as much flexibility as possible. Now, ZBrush will typically give me something in a pinch relatively quick. But if I'm being perfectly honest, you know, what I typically do is I'll just take this raw mesh. If it's really heavy, I'll decimate it and take something into Maya where I can, you know, typically just use a tool like Quad Draw and retopple the head relatively quick. Not for production's sake, but just with the intent of having something that I know is going to supply me with the fidelity I need for different exploration. And also notice that I've only been blocking in the head here. There is a reason for that. A lot of times when you want to work quick and nimble in this kind of space, you know, if you have a base mesh to supply you with a good head start to be something you can push and pull and work on top of, that clearly is a way to expedite what you need. But pretty much always exclusively, I don't resort to base mesh on the heads because I don't want to fall mercy to any technical limitations with what the topology is dictating. So for me, it's important to stay very organic at this stage, like keep it flexible, right? So after I've done a little bit of that, let's fast forward a little bit. Let's say I took this to Maya did my retopo pass, and what I typically do is weld it into whatever body I've already kind of sorted out at that stage. I bring it over here, and here you can see that this is basically quite literally what I used on Jacob in terms of just the topology I drafted for him. Could I have done this with ZRemesher? Absolutely. Absolutely, you could have. It's you decide where you want to kind of emphasize your commitment to in terms of like that technical prep. Sometimes we treat it way looser, and other times we have to be a little bit more stringent on it. But at this point, I can go in and then, I probably have some added context where I would just sculpt in just kind of a blob of a shape for hair just to represent some suggestions. Now, mind you, this is an example on what ended up being, more or less my final pass of Jacob, but this is not representing all the other iterations that, I know Leticia and I are very familiar with. Here's some final shaping on his body, and you can see just how we, kind of go about introducing some clarity on the forms. I'm still relying on high subdivision levels to kind of go in and sculpt on top of. The poly groups that you see established here are quite literally just from UVs, and it's really nice to be able to create poly groups from UVs. But we have so much to share, so I don't want to take up too much of this. But when all's well and good, and we have a scenario where we have the kind of look we want, we're also considering clothing, how we bring in clothing into the mix, and then that eventually gets us to a place where all the context comes together, and we'll run through some iterations and what that looks like too. But I just wanted to kind of showcase that and really place an emphasis on the importance of, man, just start simple, always start simple. Anytime you start to overcomplicate it, I always find that's when things kind of lose control a little bit. So.
Looks fantastic. Are you kidding me? Is there any chance we see that in action in a little clip action, perhaps?
Oh man, you know what? I don't have any clips.
Oh no.
I have Netflix open here. I can share my screen.
Oh, here we go. A refeed of the Netflix.
There we go. Leticia's always prepared, man.
I opened Netflix like just now.
We're watching Netflix while we're talking about it. Here we go.
Yeah, we can watch some Netflix. I can show some of this is like the amazing work that Charles did, and that's him. I did this one. I'll show a little bit later, but let me find him doing some very actiony actions. Here we go.
Oh, actually, yeah. When it's paused, we're not really seeing the overlay.
I'm not really seeing it. I've seen a little preview.
Oh, that's right, because Netflix doesn't.
Oh, Netflix might be blocking it.
Quack, quack, quack.
Might be blocking.
All right. Never mind.
Oh,
just imagine in your mind.
Yeah, we did have a question, Leticia, before you continue and go on, because I know you guys have a lot to share. But we had a couple questions. Because you kind of skipped ahead on the head a little bit, were you using poly paint for the eyebrows, or did you have extra geo you brought in?
Extra geo, I actually used a topology brush right on top. So, when I am over at this stage, I guess probably this one right here. When I'm here, this is just Dynamesh. There's no subdivisions. I'll just take, my topology brush right here, and quite literally just draw whatever I need, right? So if I want brows, I'll just kind of make my shape, and then I'll just kind of close it off. So this allows me to keep it really simple, and then once I execute that, as long as it's the right type of thing, I just kind of turn on dynamic on that form, and it holds the shape really easy. It's easy to maintain and manage, but later on these sculpts right here, or this one that you saw, I kind of ZRemeshed that model at some point, subdivided, and did a little bit of sculpting, a little bit of poly paint, so just to give it a little bit more fidelity and stuff.
Nice. It looks fantastic.
You say that again, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I mean, you could say that again.
Hey, it looks fantastic. I will do it. I will say it all day long. It looks amazing. Seriously. Same with the clothing, which we did have a clothing question, but if you're going to be covering cloth at some point too, I'll let you go ahead and continue on, because you guys have a lot to share, and it's already fantastic.
I'd love to pass it over to Leticia, because she has some amazing stuff to share with Blue as well. So Leticia, man, go for it.
Yeah. Thank you, Charlie. That was great. very much like what Charles said, like, you know, I'll get a concept, something like this. And then just so you guys can see here, this was my first pass on it, you know. And again, like you put colors, you do whatever you need to get the feeling of the character. The thing I love about colors is that it's easier for you to keep looking for that feeling of the character instead of just seeing everything on gray shade or whatever. So, and then you can see here that there was a few pieces added. But if I jump into ZBrush, you can see this is blue, right? And this is the blockout I found, my first blockout, which was this one. And basically, just like what Charles said, like I'm really just focusing, like I love this window here that ZBrush has now, where if you click, just click and drag, you can make it bigger if you want to focus on some things. But you can really see what's going on with a very basic, simple silhouette. A lot of cartoon stuff, it's all about how shapes connect and how sharp to soft transitions, right? We have a sharp transition here. Obviously, this is the blockout, but when I show the final model, you know, since he's a blob, you're not going to find a lot of hard shapes, right? So you got to, one thing I like to say is about soft versus hard, which is get the feeling of who the character is. And imagine the contrast is a very important word, contrast. It's a very important word of like, how do I play with soft and hard on this character to give the feeling of the character? So this one is obviously a very soft character. So if I would say contrast, I'm going to have much more towards soft and a little less towards hard shapes. And if I go here to the final model to show it, you can see that like that hard edge I was having from my blockout, right? It was like a hard place. No. Again, you got to really feel who the character is. And in this case, he's supposed to be very non-threatening. You're not going to find very much sharp edges on it, which doesn't mean you cannot have sharp edges. Again, like it's a game of like he's 70% soft, 30% sharp. So you can see that since he's so simple, like very simple blob, what could I do to bring more life to it? You know, so I start adding these folds, very sharp folds going on. You can see here on the arms and all of that. Again, I'm always like to say the word contrast, you know, like try to find ways to bring contrast. Don't just make, oh, he's a blob, I'm going to make everything soft. That doesn't bring contrast, doesn't bring visual interest, you know? So you can see on some things, there's like, even though this is a soft shape, there's sharp angles going on here in the transition of shapes, which again, bring that idea of like 70-30 or 80-20 kind of thing. One thing that you gotta be careful though is when you get 50-50. When you get 50-50, again, 50-50 is not contrast, right? It's equal amounts. And when you do that on your decisions, it might bring you to the uncanny valley kind of feeling. So again, remember the word contrast, remember the 7-30 or 80-20, because that's going to make your designs more appealing, at least in my experience so far. So with blue, again, you can see here, this is kind of like the block-out that I started from. I like to start just like Charles. If you look at here, these are all very low-res Dynamesh stuff. Some of it I zero mesh, but again, it's just very basic to really get those shapes in. And then the way I normally like to start is just, again, only thinking about primary shapes. I'm only thinking about what's going on with my silhouette in every angle. And I had a teacher, his name's Mike DeFeo, and we're working 3D, so you gotta rotate. I see sometimes people just like focusing front view, side view, front view, side view. You gotta rotate, you gotta look from underneath, you gotta look from the top. Everything needs to be in a certain rhythm, the certain flow going on, right? So I have here, this is the simple blockout I did. So I normally, after I do this, I Dynamesh and just start sculpting. I like to call it sculpting with intention, which again is not necessarily I go over, like if I go to this shape and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna carve his mouth and then I'm gonna start doing this on the eyes. that's not sculpting with intention, right? So I like to go slow, almost like you're petting your cat, you know, kind of things like, oh, let me see how it's going to feel here. And, you know, like giving a lot of love to the shapes. And again, at all the time, if you sculpt with intention and love, you're going to feel like you have some level of control. You don't lose control of your mass, basically, you know? So I have this here. I'm just going to show a few things. So this is like the version of Blue with open mouth, so we could figure it out. What the hell is going on inside his mouth here? You know, what kind of gum, what kind of teeth. So it's very, very soft and cutie like this. The way I did my iterations, again, just like Charles said, like I get to a point where the design is good and I feel like I'm pretty much there. And then I start going to poses and like testing out different things, like when he's swimming, what's going on here.
That's awesome.
And then we have him just being cute, kind of like sitting there, cute. Like here I have the first iteration that I did. So I did this version, and then we start feeling like, oh, he's feeling a bit bare bones, and you know. But again, you can see that a lot of his features, it's very soft, right? Very little sharps going on. So again, that's why I made so intense those folds to kind of, again, bring that visual contrast that to the model. One thing also that I did, just like Charles, is like I Dynameshed this, and then I got to a point where I was like, okay, this is very good. So I just did a quick quad draw in Maya. And then if I go low res here, you can kind of see, you know, that's not animation topology. It's just for me to have some polygroups, some flow of, if at any point I'm like, okay, I want to pose this, right? Because I have this flow of topology, I can just like mask by topology, or I can even just like hide the parts that I want. And let's say mask this one. And then I can just bring it here. Turn off my symmetry, smooth my mask. I love having also the low res, right? So I can just go here and just like rotate him and do whatever kind of pose I need. So I could do something like this, you know. So I love having the low res so I can go back to it and do posing or test animations, anything that is needed. Yeah, so in this model, it's a very simple model, as you can see, but that's kind of how the process I went through. I really like to paint things as much as I can here. Obviously, in the movie, he doesn't have much going on. If I show my PRF here, you can see that's him in the movie. So he was just like, you know, a blob.
He's super cute, though, I have to say. I'm going to interject real quick and just say how adorable he is in those poses and just to see it come to life a little bit, you know, because it's like, it's just so adorable. And
it is cute.
Yeah, and the way you're pushing, like you said, that contrast element, the chat's going nuts as like, that's such a well put term to use. It's excellent.
And you can use contrasts with everything, right? Like, especially on stylized, like you can think about straight versus curves, right? So this is something that is really very nice to play with, right? When you're thinking about it, like you can see that there's no angles here, but everything kind of sort of feels like it flows and connects in a way, you know, it's a very flowy model. Where if I open another model, which is Sarah, she is way more angular, you know. So on her case, it was 70% angular and then 30% soft, which on Blue was kind of like 90% soft and then 10% angular, you know?
Yeah.
So if we look at Sarah here, you can see that if I isolate
amazing model, by the way. Sarah's amazing.
Cool character.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? It was like a female version of Keith Richards popped onto the screen. I said, here we go. You're like a rolling stone. You know, not amused and not happy. And here's a knife, by the way, kid.
Just one thing to interject real quick on.
Go ahead, Charles. Yeah.
Just what Leticia just showed. I got to say, like, simple characters are the hardest in my personal opinion. There's nowhere to hide. You know, every line is very intentional. So seeing what Leticia did to bring that to life is really fantastic.
I have to say, I learned that the hard way, because one of my favorite shows is Gravity Falls, and I was like, when I was early on, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna sculpt one of those characters. They're easy, right? Woo. That was a lesson taught.
When I was teaching at Noman, I used to, on my first day, I would open ZBrush and I would say and I was very late in the program. Like my class is one of the last ones in the program. So I'll get people very good in ZBrush already. But what I would do is I would get those very 2D Cartoon Network characters, and I would say, all right, let me see how you guys are doing. And then I'll give them the concept and I'll say, go sculpt this shit. And everyone would be struggling because they're so used to be doing things with anatomy and a lot of shapes changes, right? And that was my way to bring everyone to kind of like a humble level. It's like, all right, now we all know we have more to learn. Let's go for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is awesome. Great approach. I like that. That's great. There you go. Yeah, sculpt this triangle shaped thing that's not really a triangle. Yeah. Go for it.
I gotta say, coming back to this again, I mean, when I see these pirates on a ship, I see this one character pop up. I said, this has gotta be, they gotta have you, did you look at Keith Richards? Give me that at least. Look at Keith. Come on.
Oh, God.
Arr.
Yeah, so if I go here to Sarah, you guys can see that, you know, she's nice. Like she has this very angular shapes, right? We have obviously much more anatomy. She has this very angular shapes, but again, she is complex character. She's not just angles, you know? So if you notice, we have the angles, but they're not completely sharp, like very harsh sharp. They have some curvature going on. If you look from far, they feel very much like angles, but when you get closer to her, you start feeling the curves instead of just like boop, boop, straight lines, you know. That's what I love about Sarah, because she is a character that is very badass and strong, etc. But when you go seeing the movie, you start getting close to her, you start seeing her softness, you know, her soft side. And that was what I was trying to put it in here. You can see also I did like Charles did, I did a little topology on it. And I love topology mainly to kind of like, you know, be able to like mask certain parts of the model when I need to pose it, and also go to the lowest resolution and be able to change anything. One thing I like to do, since I was using ZBrush to present my models a lot, you can see that, I don't know if you guys can see, but there is a certain level of noise in the model, like just to break the highlights. And I'm going to zoom in a bit more just so you all can see. It's like, it's not a smooth model, right? So when the highlight hits, you don't have that very plasticky soft highlight. You kind of have a little more complexity. And the way I go about doing that is using surface noise. So I don't know, even for cartoon stuff like this, I like to put it even for a little bit, again, because I don't want that very harsh highlight, you know, I want a bit of complexity on the highlight. So what I like to do is I go to noise, on the surface noise, and then I'm going to say edit. And in this case, because I already have it, the noise in it, let me try to zoom in. I can just edit now, but if I didn't have it, this is the basic noise in ZBrush that plugs in by default. So if I want to, like, for example, make my noise stronger, just so you all can see, you can kind of see what's going on with the noise there, you see. Now it's very strong, it's breaking the highlight a lot. It's like a much rougher surface. But in this case, for cartoons, I don't want too much aggressiveness on my noise, so I like to put just a smidge, kind of like break that highlight and give some life to the model, you know? So you can see I made it a bit stronger. You can see what's going on with the noise here. And that I love doing that for many things. And one of the things I did this as well, let me just tone it down a little because it was too much. It's too much. Okay. One thing I used this as well was on her hair. As you can see, you know, it's just tubes. If I go lower resolution here, it's just tubes that I made, but then I added surface noise to it to, again, like, it's not like the very soft highlight going on. It has some complexity on the logs, you know. So that is something I do a lot. What else can I show on her? Oh, do you guys have any questions?
No, I want to be her when I grow up.
Yes, me too. I mean,
Yeah, I'm trying my best, but my hair, you know.
Well, I just kind of actually want to call back to the surface noise bit, because
Take it away.
I think that right there, the whole chat was like, wow, awesome, learned a lot just on that alone, because you're using it in a way that's still keeping the stylization of the character alive and well, because it does have a cartoony feel, but then when you get in, it feels more lifelike with all those textures and getting those pores coming through. So,
and even on cloth, I like to use some on it. Again, like the highlight. Okay, sculpture is perceived by light. Any 3D sculpture, you perceive shape by light, right?
Right.
So if your objects are all soft with the same highlight, that's fine. It's a look. But in this case, for our movie, we wanted a more dirty, kind of like weared up look. So what I did is I just put a bunch of surface noise on things to kind of, again, break that and create that visual complexity. It's almost like that tertiary detail that I don't want to sculpt, because it's not going to stay on the model. It's just for presentation,
Yeah, of course.
So,
I remember when we were developing that, I thought, oh, this is going to change a lot of workflows. And I'm so proud to see this today. Like, I can remember it being such a monumental thing at the time when it was just not released.
And I think I used on everything. You can see here on her peg leg, like, you see, like this model here, this shape, you can see that if I go low res, this is, this is a topology. Sorry.
I'm just so happy to see people using it that way. It's so great. It's so great to see.
But you can see the noise going around and, like, again, creating that perception of a bit more complexity than actually is in the model.
Yeah. No, that's great. We do have a couple questions for sure. So the first one is, how do your models get approved? Do you put them in A pose, T pose? Do you do a test pose to show them off? What's the best approach that you do for approval?
That's a great thing. I'm going to show very quick my pose, but Charles has a bunch of cool stuff for facial expressions and things like that. So I'm going to throw the ball back to him. So for this character here, you see, like, I just gave a little bit of like straight kind of feeling pose on her. I did a few, let me zoom in. So I did a few facial expressions. So this is kind of her like, hey. But then I did a little more like she's angry, like, what the hell, And then she's like, yeah. So, and a little smirk, because she's very, contained. So I couldn't go too crazy on her with the expressions. It needed to be something a bit more elegant and strong for her. So you can see that I didn't go crazy with the expressions, because it's not who she is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to throw the ball back to Charles, because I know he has some cool stuff to show, and then I can show Macy after. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, no, it's all good. I mean, just fantastic stuff, right, guys? I mean, it's crazy.
Phenomenal, guys. Before you go any further, just phenomenal. Everyone is smashing the like button and subscribe or whatever they do. It's all off the chain.
Smash like, subscribe, share,
follow,
comment, do it all.
Sorry, carry on. We're out of control.
We were trying to Leticia and I were trying to figure out, like, how do we break down, like, what it feels like, what's the lineage of the journey of these characters. And so, like, to get to that presentational component that one of the questions was right now, there is a whole factor of iterations and communication and exploration, right? And so I'm going to kind of just go through a little bit of that process here. I'm going to scrub through just a few of the passes that we'll typically do, for these characters. So, like, as far as to answer the how do you show it for approval, I would say that the best scenario is always show something that conveys personality, whether it's one pose or a series of expressions or just one expression, whatever it is. I never show anything in a T pose or A pose, anything like that. About as default as I'll get is arms down. And this is something that, for me, arms down is really relevant because, our characters on screen are going to have their arms down. They're never going to be walking around like this. So that's a really easy way to kind of convey, so, and also I don't have to think too much about rigging in a sense. So
just one thing, Chair. One thing important, I feel like in all animation studios that I worked, you never present T-pose to directors, especially for main characters. You're always going to have to add some life to your character to be able to get stuff approved. So, yeah, but go ahead, Charles.
No. I mean, that's absolutely the case. I mean, the same was true at DreamWorks. Same is true for anything I develop now, at Spire. And so as we kind of go through iterations, I wanted to show something here. This is what it looks like. This is a funny image that I wanted to pull up. This is me and Tony kind of working together and figuring stuff out, just literally just throwing a bunch of stuff on the wall and trying things. And I would take a stab at expressions. He would go in and, he just has this magical quality with lines that he can just kind of identify what he thinks might be a better suggestion or a way for us to, kind of lean towards. The scribbles of notes, I wanted to show this because this is often what it looks like. And you're in the thick of it. There's deadlines. There's so much to be done that it really just is kind of everyone collaborating and finding things. And so in the spirit of expressions, I will spend a lot of time just playing in this space to try to convey as much personality as I can. Sometimes it's a failure. Sometimes it's pushes things forward. But that in itself, those failures, I think, are really valuable, to understand, like, okay, that didn't quite work. Let's go this way. Some of the added components you're seeing here are things like groom. I know that's not specific to what I may use ZBrush for, but to me, any kind of fidelity is important to convey to characters. And, this is something Leticia and I really feel passionate about. Like anytime you can give a bit of richness, like that tip with noise is fantastic. That's something I don't do, and you better believe I will start doing that. But it's that kind of stuff that I think is really valuable. So for me here, again, just experimenting with not only expressions but how to groom reacts, in that regard. And we'll get into crazy stuff. Again, like we were talking about that question about presentations and poses. This is an exercise that Tony and I did, and we were like, okay, let's try to see how everything holds up. And this might have been over the top, but we were feeling ambitious and wanted to go for as much as we could. So we went through and tried to flush out as, phonemes and, okay, what is a stretch for Jacob? What's a squash? Really trying to hone in on what those specific shapes were. And all of this was meant to be informative for as part of like a model packet that we can deliver to the amazing team at Sony. We haven't even mentioned that Sony Image.
That's right.
Is who brought this to life. We're serving so early downstream that we're not executing anything that's finished on the final pixel. And they really just brought all this together in such a great way. There's even refinements down to okay, maybe different looks on hair silhouettes, different suggestions on costuming. And then we get into nitty gritty. At this stage, Shi-Yoon came in, and Shi-Yoon Kim, amazing. He's amazing. Just that simple. And he can go with just a fine line on a draw over and just indicate what he wants to see. Leticia's job, my job, is to make sure we're holding on to that properly. One of the things I like to think about when I look at silhouettes and stuff is like I often refer to it as the weight of the curve. And what I mean by that is never trying to make anything feel too weighted centered, where it's just too normalized. If you're going to have a pushed curve, let the weight be high, let it be low, never in the middle unless it really calls for it. And then, as we kind of push forward, then we have someone like Woon Young is the art director on Sea Beast, but just an incredibly talented painter, and so he can come in and take a render that we'll provide and really do like an exceptional job at indicating the kind of, weathering and things that he wants to see. And then that brings in the other aspect of why Leticia and I were trying to convey things in ZBrush with poly paint that give a certain dexterity of, weathering and all this stuff. And Michelle Clapton had joined the show, and if you're not familiar with the name, she's responsible for all the costume designs behind Game of Thrones. So I mean, she really came in with such a grandiose understanding of all of this, the nature of these kinds of garments. And what you're seeing here are her drawings in the sense of like, okay, let's try this, for costumes. And you can see some of the stuff for Jacob and Crow. And then so we'll go and we'll try that stuff. Here you can see that I am fooling around with different ideas in regards to, these outfits, and at all the while trying to hold on to as simple a silhouette as we can. And when I'm going to jump back to ZBrush for a moment here, just to kind of, in the same spirit of what was asked of Leticia with the posing and stuff, like this is something for sure that we get into. Once I have a working default model, right? Like I refer to this as just the default, arms down, posable topology, things of that nature. Then we do want to spin off what would be like kind of our hero poses. And so, what I typically do at this stage is I'll just copy and paste a tool. And I've tried this 2 different ways, and I've failed and succeeded in different ways with this. But I used to just stay within one tool and duplicate a lot of geometry, make folders and all that stuff. And it works. It serves its purpose. But when I wanted to see like the transition between default and a pose, I had to go in and, deal with turning off visibility, turning on other things. So copying the tool just, ultimately was the most sensible approach. And I'll take all the existing stuff and I'll just start going in and identifying these poses. And the way we arrive at these poses would be literally Tony and I just standing in a hallway and kind of acting it out. And it's a comedic thing to see these 2, grown-ups trying to like imply how they want to see these characters conveyed. But we also benefited from this unique scenario at Netflix where we kind of sat right amongst the story department, and you can see how they were boarding the characters, and you can see kind of key moments that made sense to maybe try to convey, or what kind of personality to convey. So here I can go in with Jacob, and you can see like the stool is just cubes I just kind of blocked out to make something. But and then I put like a real simple platform just to make sure he's planted. And my objective with any pose is to understand the weight, understand a through line, like what's a strong line of action we can get through here. And I very much utilize silhouette at this point, where I can just kind of go through and just see how things feel from a few angles. And you'll see that, even here, I'm like really trying to just convey this one curve here as just a simple C. I just wanted this all to just kind of go through in a very simple way. And it's finding these opportunities to do that kind of stuff that it's really fantastic. I really enjoy the posing probably more so than any other part of the process, because you see the character come to life. We'll spin off other examples. Here's a version that was relevant because, if you've seen Sea Beast, Macy, which is the hero character Leticia did so beautifully, and Jacob, really, they developed their relationship over the course of that movie. And Tony thought it would be great to just show Jacob maybe down at her level. She's a kid. And how would he look at her with admiration? And that's really what I was trying to convey here. Like, just take what I had of him and find that softness on an otherwise very brute of a man type of, figure. And this really informs us as far as like the range we can get with the characters, and also hopefully inspire downstream to really try to find and push the character that he can be. We'll do some other things here that are this one wasn't my favorite pose, but at the very least it's conveying a different side of him, something a little bit more light. How do we arrive at the poses? So I use T-pose mesh pretty exclusively for posing, and for me, it's a really valuable tool because I can rely on good topology that I have. So, for example, all of these garments here, everything was pretty much built. Oops, let me see what's happening here. Let me select this one.
Well, we do have another question coming in. Before we get too far ahead with the posing, you were talking about a lot of expression testing and a lot of trying to find the character. And as we all know, at some point in time, actors come on and help bring the character to life finally. Do you ever get a chance to work with any actors during the early phases if they know they're coming on to get the expressions maybe a little bit closer to what they would bring to the character? Or is this something you explore on your own first and then let the actor kind of come in and finalize?
That would be really cool, but I would say, at least in my experience, that's usually reserved for like the animators that are bringing the character to life. They might have more of a dialogue with the voice talent and stuff like that, and obviously the director, and that stuff. But sometimes if we know the casting of the character, we might hunt down reference, and let that kind of impact some of our choices. Right. And inspire, absolutely. Yeah. So if we have that knowledge at that time, it's definitely useful. But as much as I wish I could say I chatted with Justin Timberlake on Trolls, I didn't get that chance.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's totally fair. And then the last question I have for you too is, everybody's so interested in the cloth expression. Did you do the cloth in ZBrush and then just kind of like you did with the character work it out, or was there another direction?
So there's typically a different approach, at least that I kind of go on with this. This is where I wish I had a little bit more know-how in ZBrush. I've seen people do some amazing stuff with ZModeler in terms of creating and drafting, good cages for things. I mean, if it's a skin-tight garment, can mask off, a component from the skin, extract that, like remesh it, like I can do stuff. But knowing that we needed to, I needed to remain fairly controlled with what I was doing. And so I always resort to the tools I'm familiar with. What I did for this stuff is just block out very simple cages in Maya, bring that stuff in. But then from that moment on, I'm relying on ZBrush to kind of do all the heavy lifting at that point. Right. In the sense of now again, I'm not at the mercy of needing to create a production garment that is going to be simulated. I can go in and really play with the kind of expression I want the fabric to have. In this case, we had a lot of, interesting fidelity we were trying to introduce. And the coloration was probably the biggest component of, just having this kind of weathered feel. My poly painting technique, kind of simple. I literally would just use standard brush, and I would typically just utilize an alpha. I had a library of just different alphas that were kind of interesting, just offered certain breakup. And then my brush mode, my stroke mode, I would just, switch it to drag select, and I could then go on and then with just varied hues of coloration, just imply, just some breakup of color. That's how I got a lot of like this kind of weathered feel through here. And it was trial and error. I think a lot of that stuff, you had to just kind of try something. If it was giving you what you needed, then you kind of stuck with that. And at one point I found a good formula and just kind of kept on going with it. But
wow, it's a home run, if I may say. I think unanimously people love it, especially my kid. She loves it.
Oh yeah,
it's just a grand slam, and the way that you've handled all this is just exquisite. Is the only.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to. I'm going to punt the ball back to Leticia. We're just going to kind of go back and forth. If
why the heck not? By all means,
anything like that. Okay.
I have here. I think it's going to share. I have here sort of like the, if you don't mind sharing my screen. Yep. Okay, so you can see here this sort of like for presentation what I was doing, which is, again, what Charles said, like even if you don't have time to do anything, put the arms down, it's gonna feel more natural, you know, like you can see on this one, this is a T pose. I just put the arms out and it already feels a little better than having an A pose, a T pose character. So here you can see a little bit of the posing and then some of the facial expressions that I did for her. And this is her at the end in the movie. Wow. I can show here also what I was talking about earlier. You can see that like, this is Gwen, the witch. So you can see that the witch, she has sharp angles, like really increased sharps. And then you can see Sarah is sort of like more of this with a little bit more nuances on the soft. And then you can see Macy, which is way more soft. But don't get me wrong, Macy, just like Blue, has some good sharps that are very keen. Like if we notice here, she has this sharp angle here. She has this sharp V on the nose. She has this very sharp mouth shape. And this ages her. In the movie, Macy, she is an orphan. So that line on her eyes is just a very simple line, but that line gave her that wisdom that some kids needs to have if you don't grow up with your parents or something, you know. Yeah. So all of those decisions needs to be done with a lot of love. I can show here in ZBrush, like Macy, the ZBrush model, what I'm talking about. You see, like she has this very like, I like to call this the zygomatic pole, but it's this line here going in. You can see the separation of planes going on, you know. Even though it's soft, is there. It's not just one soft ball. You can feel those planes going around, you know, giving her that wisdom that she needed, you know, that courage. A lot of things also is when you talk about soft, this is soft and then this is soft, right? But you have a little more like fast curve, which you can see here. Like you can see whoop, a little fast curve, and then you go to an angle here. And again, this brings that edginess back to her instead of her being all soft little girl kind of thing. So those things is what you learn from someone like Charles being a supervisor and from Tony Fucile, you know, is those things that you like, if you have the chance to work on productions, really pay attention how the designers talk. So you can really capture those elements to the character, you know?
Yes, that's really good advice, actually.
Yeah, and you can see here, I can talk a little bit about facial expressions, but one thing I learned about facial expressions, and I'm not a master at it at all, like I'm very bad at it, but I learned one thing that I can share here, which is 2 words. It's called contract and expand, okay? A lot of facial expressions, what happens is there is a primary motion of contract or a primary motion of expansion. This one, you can see there is a contract feeling. Everything is pulling up, you see, to a contraction point, I would say. So when you know this, you know that things not gonna flow like horizontal. Anything in nature, to be quite honest, like it always happens in diagonals and curves. It's very rare you're gonna find horizontal parallel lines or vertical, I mean, parallel lines. So the diagonals of contraction is like this, right? Is what you do. And then if I go to an expansion, this one is nice because it's a combo of contraction with expansion, you see? Mm. So it, again, like if you separate into parts, the mouth can do an expansion and then the whole eyes area can have a contraction. If I go to a different one, this one is all expansion, right? She's all expanding very, very much so. So if anything about that, when you're looking at photo images of people doing expressions to put on their own characters, remember the word contraction and expansion. I can look here if there's this one is very nice. This one is, you know, she's a little bit of contraction here on the eyes. And then we got some expansion like this. One thing I saw some people asking stuff about clothes, and I can show very fast. This is a very temp clothes. I don't have the finished clothes for her, unfortunately, but here's her body, right? And one thing I like to do is, let's say I'm gonna do the dress, right? So like Charles said, I use a lot of extract, but I learned a thing when ZBrush added the dynamic subdivision. I'm gonna show it here. Like for example, I'm gonna get this to start making her dress from this, but I'm gonna crop just the bottom part so, you know, I can pull it out to make a dress. I'm gonna go to the lower subdivision levels. So let's say it this. So I'm gonna mask it and I'm gonna do an extract. So, but instead of doing extract with thickness, I don't wanna have to control the thickness of things. So I set thickness to 0 and then I say extract, accept. So now we have this shape here, right? And with this, I could just start pushing and pulling to create the base for her dress, you know, and you can do the shift click to kind of smooth the topology, right? So you can do something like this, let's say. But what I love about dynamic subdivision now is that this is a one-sided thing, right? Oh, if you all try to sculpt clothes before, like if you give thickness and you start smoothing things, you might lose that precise thickness of cloth. So what I like to do is I go to geometry and I go to dynamic subdivision. I turn on dynamic, and now there is this thickness slide, which I love because again, I'm always modeling with the model single-sided, but if I add thickness, you can see now, you can have that thickness as a modifier. But if I go here and start smoothing, you can see I'm not smoothing my thickness because it's not applied to the model yet. And that is so good. Everything I do these days, I do it like this. One thing also you can do with the thickness, if you feel like you don't want that hard surface kind of transition, you can turn off this button called Pause Subdeep. And also I probably need to clean my creases. So if it's looking hard surface like this, because you probably need to uncrease all. Now it's, you see, it's a bit more softer clothes. And again, like I love this because it makes me work so clean. And I know that the thickness of my things are always going to be the same and it's going to work. It's going to be amazing. So for cartoon stuff, you want to be so clean all the time. You know, you want to work smart and clean and intentional. Intentional meaning like every curve counts, right? So what I'm trying to do here, again, is just find ways for me to work clean and have control of my shapes. So this is sort of like, I don't know, a camisole, like a sleeping gown or something. But you can see that it's very easy for me to just work with the single poly. I don't need to worry about thickness, and it's going to always look clean and nice, the thickness of my model. And if you want to export this to any other software later, you can just bake this thickness. So if I'm here, right, you can see the thickness going on. If I, let's say, need to go to Marmoset to render or whatever it is, I can just go back to my dynamic subdivision and say apply. And now that I applied, if I go here and start smoothing, you can see I'm losing my thickness because now this is real applied geometry on it. So I never do. I only applied at the moment really that I need to go render something. That's when I apply, and then I can get very clean stuff on my model. Cool.
Yeah, that's super amazing. And I love dynamic thickness. I do all my work too with dynamic. I have to.
I use dynamic thickness so much that sometimes when I go to render, I forget to apply, and it's all single-sided. I go, oh, damn it, and then I go back and. So, but I love it because again, like I feel like I have so much control on the thickness of things on my model.
No, that comes out super amazing, super great. Louis, what do you think? I mean,
I love the story. I love the film. I really enjoyed. I said yesterday to Paul Gabriel, it reminded me of. I know you're going to appreciate this because you're a gamer also.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that old game, Shadow of the Colossus. You don't have any reason to rhyme for hunting these large creatures, but they do it anyway. I think you guys really had a wonderful series of characters in there, and this is just showcasing all of the hard work that goes into bringing this to life. Just zoom out a little bit so we can see a little more of these people.
Yeah, I think this is a good moment, I think, Charles, for, I didn't show this, but this is kind of like,
good, okay.
I was bringing Charles models to my scene to sort of like, so we could feel if things were in sync, if they're singing together, you know,
Right.
like the amount of details there was in Jacob, if I had similar things on Sarah, and then the younger it was a bit softer. So a lot of time as I was doing that all the time, bringing Charles' model, since he started on the show earlier,
Okay.
Charles established the look of the movie when he did Jacob. So I had to honor that going forward, you know, and trying to bring those informations.
Well, I'll stop you right there. The aesthetic of the film, I think we all unanimously agree across the globe, is par excellence and an enjoyed circumstance for all who get to see it and who get to view it. And, I know we have only a couple of minutes left with the two of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I just wanted to say this has been an incredible, incredible circumstance to have you here. Ian, any last words before we ride off into the sunset with our friends from Sea Beast?
Louis, I think you know what I'm going to say,
Go
because
for it.
I'm always blown away by all these presentations because they're always super amazing.
Amen.
And this just, it delivered above and beyond. So just thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us and sharing your tips and tricks with everyone, because everyone in the audience was just blown away and just loves these types of interactions because it lets them pick your brains just for a moment so they too can improve with their process.
Yeah,
so it's just amazing.
I think
love
that's to the point. You know, Ian, I would just echo. I would sound like I was repeating everything he said. Basically, at this point, it's a great, great opportunity for the community at large across 190 countries to get a chance to go more intimately. And I think we provided the public with a great intimate experience over the course of the last 4 days. And to have you as the final feather in the cap, as they say, has been a joy and a privilege for myself and for Ian. I can speak for Ian in that regard, I'm sure, that we're both elated to have been here to see some of your process and the fact that you were able to provide that for the public.
Yeah, thank
to
you.
see what is.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Just thank you for having us. Honestly, this has been a great pleasure and honor for us. 100%.
Yeah, it's been a great experience, and doing with Charles, which is like you know, a family at this point. It was just a dream come true, really.
Well, speaking of family, I couldn't have asked for a better segue if I wrote one myself. It's unscripted, as we know, but we want to say one last farewell. Ian, wave goodbye, because we're going to say goodbye, but don't untune that signal, because next up, the moment that the world has been waiting for, the ZBrush team is going to be coming back. Ian Robinson, Louis Tucci, and Paul Gabery doing the thing here that we typically do at the ZBrush Summit for 2022. We're going to be coming back with some under the hood type of look at some features we're working on. And for those who are watching at home, you're going to get the same kind of treatment that some of our studio friends get to see some of our works in progress, as it were, where our software is concerned. So sit tight. And once again, thanks to everybody. We're going to do some prizes when we come back, and then we'll go to the big presentation with ZBrush. But until next time, on behalf of Ian Robinson, wave goodbye, Ian.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, all right, all right. You know what time it is.
Give away the kitchen sink, Ian.
That's
There's
right.
nothing- there's no
So
time left for it.
We have a few prizes to give away. This is the last prize, so you know, I'm excited. Like again, I said I could do this all day.
Is that what you're giving away right now?
I am giving away
Calm
the
down.
4-course bundle of XMD Academy. You know, we're just honestly, I'm just going to get into it. We're just going to go ahead and do the draw winner. And Craig Stowell, congratulations,
Way to
Craig
go.
Stowell. Congratulations. Put your name in the chat. That is super awesome. Let
Yeah,
me
Craig.
see what else I can do today. Let's see. How about maybe possibly just a little bit here and there? It's possible. Hold on. A 6-month subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. Again, I mean, Leticia was talking about how Gnomon is just like cornerstone, right? So
Yeah, let's slide it in there. Let's plug this, because it's sponsored by Gnomon. This particular presentation was sponsored by Gnomon. When 2 out of 4 people on the feed are Gnomon students, former Gnomon students, you know you're doing something right.
Oh, absolutely. All right, Tanbai, you are the winner. Tanbai, I'm going to go ahead and again copy and paste this into. Congratulations, that's super awesome. You're going to enjoy that, believe you me. All right, let me see what else I can find here. I have a couple more. We're just going to go ahead and see about plopping this.
You're having fun over there. Last giveaway of the year.
I am having fun, you know.
Until next time.
So there's the first summit and last giveaway of the year. It's pretty awesome.
Somewhere Eric Keller is smiling. You're about to give one away, and Thomas Whittle's back.
Yep, all access membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Yeah, I mean, come on, jewelry is amazing. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead.
You don't have to twist my arm. Watch out for that 30 pounds of gold, though.
All right, and Cindy Gazafi, hopefully I said that correctly. Congratulations, Cindy. All right, all right, all right. We have just 2 more to give away.
Holy smoke.
And I'm excited about both of these. I mean, I've been excited about all of them, believe you me. But we have a 10-week online course at Gnomon. Again, another Gnomon. And come on, let's see who we got. Draw winner! We have Dom Chaz. Dom Chaz.
It's a great name, Dom Chaz.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations.
Dom Chaz.
All right, all right. We have one more.
Last one. Wait a minute. The last one of the ZBrush Summit 2022. The last giveaway.
Last one. An ultimate ZBrush Guide course from the 3D concept artist. And the winner is, do I get a drum roll or something?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, let's go, let's go, let's go! Kyle Houseman. Congratulations, Kyle Houseman.
There you go.
That is super.
Hey, speaking of Kyle, I want to wave hello to Kyle and say hello and congratulations to the entire Johnstone family again, having that baby.
Yeah. But also, too, we have some platinum sponsors to thank.
We do, and I'm going to tell them all about it. Are you ready for this? The program is brought to you by NVIDIA, again, one of our special platinum sponsors, NVIDIA, and Dell Technologies, celebrating the 25th anniversary. Dell Technologies, one of our platinum sponsors. We're very, very pleased to have been partnered up with them, making all of this possible. And again, Ian, I am going to just take it from here and say it's that time. I'll give you a second to breathe and get ready for the stage.
Let's do it.
It's going to be time to bring members of the ZBrush team proper here, the Maxon ZBrush team. For all the people watching around the world, glue yourself to the seat and get ready for it. We're going to be right back after this with Paul Gabory, Ian Robinson, and Louis Tucci.
Yep, don't go anywhere.
Sit tight.
Whee!
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the globe. Louis Tucci here live once again with the ZBrush Summit 2022 from the Mobian stage in sunny Burbank, California. We had high winds and high talent today rolling through. It was a cavalcade, an extravaganza of talent. It was something to behold, and if you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't believe it had happened. So without further ado, I have to say that we've come to the moment that we've all been waiting for when we talk about and we deep dive into, now hold on a second, look at who's found their way, the two of them. They used to be the remote twins, and now they're on set with me live. I've got Paul Gabery and Ian Robinson live back on the green screen. Say hello, boys, it's ZBrush time. Hi, Paul. Back with our very own, the ones and twos.
Magically.
Yeah.
Paul Gabery and Ian Robinson.
Yeah.
Let's talk for a half a second here about the magic and the mystery tour that we went on for the last 3 days. We started it off with the illustrious, the venerated, the oftentimes never duplicated ZBrush Sculpt off. That was a heroic endeavor by those people. Quick thoughts about that. Paul Gabery, you're back with us live.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun as always. It is actually one of my favorite segments. Just seeing what different artists can do with the theme that we give them, the challenge that we give them. And it's just a lot of fun bouncing around and trying to play in the game with us, the guessing game.
Yeah, the guessing game.
Yeah, I know some of the guys in the control room were joining us, they said, and trying to guess as well what environments were maybe people were using and what word they might have used for their sculpt. So it's always fun to see that. And like I said, that was our 8th at the summit?
8th time.
8th time at the summit.
Okay, so, and then we go to Ian Robinson, who made his debut here under the hot lights. Hello. He got sent out into the wilderness. We took him. He went to Sideshow Collectibles. He was with a scan truck. He got scanned. Ian, your take now that you're coming back down to earth after the 3-day extravaganza that was your tour of duty with us as an official member of the ZBrush team. Last feelings here. How do you feel?
Well, it's nice that you say I'm back to earth, but I'm still on cloud 9. It was amazing. These last 3 to 4 days have just been out of this world, from the sculpt off all the way down to even our last presentation with Sea Beats. Like, it's been a wild ride. So hopefully the audience is enjoying it as much as I am, because I'm enjoying it for.
You haven't stopped smiling.
If not, it's all good. You're enjoying it that much.
You can enjoy it all you like.
Thank you for throwing it for me, because I've had a blast.
Hey, there you go.
In all seriousness, I think it should be a moment of pause there. He's been smiling the whole time. It brings us great joy to have someone go from watching in the stands or watching online to come and join us. And it's proof in the pudding that ZBrush can unite and bring people together. So it's really a testament to the brand and a testament to the product. So without further ado, though, guys, it comes to the attention of the public at large that we've been working on some things. The Maxon ZBrush.
We've been working on a few things and stuff and things. And
but I have to ask
thoughts on those?
I'm just here for comedic relief.
Hold on one second. Before you two knuckleheads
really bad jokes and see
before
how
you two get carried away, hang on a second. So let's say what it is that we're going to do here is we are going to do what we usually do, which is show works in progress, basically what we've been up to.
Yeah.
And we're going to give the public a sneak peek. Usually you wouldn't get this, but we've felt that maybe it's time to do that because we've given so many sneak peeks across the last 4 days that this is something. What are we going to do first, Ian?
Yeah, so like you said, we're going to do a sneak peek of stuff because we've had a lot of talks and a lot of ideas that we wanted to bring to fruition. And so the first thing we're going to do is this whole time, I don't know if you can really get a big shot of this room, but we've been in this AR stage this whole time, throughout the entire event, and already have gotten a lot of questions, how was this possible? And so I actually want to share my screen and kind of walk through how GoZ interacted with Cinema 4D, and then how Cinema 4D interacts with Unreal with their Cineware in order to get this type of scene possible. So as you can see here, during the Sculpt Off, a little nod to the Sculpt Off, because we had all these environments that Paul Gabriel and I would put together for the contest to kind of sit there and say, you know, like, make your environment, make your piece here. Well, what if I wanted to take this and put this all the way to Unreal Engine? So it's actually really, really simple. So I've made my model here, and also too, just to kind of showcase that I actually have some textures. So I have the wall here, and I have a little texture map here for some poly paint that I wanted to bring with me. So what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm just gonna come on up to the GoZ palette and hit visible. Now, of course, if in your subtool palette, of course, you have everything, you could do that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say visible because everything I see is what I want to send over. So I'm gonna go ahead and click that, and we're gonna go ahead and say, don't do. Oh boy, yep, there we go. And we're gonna pop up Cinema 4D, which there is my scene right there. Perfect. Now, here it's going to go ahead and populate your scene into Cinema 4D. I'm just going to take it out of Cinema.
Hey, hold on a second. Some people might be seeing this type of thing for the first time. Are you meaning to tell me that you just pressed a button and you were able to go from ZBrush to Cinema 4D that easily?
Yeah. In fact, and I even had to do, you know, we've watched.
Put an extra
we
curl
literally
in my
just
hair
saw the
just then.
installer part happen too. Don't show this. Yeah, go ahead and install. Like,
Wow.
yeah, it was that simple.
Come on.
So I'll back up. I'll back up. So
Please do. Like I said, you just put an extra curl in my hair. I'm not kidding.
And then I just, yeah, because my hell's seen here. So the audience, I'm sure, is familiar with GoZ in ZBrush, but
Sure.
now we made sure that we integrated that so we could send it over into Cinema 4D. And what's really, really cool is in Cinema 4D, I'm just gonna open up where my materials are, and you can see that my materials and textures populated alongside of it, which is,
Hey, you're
of course,
going really
well, that's
quick. I
fantastic,
got to rein
right?
you in.
Sure,
Ian,
that helps.
People
That
might not
makes
know.
an easier
Hold on one
pipeline.
second. This is so important. Ian,
Sure.
Ian is responsible having made this scene, and Paul and Ian were responsible. And you guys don't give yourself enough credit. I wanted to pause and make sure people knew that. So carry on. Good work.
Thanks, man.
It's not the Lincoln Memorial themed one, though.
It's not the Lincoln Memorial. That's going to be the running gag.
For those that
for
watch, it's the running gag from the.
Yeah, that'll be a running gag for a while.
Go, go, go,
Okay,
go.
okay,
Go.
fine,
I don't want to
fine.
keep interrupting you.
So now here, what we want to do is there's a plugin called Cineware that plugs directly into Unreal Engine. And what I'm going to need to do is go to File, and I'm going to want to save my project. So I sent it over from ZBrush GoZ, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to call this my test send, just for funsies.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Keep it
Go ahead and
simple.
save. And that's just saving a C4D file. That's
Okay.
it. Okay?
All right.
Now I'm going to go ahead and plop on over to a very basic Unreal Engine 5 scene here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come on down. Now I've installed the plugin. So I'm going to go to Datasmith and say File Import. And now I'm going to go ahead and there's my
Here it
scene.
is.
Test scene, right? You can see I've done this a few times.
Apparently.
If I'm going to go
You got
ahead,
a little more clever with the naming, though.
I did, yeah.
This one, you kind of kept it simple for live.
This was my super organization,
Sure.
and then all of a sudden we're
gotcha.
demoing. So, you know,
Yeah.
now I'm going to go ahead and say open, and it's going to bring up a folder that's going to basically say this is the content that's in. Say OK, And now we have different options we could choose from, which is really, really cool because I have geometry, materials and textures, lighting, camera, animations, etc. So at any point in time, if I wanted to, change something, I can deselect or select the things that I want. For this, I'm going to leave a default. Just go ahead and say import so that everybody can just see how quickly it is. So again, we're just taking a file from ZBrush with textures. We're sending that on over to Cinema 4D and then saving it out and populating it here. So now at any point in time, if I wanted to make a change or add some geometry, which I'm just going to go ahead and add a cube in here real fast, just so that we can see that the geometry is changing. I can just come back over, save that project, and then do the re-import as well. Going to Datasmith, File Import, selecting my scene, and then you can even see here it's already populated another folder. So when I go ahead, I'm just going to change the geometry this time because that's all I added. But you can see now it's going to recalculate the scene, and then it'll go ahead and populate that cube. So you can now start world building directly in ZBrush. I mean, you could always do that.
You always could.
But now you can just plop it over to Cinema 4D, which now has a direct link to Unreal Engine 5.
Nice. Yeah, and that's how those environments were made.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it in a nutshell. So you too can make your own environments now.
Absolutely.
For a stage.
Yeah.
Another job.
Yes.
Okay, can I go now though?
Do you really want to go?
I do. Let's go. Let's
Switch chairs. Hot chairs.
Let's just switch chairs. We're switching chairs. I want to go now. It's my turn to go. I'm just going to close this because we're done and it's already. I don't save it. Okay.
Wait,
is that
you
okay
didn't
with
like
you?
my files?
Just let it go. Just let it go, man. Just let it go. All right, here we go. Near and dear to my heart.
Paul
Big
Gabriel,
time
ladies and
80s.
gentlemen. Hold on a second here.
What? Yes, sir.
What have you got planned for the people here now?
Listen, I'm just going to do, I already said I'm here just for comedic relief. There's going to be a lot of real great jokes. It's going to be fantastic. Just buckle up and let's get going, right? If you want to do a two-seat buckle, like I say,
Yeah, we should. Race car it up.
Yes, you are a big race car fan, that is for sure.
Yes.
You know that over these last 4 days. That's all right. So I'm just going to take this and something that we all use on a regular basis. I think probably every single ZBrush artist uses ZRemesher. So we've been working on a new ZRemesher. It's getting an update, so I kind of want to share a couple little things here that we've been working on with ZRemesher. So I'm just going to open up here. And you can see the menus change a little bit because we've got some more options. So I'm going to put this back at like just the defaults, with the defaults that you're all used to. I'm going to hit remesh. What I'm remeshing here is the head that you're seeing here, this wonderful gremlin head that we got here. So I'm going to let that remesh. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm a fan of it.
You're a big fan of Gremlin. Who isn't a fan of Gremlin? That's all I'm saying.
They startled me as a child. I thought they were real in the theater.
I can't wait to show it to my little one. I'm not going to lie.
Yes.
It's going to be a good time. It's a Christmas movie, by the way, okay?
Okay, hold on a second. If something has happened to this guy's face, what just happened?
You know, he's been remeshed. He's been remeshed, so you can see. So what happens here a lot of times as an artist, you're remeshing and then you're trying to figure things out. So the old way I used to do this is, I don't know if this is good enough. I'm doing a lot of undos and try and retry. Well, guess what? There's now a retry button here. And so the beauty of this is I actually don't have to undo. So I'm going to say, you know what? 5,000 is not enough. I'm going to go to 10,000. Instead of even undoing, I'm just going to hit retry now.
So you're upping the ante now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know what, that one I don't think cut it for me. And what's happening now is that retry is pulling back the original sculpt and remeshing that version for me again. It's not actually using the one that we were looking at. So that's what that retry button does for me now. And the reason why I like this is a big thing for me, is I can go now undo and redo, and I can just look between the two remeshes. So this is what I like about that, because so many times I undid to the model, I remeshed, and then I'm like, well, I don't remember what the last one looked like. So that's really one of the beautiful things about this new retry button. It's going to allow me, and you can clearly see, especially if you take a little peek here in the nose area, what it was. So like he's going to have a hard time breathing right there. That's going to be a little difficult. Yes, now he can cause mayhem. Now he can, yeah, Louis, talk to me.
Just a quick commentary here. You're saying the original mesh, so you're talking about the source mesh that you started off with at the high resolution.
Yeah, I'm starting off with that.
Wow.
Another thing that's also happening, what we've added, we added a caching system to the ZRemesher itself. So guess what? Your ZRemesher now is even going to get faster. So I can change even again the polygon count, and if I hit retry again, it's going back to the original. And what I'd like to highlight is the RS up here in the top left corner right now. This is saying, hey, it's retrying and pulling the data, the cache data, so my remeshing time is getting cut down for me. So instead of us having to always keep remeshing and remeshing what we're looking at, this is actually pulling a file that we're saving out now to allow you to kind of get going and remeshing. So it's speeding up our remesh process.
Wow.
Because sometimes it could take a couple seconds, 10, 30 seconds or so. It depends on the model you're throwing at ZRemesher. So these two additions have been really handy to speed up some workflow for us all. So you've got a new caching system and you've got a retry system. Well, we didn't just end there with this way we've been playing with this ZRemesher. I'm going to
Have we ever really?
I gotta bring him back just because
Oh,
he's not
yes.
here.
I love this guy. He's a cute little adorable.
He's a cute little guy. Our little Joseph Drust made this. Isn't it adorable?
Hello, Joseph, wherever you are.
Right. It's lovely. So we have a new option now called Keep Polypaint. So you can now, when you remesh, if you're, I know there's a lot of artists, like off the top of my head, like Danny Williams, kind of people like to bring in painting. We saw a bunch of artists here that brought in polypaint early. Even Damien Candelet, he brought in polypaint early. So now you can actually keep your polypaint. So I'm going to use kind of them all together right now. I don't know what I want as a remesher, so I'm just going to say, let's keep the paint, and then let's remesh that. So what we're doing is remeshing at our normal default, which is the 5,000 polygons. There we go. And you can see the paint has stayed, but it's not quite what I want. So now this is the beauty. I go, I don't know what I want. So now I just start playing with this, and now I can just hit retry. And once again, you see it's retrying in the top left corner here, okay? And it's also, so what you want to be looking for is up here. So that took 6 seconds to do that. So now you can just all day here, just figure out what number do you want and just hit retry. And again, I'm not remeshing the one we're looking at. I'm remeshing where we started with this model.
And you're keeping the poly paint.
And I'm keeping the poly
So that's
paint
not
as
time
we keep
wasted.
going. Yeah.
Hey, just a second, and you're reducing the time because of the cache process.
Yeah, and I'm reducing. So these two new options with the retry and the caching is about speed, right? This Keep Polypaint is thinking about how you are as an artist. Some of you like to bring in polypaint early, really see that character, and then want to remesh. Now you're going to be able to keep your painting. Okay, so that's what's something that's new for the ZRemesher.
Chat is blowing up. Happy thoughts.
Talk to me.
Happy thoughts are happening in the chat.
Oh, right. I'm glad I'm making your day. Wait, that camera. That's the camera I'm on right now. There, right there. That camera. All right. So that is the ZRemesher. Now this one's, oh boy, this one's a big one. So I'm going to bring up a model that we've gotten from Turbo Squid. HP Military is who made this model. This was a nice little jacket here.
Woo.
So we've had a lot of conversations these last 4 days about masking.
Huge conversations.
I'm a big masker. I think it's an important. Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot of fans in the chat are also huge fans of masking. Everybody today was saying how masking changed their life, how they use it all the time.
We did have that.
So what is it that we're going to bring to the table now with masking?
Oh boy, I think this is a game changer for a lot of people.
Are you going to use the fire chicken?
What happened?
Are you using the fire chicken?
Uh-huh. I'm just for you. And only for you, that I'm going to do this.
Get the Bert.
Okay?
That's it. You only get one, Louis.
Often you're masking as an artist, right? So you're grabbing your pen mask and you're doing like nice shapes. Look at that. That's gorgeous, right?
Beautiful. Work of art.
Breathtaking over here. Mom, look at me. I'm making art.
You did it.
Yay! So listen. This is nothing impressive, it's not a great shape, right? But there's also times where maybe, what if I want to say, let's grab something else? I don't know, I like to use different masking here, okay? So I'm gonna grab the mask rectangle. Let's grab a different alpha. I'm gonna import an alpha that I made, so let me grab that really quick. I'm over on my other monitor, so that's why you can't see what I'm doing right now. Don't you worry, I'm here for you. All right, so let me grab a different one.
Yeah, I'm
gonna grab a different alpha. I'm gonna grab something like this.
You're going retro?
Yep. No, you're gonna see. You're gonna enjoy what I'm going to do.
This is all for you.
This is for you, Louis.
Oh, here we go.
This is for you.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So
it's not anything impressive, right? It's just a nice circle. Yay. Okay, but here's the idea. You know, I started with the shape. What we have now done is you got to start thinking about this. I'm just making a simple shape in this. All right, keeping it simple first. Then I'm going to go to my masking, and there's going to be a new menu called Mask Region. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do the first click, Alter Region, boom. The entire thing gets filled for me. So what you all now need to start thinking is you can make any shape that you want, And with one button, we're gonna fill it for you. We're gonna analyze this instead of sitting there doing
which I do a lot.
my mind is going like, hello, lots of things. Like there's fireworks going off in my head right now, just for those that really want to take a walk in my mind. Yes.
Could have saved me years of my life. How many times I filled in a mask area.
Yeah, well, watch. I'm going to do something even cooler here. Let's do it again, okay? And let's make a circle there. And you know what? Let's do another one.
A circle within.
A circle within a circle,
Ooh,
okay? And let's do another one. I'm going to make this one be even a little bit different. Yeah, a little something like that. So what's going to happen here? Watch this. I'm going to hit auto region. And boom. Look at it, it's almost Grace. I know you're in the back. It's getting close. It's getting close to that duck, right? So if I undo, you can see it is actually intelligent enough to figure out the way this has been laid out. And if I click it again, you'll see that this was filled and then this was filled, but this was left alone. Like
somebody said this should be in every software.
Oh my God, this is going to be a game. What? Yes, Ian, go.
I was gonna say, go back, because that looked like it's like a perfect O.
I want to say what it looks like, but I don't know if there's copyright.
I can't say that either.
That's why I say it's the duck.
I said
I'm just going to say
perfect
it's the duck, okay? So, okay, great shapes. Yay, right and all. Let's go ahead and get away from just a simple shape. Let's do something a little more fun.
Time for the Bert?
This is Louis been waiting for this, everybody. He's
Time for the Bert.
If you guys didn't know, he's not even sitting right now, okay? That's not even happening with him. I'm going to switch to the
I'm leaning up
mask. You're not sitting. He's floating, okay? He's been floating the whole 4 days. He's not actually in a chair. Zen.
The chair was CGI, just so you know.
I'm going to bring in now, let's bring in something else. Let's bring in a different alpha.
Time for the Bert.
Louis been waiting for this, okay? I've got this little bird here, okay? I'm going to actually flip it. I'm going to make an inverse of that. So I just want this part of the bird. So I'm going to say I'm now on the masking square, all right? And I'm going to say let's go grab that bear to this, the bird, and I'm going to drag that out. So now I can let's put a bird on here. Ooh, that looks nice.
Oh, we're getting hot rod status.
Yes, yes. Now, what I'm going to do different, we're starting to get a little bit more complex here, and this is where I hope all your minds start thinking about as an artist what you're going to be able to do next. So instead of me saying, let's just fill what we've got here, I'm going to say, let's analyze first the mask. Let's figure out, let ZBrush go, okay, take a look at this mask. Let's really figure this out. Now what I can do as an artist, and I'm going to switch back to my masking pen now. I'm going to come and say, we'll go with a little bit smaller brush size. I'm going to say there, let's go here, let's go here. I'm looking at Louis. Yeah, he likes that one. And he likes that one
That's
too.
Good.
Yeah?
That's
that
good.
one too?
Good enough.
Okay. So I'm making little marks, and you can see I'm making little marks within the region. And you see, once I've clicked this Analyze region, the Fill region comes available, and boom. You can choose what regions to even fill. So you don't have to do it globally.
Yes.
You, as a user, can decide where you want the filling to happen with the masking. Like, this is awesome. I'm telling you right now, I'm having a great old time. Everyone's laughing in here. Not really. It's just me in my head laughing.
People are happy.
No, I'm laughing.
Oh, good.
It's just whether or not
laughing at me or with me?
Gentlemen,
okay.
let me rein you in here
decide.
for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
We
Go
still
ahead.
have a
Talk to
global
me, Bruce.
responsibility to the fans
Why
here.
I make some color on this.
I just want to say the fans are saying this is magic, 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 and whoa, really glad we could do this for you is what I'll say back to them. Carry on.
Yeah. So as you can see, now that I've applied paint, you can see where the reds went, because it's Christmas, and you can see where the greens went.
That's a lime green jacket.
It's beautiful. Don't act like you wouldn't wear it, okay?
You
It's
made
in the
it. I
back.
would wear it.
If it's got a racing stripe on it,
I'll do
Ian's
it.
gonna wear
I got it.
He's gonna wear it.
Louis
You're
and I
driving
are-
around in an orange car, and you're making fun of my lime green jacket right now? What
People
is
like
happening?
the orange car.
What is happening right now? Okay, so we're not done. We want to continue stuff. So I'm going to bring up another beta here. So give me a second. I'm going to close this one down.
You've got another
Bring
beta.
up another one. What's that?
We got 2 betas going on.
We got
here.
2
This
betas.
is amazing.
No, 'cause you
Sit
said
tight.
It's just, what we're working on, the work
Yeah.
in progresses, okay? So I'm going to...
Skunks work.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to bring up another one here for me. So let me grab
But like I
that
said, the people in the chat across the
Yeah,
globe are really
go
happy
ahead.
with this. They're really, really ecstatic. I'm reading some of the comments here, and it looks like a very positive response. So we're really pleased with that. Carry
I'm
on.
glad it's positive.
Oh, 100%. Well, especially again, because everybody was like, oh, I love masking. Every time we talked about masking in the
Ooh,
back
I
of
love
my
it.
head,
I saw you.
was like, oh my God.
I
I
hoped
just
you
want
would
to
bite your lip.
say what's coming up.
Right, I hoped you would bite your lip. You did a
No,
great
I mean,
job.
you know,
You were
I
poker faced
did
the whole
my job.
time.
It does.
Good man.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh. Well, this is really pretty. Paul,
Yes, talk to me.
Was this made in ZBrush?
This is 100% made in ZBrush.
Wow.
With this is all a lot of Z Modeler for sure. He's an amazing artist. He's got a lot of stuff on ZBrush Central. He's done a lot of things. He's done like a train. He's done also like a propeller, like a helicopter.
Yeah.
What else has he done? I'm missing another one he's done. But this is on ZBrush Central right now. It's top row, so.
Yeah, deservedly on top row.
100%. It's an amazing piece. So we thought, you know what, let's use this, okay? And let's think about some things that maybe we can do with this, right?
He says, nah, that's Paul's scan of his car.
That's
no, it's
hysterical.
That's a fancy car, Paul.
Boy, I wish I had that car.
And somebody said, no, you got Louis' car in there. Stop it.
That's more accurate, Louis' car. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's go into rendering, all right? And let's take a look at rendering something off, and we're gonna just do a quick little render. And we're going to be rendering some stuff in here, right? So obviously rendering is very important. It's what we're trying to get to, and we're trying to get something that looks nice. And we have a preview render in ZBrush. We've got also obviously the best preview render as well. But obviously now that we're part of Maxon, that's right, people. I've got Redshift right here, right now, inside of ZBrush.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Because
Redshift
right next to you.
Right now, inside it, yeah, welcome to the spit zone, Ian.
Perfect.
All right? This is now rendering with Redshift. We are no longer rendering with our preview or our best preview renderer. This is, look at that. That's just buttery.
Chat just came to life there.
Oh, it came to life, did it?
You might have sent a fissure through. You might have sent a massive fissure through the internet with that one. That is an emphatic yes. Large capital letters across the entire chat.
Here we go, people. Look, so we've got some stuff. Ian and I are going to start sharing with you what you actually can do now with Redshift inside of ZBrush. So the first render that, yeah, go ahead.
Buckle up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is
100%.
Like, buckle up.
Yeah.
Don't close your eyes. All right. Number one, I just re-rendered. Look how fast that was. That was like second.
Oh my God, yeah, easily.
So we are doing something special to try and make the rendering even faster with Redshift inside of ZBrush. So just like we were talking about with ZBrush, your first render, it's going to calculate all that information, but we are now remembering that model and information. So now, as I play, for those that have rendered, it's like, I feel like I'm just like, what is that, turning? I'm just like turning things and hoping things happen.
Yeah,
right?
which happens a lot.
Oh my God, like rendering. So I just want to play and start figuring this out. So number one, I'm doing a progressive render right now is what I'm doing. So I'm going to say, well, how about I turn off my progressive rendering, and then I'm going to say, well, let's go ahead and re-render this. So you can now, as an artist with inside of ZBrush with Redshift, you can either do a bucket render or you can do a progressive render. I'm a big bucket guy. Personally.
Oh, I do a 50-50. I do progressive in the beginning just to get a sense and a feel.
Yeah.
But then when I'm ready to get like closer to a final render, it's going through, I switch. You
switch.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm weird like that.
I just like seeing that pixel where it's going.
The animation is
I don't
like,
know maybe that's what it is.
Maybe we can get some sound effects.
Listen, I've been trying to get sound effects in ZBrush for 13 years, and it still hasn't been able to happen.
I'll just pitch it. I can voice it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now what I'm going to do is, we've been using a blend. I'm going to switch to just a matte cap material, and now I'm going to render this. So that's right, you can use any of your standard materials and any of your matte cap materials and send those to Redshift and render with those. So it's not just about grabbing that standard material. So here's a nice little quick clay render. And again, we're going to be doing here, Ian and I, we're starting just from scratch, what you're seeing right now. Yeah. And we're going to switch back and forth and kind of slowly now show you what you can do with Redshift rendering and how beautiful a render you all are going to get once you get this in your hands, right? Because we're excited to see once you have this. So you've got two materials. Well, that's not good enough, honestly.
No.
So, no, especially with Ian next to me. He's like, that's not good enough.
No, we're going to have to throw a lot of materials.
This is where Ian comes in and tells me and looks at my renders and tells me that it doesn't look so hot. Okay.
It's only for this part.
Oh. The truth has come out. Here you go. So we have also added Redshift materials right in ZBrush. So now I've just selected just a standard Redshift material and said, let's render with that. Let's see what we get just with this and see how well that's looking. There, you can definitely see there's some changes happening here that I really, really love. And then, like, let's see about playing some. Yes, you got your finger up over there. What's happening, Louis? You got something?
I don't know if I should interject now or I
Okay.
should let them wait a little longer because
All right.
there seems to be a running question that they
All right,
want.
well, if there's questions, I'd probably wait. We might probably get to it because we're going to start
I'm
trying
not
to
going to
make
answer that yet.
So obviously, I'm going to open up our modifiers. You can see everything now we have at our disposal with a Redshift material. I'm feeling shiny inside, so you know I'm always bright inside. I'm feeling happy, feeling lovely. Whoa, look at that. So metal, right? Throw that on. Let's see what that is rendering like. And again, I'm using our rendering ability, sending it to Redshift now, right? Which is incredible. There, a beautiful shiny car. Yeah.
Is it GPU or CPU?
It's both GPU or CPU. Okay, it depends on what you have. If you have the subscription to Redshift or Maxon 1, you're going to have the ability to have your GPU. If you don't have the subscription to Maxon 1 or the subscription to Redshift, you'll get the CPU. Right? So that's important to know.
So one more
Great
time, with the
question,
subscription, you get the GPU?
Get that subscription. And don't forget, those that registered, we're going to be sending you an email after the summit from a Dove. It's going to be a Dove that's going to deliver. No, it's an email, a regular email. You're going to get 25% discount special for Maxon 1 and also ZBrush. So there you go. There's a way for you to get in. So you can see I'm just playing with some metals, messing around with this. We can even, you know, start playing with some other items on here. You can see you got a lot of stuff. Maybe let's knock down the reflective.
So,
you know, yeah.
real quick, I had a question for you.
Okay,
so, you know, if I'm one of those guys that gets the email for the 25, is it for the first year?
It's just for the first year. Oh, look at that. Okay. I've seen one of these in LA, just chromed out, blinding me on the street, reflecting off.
Yeah, that actually reminds me of the concert hall that happens to be in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, I know. The Disney Hall.
Yeah.
Walt Disney Concert Hall.
Is what you're talking
Designed
about.
by Frank Gehry, fellow Canadian.
What happened?
Frank Gehry.
Fellow Canadian, yeah, absolutely.
Walt Disney Concert.
All right, so you can start to seeing what we're going to have inside of ZBrush now with Redshift. Okay, so what we've done here is we started playing with these Redshift materials, and I'm going to now just turn on all the materials that we made for this car. And let's go ahead and now just render this out as is with these materials. So I just turned on our poly paint because I want to now show you guys a little something where, like I said, this is going to be a progression thing that we're looking at with you all and trying to just keep pushing the render and pushing the render. And hopefully this inspires you all in thinking about your ZBrush models, what you're going to be able to do with this.
Which is a lot right now.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
Right. Yeah. So this is already now starting to get better and better and better. And that's what we're trying to do today with you all. So I'm going to jump back up into here, and I'm going to turn something else on. We've got even our depth of field, right? So I'm going to make this really, really blurry, like just so you'll be able to visually see this online and see that. And I'm going to take the focus, and I'm going to say, right about there. Boop. So that's it. I'm just telling ZBrush, where do I want to focus on this car? Where do I want that depth of field to be? And look how fast this is rendering. Again, we are remembering that information for us. There, I'm done rendering, right? It's pretty blurry.
It's pretty blurry. Yeah, I would say.
Right, so as an artist, I'd say, let's drop that down maybe in the 5 range for a radius, and then let's go ahead and print that off and go, yes, I am making a render.
There you go. It's looking better. Yeah.
Are you liking it?
Yeah, I am.
Well, yeah.
There are a few things I would like.
The thing is, hold on, before you tell them a few things, there's people saying this is a conceptual designer's dream.
All right. Ian wants to.
And hello to everybody.
Yeah, just a couple things. I won't take up too much time.
We're switching again.
Okay.
Go. I wonder what you'll be doing.
All right. Well, what I really like about this render so far is that it's starting to feel more and more lifelike.
Okay.
But what if I actually would like to, I don't know, maybe give it a background? That'd be kind of cool, right?
So you want to change some lighting?
I do want to change some lighting.
Not good enough for him, what I did.
No.
This is my everyday.
Yeah, there you go.
Every
you have
day.
to deal with me. Yeah, it's perfect. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the light palette. I'm going to drop this down, go into the background, and I'm actually going to turn on an HDR because I really think this is going to elevate the piece a little bit and bring in some fun lighting. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of position this maybe somewhere around here.
That's Louis' apartment on the right.
It is, yeah.
You guys are painting a picture of my personal life.
Not really. I have no idea where this is.
Very skewed Viennese life that I live.
Right?
Yeah. A street in Vienna somewhere.
So I think this would be pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to hit Shift R again, just to go ahead and kind of get an idea of what's going on here. Now, of course, like we were saying, how fast the rendering and stuff like is, we brought in an HDR, brought in some different lighting, so it's going to recalculate that, but still, look how fast that is.
That looks great. What's up with the floor?
Well, yeah.
Hey, you got lighting in the ZBrush lighting.
I do.
Can we change that? Is that?
You know, we can, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
What I like to do is, when I bring in an HDR, I like to see what it looks like first. I don't like to change too much, Paul.
Sorry, taking over the demo.
But now I have a Redshift exposure element, and I can actually bring that down a little bit, or I can raise that up depending on what I want. Let's actually drop that down just a little bit. Now I also too have gamma and exposure I can play with as well, but I'm gonna just adjust the Redshift exposure. And
just Redshift?
Just Redshift, yeah.
Okay.
Just Redshift.
All right.
I mean, so we can go really low too.
Oh.
How low can we go?
How low can you go?
Cool.
It's gonna get darker now.
It is gonna get darker. But, you know, the other thing, I'm going to bring it up just a little bit more, but what I want to notice, I want to point this out right here.
I like that you just pointed the Cintiq, like they all can see your finger right now.
See,
you literally just pointed the Cintiq, people.
I've been left responsible.
That.
I can't believe they
Amazing.
I can't believe they put me in charge of keeping you two on the wraps.
Exactly.
Who put me next to this guy?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that's right, I did. You're right.
So I actually would like to, you know, maybe adjust some more of the lighting itself here. So I'm actually going to take the Redshift material that we have here. I'm going to drop the intensity down just a little bit. And when I say a little bit, like a good chunk.
Like a lot?
Like a lot.
Pretty much turn it off is what you're doing?
Pretty much turn it off.
So now you're only using HDR.
HDR. Oh. Yep. And that's starting to, the car's starting to fit the environment a little bit. But I got a black gaping hole.
But there's a gaping black hole.
So now I want to deal with the black gaping hole that's happening here. Because we have a floor, right? If I turn the floor off and I re-render that, what do you think is going to happen?
I think we're going to go back to the future.
Back to the future.
And it's going to float.
It's going to be floating.
I was correct.
So instead of turning off the floor, maybe what I can do is add a material for that. So I'm actually going to go under Redshift Render, and there is a material setting here. And I'm going to go ahead and pick a floor material. Do you have one specific? Oh, we do have one. That's pretty cool, right? So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. Now, before I go ahead and just click Render, what I would like to point out is that the materials have the ability to add a shadow catcher, which is really, really cool. So if I go over here to my material, boop.
It's on the bottom.
There it is.
I already did it for you.
You did, but I'm going to do it again.
Your assistant.
Right down here. I'm going to put on the magnifying glass this time, not point to the screen. I'm going to point out the bottom of the material of Redshift is a shadow catcher, and it is 0 for off and 1 for on. So with that material, because you can turn anything into a shadow catcher. It doesn't just have to be the floor.
It's any mesh.
Any mesh.
Okay.
As long as it has the material with the shadow catcher on, it becomes a shadow of catchers.
It's becoming a twist for you.
It is.
Tongue twister.
It is.
It's becoming a tongue twister.
We already know my spoken capabilities aren't the greatest.
Right.
But now we can see, look at Paul. There's a shadow on the floor
We're
of the HDR.
We're starting to bring some. I still think you're missing something personally. What about the inside of the car? Is there
you want to see inside of it?
That would be pretty cool.
You know what? That would be really, really cool. Yeah. So let's go ahead and alt select the glass, or what should be glass. And I'm going to go ahead and go into my materials, and I'm going to find my RS glass material. I'm going to go ahead and click that. And I'm going to make sure that I go on up, select material, go to color. So just filling with that material. And I believe this is glass too, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and might as well fill the lights, because we can't see if it's small.
I don't know if there's lights under there.
I don't know.
Of course I know.
Of course. So let's go ahead and re-render and see what happens now. Now, it's just the material selection, but with Redshift now, there is actually something in there. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty. I want to try something now. Can I take back over?
You want to finish it? Okay, let's do it.
It's like a game of musical chairs here this afternoon. We come to the finish.
This is fun. Let's do this all the time. All right. I'm gonna. I know you were enjoying playing with that. Again, I want to reiterate this for the background. I'm gonna go up.
Punch it.
I'm gonna punch it.
Punch it, Bishop.
I just want to punch a Bishop. Let's push that out even a little bit more. Again, I want to keep rendering and playing with this. So I want that white to come a little bit more. So again, the beauty here is it's only affecting the redshift and what Ian was pointing out. So we have a way to play with that exposure just for the redshift render. So let's see, I'm gonna turn these off and let's take a look at, say, something in there. Let's get a little closer look. Don't be shy. Let's get, there you go, right? I'll turn on polyframe so you guys can all see what I have here. All right, and I'm gonna say, let's take this little purple part right here, this little section here, which is clearly lights. All right, so let's grab a different material. I don't know, let's grab something else. Yeah, I don't know, let's grab
Something
this
a little
one.
bit more glowy, maybe?
Oh, do you know where I'm going?
I don't
think
know.
you do.
I mean, they're headlights.
Well, yeah.
What could we possibly be doing with headlights?
Well, first of all, I don't want any metal on this. That's not necessary for this. But what I would like, which would be pretty cool, how about some emissive?
Ooh.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw some emissive on here. I'm gonna go all out crazy.
You're gonna go all out?
This is probably in the back room. They're going, stop.
Stop doing that.
Blind
Hey, you know
me.
what? I'm gonna encourage it. Go ahead. What's 100%?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you
I got your back.
encouraging. I appreciate that. And then I'm gonna fill that now, right? So we get this material. You know, and I'm gonna have, I'm gonna throw in a little color. Why not?
Yeah.
So let's do an MRGB this time instead. I'd prefer,
Yeah, there you go.
yellow. Okay, let's bring everything back now. And hey, I remember I turned off your little glass front covers there.
Yeah, we gotta put that back on.
So
I
now
worked
that
hard on that.
You like that?
I did, yeah.
It's a beautiful car, by the way. Again,
It
all
is.
done in ZBrush. Quite impressive. An amazing.
Ooh.
What? Look at that.
That's pretty bright, though.
Well, they're LEDs. Why can't they be that bright? So I'd like to point out, look, we're getting the reflections of the emissive. So you now have emissive inside of ZBrush with Redshift. So you are right. It's a little, it's a little aggressive. It's a little aggressive.
Yeah, what does 10% look like?
Well, we'll change it. We'll change it. Because you were pointing out that looked a little aggressive, I'm going to play a little bit more, too.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. Go ahead.
right.
I will. Go ahead.
I want to play a little bit more here. So I'm going to, you know what, let's select and see the car. Let's just click and drag the material for the car again. All right, and let's go back and let's see. I want to go see what that crazy chrome looking thing looks like, right? So I'm going to.
Here we go.
I'm going to go even lower on the roughness, all right? And I'm going to up that metalness. Even look, why not? I'm cranking it. Oh,
Yeah, okay.
look at that, yes.
That might be a bad idea, though.
I would not want to be driving next to this in sunny Southern California, that's for sure.
Out of most parts of the world.
Oh, look at that, nice and chrome.
Ooh,
it's pretty bright.
I think that's a little too much chrome.
All right, let me see. Let me draw. What if I went halfway? What do you think about that?
Okay,
what if I rendered that out?
Let's find out.
Let's find what that is. So this is the beauty of this is I'm now just playing with this material, figuring out what I want to look like. And now I'm like, what? Do you remember what I had for this?
I was going to say, I think you should just set it back but I would like you to set it back exactly where you had it because we got approval for that. They called in, they said approval, and then you're coming in with this metal chrome stuff.
I'm just going nuts.
Can you dial it back exactly where we were, please?
I'm just going crazy. Okay, well, this has always been a problem for me with rendering.
Same.
Right, because I feel like you're just pulling levers, render.
Yeah.
Pulling a lever, render.
Yeah.
Changing a material, render. Changing a material,
It's a common problem because you never get it quite where you want it. You always get close enough. At least in my experience, I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're on the same page with that.
Yeah. So I'm going to pull up that render palette because obviously you guys all know where we're going here. All right. We have something that is render recall, or what we're starting to call it internally is the render total recall.
Render total recall.
Total recall. You can see right here, it's actually been caching and remembering all the renders that Ian and I have been doing. So we're at 23 renders already. And the beauty part about this is not only can I cycle through and see all the changes that we've been doing, like all the way to the beginning or all the way to the end.
Look at that.
Right? So this is just allowing us to look through our renders now and see which one you like.
I like how you're just casually being like, yeah, well, let's just go back in time.
Casual.
Yeah.
Super cash. Super cash, right? And then I can be like, well, where was it that it was like not too crazy, right? Maybe I don't want the emissive. And now I can let go. And guess what? If I re-render now, I am now putting all my material, all my lighting, everything back to what that image looked like. So you can see the emissive is gone now. I didn't need to go adjust anything on my materials. I didn't need to go play with the render settings. Everything is being updated for me based upon the image that I just selected.
Yeah, because you applied that emissive material. Like in before, you would have to go back and maybe put flat color on to remove that material completely. Where in this case, you're just like, no, I decided against it, go back, re-render, and now it's gone.
Listen, I'm not done, okay?
No?
The beauty part of Redshift being now inside of ZBrush, I'm gonna kind of do something this one's fun for me. I really enjoy doing this already in ZBrush. And now that I have Redshift, this is just gonna be even a lot more fun for me, is the BPR filters.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say go nuts. Because I know the chat's loving it. I know they missed you. So go ahead, go nuts.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Did they miss me? Did you really miss me?
I think they did.
Yeah. No one cares. No one cares. So guess what? I'm going to be able to apply a filter to the Redshift render now.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Really?
So I'm going to be able to use the ZBrush filters on the render for Redshift. So me personally, we talked about, I just showed a way to use the Redshift depth of field. Well, you could also just use the filter system. I can throw a blur on this if I want to. I'm gonna go really blurry on this. And again, we'll make the radius, look at that.
Oh, wow, you're like...
I don't want it to be, if you notice, it's only on the car right now.
Yeah.
I want it on everything. So this little masking slider, I'm gonna put the 0. Now it's on everything.
Now I can't see the car.
Right, so now this is like your squinting eyes. That is artwork. Look, I'm on my way to Art Basel right now. That's all I know. Here I come. So I'm gonna say, how about we do it by depth, okay?
Oh.
And I'm gonna say, you could 0 these out if you want to and let ZBrush figure some things out and automatically boom. And then if I re-render now, okay? We're gonna re-render with the Redshift again, get me all those shadows, get all that information back, and then boom, throw the filter on it, right? So filters are real time. So I'm seeing everything, but to get back all my shadows and everything else that I want, there you go, you can have that. So this is always to be an example of like, okay, my radius is too big. Let's bring that down, all right? Let's throw something else on here. Saturation, what if I wanna start desaturating, right? And then I'm saturating the background only. And so you can clearly see, I can say switch that to only the car if I want to. A little noir in honor of Louis Tucci. A little
Thank you very much, sir.
There, okay?
Thank you.
Right, so you can see this is all being done in real time. I can even say, let's throw a little colorize, colorize, maybe a little, I don't know.
Well, you're going noir, so you might as well, yeah, there you go.
I'm going a little, let's Fresnel it even.
Ah, there you go.
There you go, right? And then I can even go the other direction. So you guys can see the ability we have here and just start having some fun with this and then just re-render.
It's also nice, too, that you're able to see the Redshift render as you're applying the filters on the car. So you're still seeing the effects of it, and then re-rendering it just brings it all together, making it one cohesive image. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, so now I've got a little bit of blur on here. I've got some red on here. We've got some other things. Louis, how's the chat? Are they digging it?
Oh, yeah,
are they loving
people are pretty happy about things
Feeling
over here.
really
They
happy
love it.
about this? Okay,
Yeah.
so there is so many things that you all can do. So look at these. All these, look, there's an outer edge. I can make that be really crazy. I don't want to have noise. Hey, let's put it inside as well. And in fact, I'm gonna change the color just so you all can,
Yeah, I dig it.
Why do we keep going to green?
There might be a reason
Pink.
for that, but I
Going
don't
to
know. I
pink
can't
now.
figure it out.
Listen, I love me some holidays.
There you go.
I love me some holidays. So you can see what this is doing. This is putting an outer edge, right, in here. And I love using this one for like when I'm doing stuff that's toon shaded, cartoony. But the point here I'm trying to make is very extreme. But what we're trying to emphasize here is we have Redshift rendering with the filter system, all with inside of ZBrush. This is going to be a ton of fun. I can't wait to see the renders that everyone's going to be doing.
And also, too, let's not forget, you were talking about matte caps being, matte cap materials, Redshift materials, standard materials. It gives them more options to find exactly what they're looking for.
Okay, yes, but
yeah.
not everyone's like me.
Okay.
Just living in hard surface all the time.
Yeah, we have some organic stuff too, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna load something else here. I wanna load another little project over here that I have.
Wait, what do you got here? Come on, I want to see it.
Just enjoy, Mr. Near and dear to
I want to thank Henry Cervenka one more time for that model.
Henry, yes, for the model.
Henry Cervenka's Bugatti.
Thank you for that, yes. Earthquake, he's got to be shown every summit.
He does. I agree.
Much.
Yeah, 100%.
He's a staple now at this point.
And because we have Redshift integration, we have to
You
level
want
up
me
a
to
little.
render it is what you're telling me
Please
right now?
render it.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is take a look. Oh, look, a nice little
Wow.
render there.
A clay
That looks
statue
pretty
going
good.
on
Yeah,
there.
a
I
little
like
clay.
it.
You like that?
Yeah, I mean, you already have a shadow catcher. Paul, this is looking really
What are you going to do with this guy now?
Well, let's see. You got different materials, right? So you've got ability to play with some materials in here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna want to go back again. I don't like what I did.
Okay,
Well, I don't have to do that actually. I can do the recall, right?
could,
So you don't even have to load other projects now, right? This is an example of why don't I just go back to the original file after I started playing with something? So let's start playing with this material, okay? And let's get into my material palette. And now, obviously, the next thing that I would probably want to do, how about some subsurface scatter?
Yes, please.
Okay.
SSS.
S.
Finally, they were blowing it up in the chat. I didn't have a hard time saying anything.
It's
Here's
going
the
to be this
subsurface
easy
scatter.
for all of us now. This is going to be. I'm going. Even though Ian doesn't want me to, I'm going crazy.
He's going to look like a burnt tomato.
He's going to be a burnt tomato. Look at that. He is pink.
But it's showing it off.
He is.
You got yes across the board here in the chat. Yes.
Yeah,
The letter
right?
Y and
There
yes.
you go. For all those character artists out there, like, I just need that subsurface scatter going on in my model.
Yeah. And obviously, we're going to need to be able to tweak things like this. So number one, I'm going to want to be able to control color. So you can see down here, you're going to be able to control your front color and your back colors in here. This is ridiculous. It's
Oh, you admit
super
it?
extreme.
Okay.
Well, I'm just trying to make stuff for everyone at home to really visualize this
Yeah,
and
that's
see
true.
this,
Push
right?
it.
So there, I'm knocking it down. I went halfway down now. It's still, and you can really see it coming through in the hands. You can see it coming through in here and stuff like this. So I'm going to start tweaking this just a little bit more. I'm going to throw this at maybe 0.2 for the amount. Yes.
The line of the summit. I just found the line of the
Yeah,
summit.
you got the line of the summit.
The line
And
of the
that's the
summit.
one with the Louis, not the line of the summit.
Character artists are moshing.
Oh,
Right, so now
that's
you
looking,
see we're getting better.
Yeah, that looks
Right,
good.
it's starting to come to life. Now, obviously I'm going to want to control, depending on your character, depending on what you're using it on, there is obviously thickness to a mesh.
Yep.
There's different volume to it. So because it's a Redshift material, I can actually play with the scaling here. So I'm just going to make this go pretty high. I'm going to put it at a little bit higher number. 30 sounds good to me. And what this is controlling is, hey, how thick is the mesh? In essence, what's the scale of it? The higher I go with this, you're going to start getting more and more subsurface because you're allowing it and saying, hey, the mesh isn't this, it's this. I once caught a fish this big, not this big. That's just a movie quote. That's not mine.
No.
Go ahead, someone put the movie in chat. Let's see if you know it. Let's really impress me. I'll even give you the decade, the 90s. I'll give it to you. All right.
So.
Yeah, so this is go ahead.
We only have a few more minutes.
Nope.
I don't want to go away,
Who
though,
said there's
because
only
I
a few?
love-
Who's telling you these
love
things?
this.
Nope.
But I know there's something else, too.
Yep, I want to load something else in here. So let me open another. I'm just having a lot of fun with this, okay? So let's load something else.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, there's some more. Don't you worry. Okie dokie, don't you worry. All right, here we go. Near and dear to our hearts, the old spotlight. Right, so obviously we can render this
Hold on
with
a second.
Redshift. Yes.
Listen, everybody in the chat and everybody across the world, pay close attention to what's about to happen here, because if you miss it, you're not going to believe it happened, and I don't want to be held responsible for the broken hearts. Take it up, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Love some gold.
Love it.
Right, love some gold. Now, here is the nice thing. We're sending this, right? This model is actually all just low polygon that Mr. Joseph Druss did, and he's using dynamic subdiv. So here's a big one for me. I'm going to turn off dynamic subdiv. Okay, so now it's off on the subtool I have selected. Guess what? How about let's do it to all of them?
Oh, that would be nice.
Boom. They all now have dynamic sub turned off, and you can see my render. You can start seeing that faceting start to happen there, right? And it's not just, so I'm going to turn it all back on again. I've changed my mind.
Yep.
And then go ahead and hit that button again. Turn it all back on and say, yep, give it to me all in a dynamic subdiv. Then I'm going to say, okay, well, this model, right now it doesn't have the material, it doesn't have the color. So I'm going to say MRGB, but instead of going to the color, I'm going to come down here into the poly paint. And I'm highlighting this for a certain reason. We now have a fill color. Because guess what you can do? Any undoable button and slider inside the tool palette now can take advantage of this apply the last action to all subtools. So now every single subtool is going to get the fill. So you can see all my poly paint is being turned on, and you're getting all these to have those materials.
So instead of selecting one, filling, another, down,
and again,
down.
in the tool palette, anything that's undoable action, you'll be able to use that button. So I'm going to do one other thing because this was just something I said, hey, how about if we did a little something else? So I'm going to say, let's take that, let's add that, let's add that. I'm going to say, that looks good. I'm changing my mind on that. I don't want this. So I've got these selected. I'm going to hit Control. I'm going to say, hey, I would like to actually say, whoops, sorry, I hit the wrong button. That was me. Okay.
I'll allow it.
Hello. I'm just getting excited over here.
Well,
okay,
I mean, there's a lot to be excited about. This is
I'm
really
going
cool
to
stuff.
make a new folder. Okay. We're going to call this Summit. Right. So now I have a folder with those pieces. I use the gizmo to make my folder. So here is my folder. All right. And I'm going to say, let's go now with a green again. I keep gravitating towards
You want to try something else, like an orange?
I have no. Sure. No, because
You know what?
it's
I think
gold.
green's actually better.
I can't believe they're paying you guys to do this. This is unbelievable.
Let's do a pink.
All right. I think that's better. Yeah, okay.
All right. So you can see there's a bunch of different materials in here. So I'm going to do RS plastic. Right, so if you remember, I filled all the subtools.
Yeah.
So now I've got a new color and a new material. So guess what? I'm going to say gear, right? And I want to say, how about let's do this. Let's come back down to here first and say, let's fill with MRGB on. Let's fill the selected. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that is
Pretty in
beautiful.
pink.
I love it.
Pretty in pink. And now guess what?
Apply.
Instead of pressing there, I'm going to go here and look what just became available.
Yes.
So I can do this even by a folder. So now just this folder has the pretty in pink plastic with this gorgeous gold that I made from scratch.
I mean, that's
just incredible, right? So you can see we can use this replaying last subtool a lot. So I have something else though. I'm not done. I got one more thing that I'd like to show here.
Una más.
All right, so I'm going to pull her up. This is oh, look at that. That's just gorgeous, beautiful. So we're going to render her out. So again, this has got a Redshift material selected, okay? And then now we're rendering with Redshift. So here's something very unique, very cool, and just another advantage of Redshift being inside of ZBrush, okay? So I'm going to say, this looks great.
Yeah.
All right? Here, watch this. I'm going to show you something special that we've added also into here. So I'm going to go into the Redshift renderer. And right here, we've got a Redshift Baker 360. Okay? So what I'm going to let Redshift do now is render 8 steps, okay? And then 4 steps of this render. And you might be thinking, well, what is the point of this? Well, the point of this is I'm actually now baking all of our rendering into the model as vertex polypaint information.
Wait,
That's what we're doing.
So we're taking the render.
Yep.
And we're making a poly paint.
Yep.
So it all looks like a render.
And let's not forget, ZRemesher can keep polypaint now too,
Yes.
right? So there you go. This is now just polypaint with the material, okay? So I can render again, and now this is the poly. But really, if you want to see it.
Yeah, can we see it? Like,
sure.
let's put something.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. This is if I turn off the poly paint, that's what she'll really actually, that's what she looks like.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
But I'm using the paint from now the render of Redshift.
Wow.
To do this.
I can already tell. I always get that can view question.
Yeah.
That I love so much. I'm going to be updating that with some Redshift.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
Right. So we definitely have a lot more that we're working on, but
Yep.
that's it for today that I want to show.
That's the
behind the
taste.
curtain, underneath the hood. I don't have any.
Guys?
Do you have anything else? I don't have anything.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah,
at
Louis,
this
talk
time.
to me.
Yeah,
I
go ahead,
think
Goose.
that if the chat is any indicator of what people's sentiment is, it's all positive and happy times inside the digital space. We have a lot of WOW, W-O-W, and I think that, yeah, like you said, it's just the beginning of a lot of new things forthcoming, possibly into the new year. We look forward to keep on developing things. Our team is committed to that. And
Oh, yeah.
We do have one more thing to do today.
yes, we do.
Yes, we do. So we should definitely get to that because I'm sure everyone's excited about
I'm sure they are. So I was going to wrap it up with you guys on that note and bring us back full circle to the cameras in the studio. And Paul, you're going to migrate over here to where we started off in a minute. And I guess we'll do the Sculpt Off Championship giveaway. We'll wrap it up with our winners, the top 5 people. We're going to walk away. Everyone's walking away with some prizes, but there's top 5. Those top 5 are going to get some special stuff. So sit tight. We're going to be coming back. Paul Gabriel, Ian Robinson. Thank you so much for showcasing the latest features that we've been working on. And I'm Louis Tucci here inside the ZBrush Summit 2022. Sit tight. We're going to come back with our ZBrush Sculpt Off winners. So see you in a minute.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the world. Louis Tucci here live inside of a glorious gallery for the ultimate moment, the ZBrush Sculpt Off winners. It's time to announce the winners. I have to my left Paul Gabery, my faithful companion and ZBrush man. We've got to the right Ian Robinson, and you might notice that there's another special character here. We've got Joe Mena has joined us here live on the set. Thank you, Joe, for being here. Joe is here. He was one of our celebrity judges. We had Joe Mena, John Brown, and of course Phil Hale, my friend, across the pond in London, England. We're going to go 5 to the top, 5th place to the 1st place. I want to say thank you to Joe for being here again on behalf of us all. Thanks for your efforts. Thanks for your work. I want to thank Ian Robinson, our on-location correspondent for the last couple of days, for his efforts and running around. He had a perma smile. He'll be grinning all night long. We've got an after party. We're going to have an after party. That's what's going to happen. And Paul Gabery, the man who's held it all together. I want to say a special thank you to you. Before we do this, you have been the pillar. You have held the ZBrush Summit going in my absence all these years, and we're back again. Ian is here. We're here to help you and keep you going, and it couldn't be done without you, so thank you. Everybody should be smashing the like button. This guy held it together for years.
Go, Paul!
Give a round of applause.
Not true.
What I got?
Not necessary. Not necessary.
Kept it going.
It's a large group of people.
Of course, and that brings me to the large group of people. However, let's not, we're not directing it all at Paul because there is a large group of people behind, there are, excuse me, a large number of people behind the scenes who make it happen. Once again, thank you, special thank you to the entire Maxon family, of course, and our ZBrush community members for the continued support through transitional periods, through all thick and thin. They've been there since the beginning. They continue to be here. And all of our teammates in the offices around the globe. The ZBrush team is a very dedicated and committed group of people that continues to try to strive, as you just, both of you, Ian Robinson and Paul Gabry, showcased. Our latest endeavors involve some very, very cool stuff that will no doubt change people's workflows and the way that they go forward in the business of making cool stuff and maximizing their human potential. So that's the thing we do the best. That's the thing that keeps me going in the morning. Without further ado, now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Yes?
Yeah.
If you competed, you're waiting for
If you competed and you're not watching, what can I say? If you competed and you're watching, let's give it away, as the old saying goes. And now, I guess it's 5th place from the top, number 5, right? Let's show it.
We are going to start with 5th, yes,
Let's start with number 5.
Traditional.
Let's see it burn away the screen, show the number 5th place. Go ahead.
They're going to come into using the environment that we have. This should be a lot of fun. A
glorious
different way of showing who is 5th through 1st.
Also made in ZBrush.
Yep. Again, to everybody that has been involved in this, I'm excited to see who our winners are.
Oh, me too. Yeah, because everybody came, brought their A game in just, 3 hours. That's no joke.
No small
so to be able to just come in and just put something down in that short amount of
There
time.
she goes.
Yeah.
You've lost your ballerina.
What?
Okay.
She's gone.
Yep, she's down. But yes, yeah.
Down she goes.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm excited.
And
You
that means
excited?
that we're one step.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Joe?
I said absolutely. Yes, I asked if I was excited.
One step closer. That means the
we're
ballerina
ready.
has sunk into the floor, and it means we're almost there. We're going to reveal in 5th place.
The anticipation.
I like what you did there. The
kinda-
anticipation.
That's a reference there.
I know it is. Okay,
we
here
go.
it is. In 5th place, we're going to have a prize coming up here. They are going to win.
Let's see what they're going to win.
Ooh. Look at
So they're going to win a
that's
Space Mouse, a 1-year subscription to Noman Workshop, and the lifetime access to XMD account.
Clap your hands if you're happy around the world.
Yeah. That's going to be awesome.
All right.
Who is
Let's
it?
Let's
Who
see
is
who it is. Who do we got? It's 5th place. Bring it on down.
Look, I'm watching
5th
the
place.
Showcase Showdown.
There
Wow.
it is.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Rockefeller Center.
Wow. That's a really cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. And
Heavyweight, they look like they're holding up there.
so you thought it was strength for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the juxtaposition of a cloud, though, as the point of reference for strength.
I do like that.
Can I say?
I like that.
I was thrilled to see the theme of the contest this year, and the environments that Pixelogic Maxon created. And for the first time, everybody's thinking VFX.
Sure.
And sculpture's being celebrated. So as a sculptor, that makes me very happy.
Heck yeah.
Wiser words could not be said. We appreciate that. And I guess now the only thing to do is continue along here with the giveaway, and we're going to look at number 4. 4th place in the 2022 ZBrush Sculpt Off goes, and here's the first thing, the prize.
What do they win?
What are they winning?
What do they win?
Woo!
Wow.
Look at that. Got a pen tablet by SenseLab.
Take it away, Ian.
Space Mouse. And then, of course, a 1-year subscription to Noman Workshop and a lifetime access to XMD Academy.
That is unbelievable. Let's fade away here and find out who it is. Number 4, in 4th from the number 1 spot. Oh, that's...
Whoa, nice.
Oh, I really like that one. That was one of your favorite, Lou. I know you really enjoyed that one.
Yes, I'm surprised to see it fall below the top 3, but what can you do? I was not involved in the judging in any way, shape, or form, so I have to trust my colleagues and friends from the industry to come in and make the educated and very, very difficult and noble decision. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bronze medal, as it were, the 3rd place in the 2022 ZBrush Sculpt Off. We're going to reveal the prize here. It can only get better, a huge amount of prizes. Let's see the prizes here. Fade away happens, and wow, we've got a pen tablet, A Sense Labs pen tablet, the bundle. You get a little case to carry around your pens with, really useful. You got the Space Mouse, very useful. A 1-year subscription to the MIT of the CG educational industry, which is the Gnomon School, Gnomon Workshop. And last but not least, a lifetime access to the XMD, and that is something to be proud of. Let's see it behind the veil, who it is in number 3 spot from the number 1 spot, the bronze medal.
Oh,
very
I remember
nice.
that one.
Nice.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Charles Logan. That's Charles Logan.
You remembered the name there.
Yeah,
Charles.
and the
Look at
fourth
you.
person was Ara. I'm not even going to try and say.
Let
the
me see
last
it.
name.
Let
I
me
would
see it.
say.
Let me see
You want
it.
it? I
Let me
got
see
the
it.
names
Hold
here.
on. He's got the
I
names
got the
here. All right.
names.
Finally, in 5th place was Koloyan Vasilev. In 4th place was Ara Gulijanyan. In
You're good at
3rd
that.
place, we had Charles Logan.
Hey, you're good at that.
Looks like we know what you're doing next year. No, you can keep
No,
it.
no,
All right.
keep
No,
going.
you can keep it.
Clearly,
We've been doing it all 4 days. You can do
Okay,
it.
Paul
now.
Gabriel, this was your thing. Let's go with number 2 from the top. Let's see what happens here. 2nd place, the Silver Award. The Silver Award in this year's ZBrush Sculpt Off 2022 is going to take home what?
What are they taking home?
Tell them what they've won, nurse.
show us what you got.
Fade away happens, and it is.
Oh, here we go. There we go. We have the Cintiq we've been using all. So they get one of the Cintiqs with a stand, the stand, not the arm, that we've been using all summit. This is a brand new 27-inch Cintiq that just came out about a month ago.
Yeah.
And a Space Mouse and a 1 year.
Is it too late to apply for the competition?
It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late, Joe. Come on,
Joe.
man. Come on,
It's too late for you, Joe.
Too late, Joe.
It's too late, Joe.
Not fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see who we got. Who do you think? Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got?
Well, none other than Cameron Farn, the
Cameron
Canadian
Farr,
crippler.
the
Here we go.
Canadian power coming in over
Coming
here.
in from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, our very own. Wow, what a proud moment. They are going crazy north of the border.
One of the greatest public art installation sculptors on the planet, actually.
That is an understatement. Thank you
Wow.
for saying that. I was going to
Yeah.
pay him his just desserts. Cameron Farn is not only one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, but he is, exactly as Joe Mena has said, one of the greatest living monumental sculptors in or on planet Earth.
Yeah.
There's no competition. Yes,
I
he
do
is.
have to say, what I'm super impressed with already with just the 5.
He's still smiling, this guy. I love it.
It's just how they use the space provided. You know, that was part of the challenge, was seeing how they can integrate not just creating a sculpture that worked, but also how it fit within the scene and how it really all came together as a cohesive image. That's really cool.
The cool thing about that is, in a professional setting, that's typically what you have to do as a sculptor.
Right.
You're given an environment, you enter the competition, you have the space. So this was really wonderful to see.
A real-life example of winning the contract, as it were. As you would say.
Yeah,
totally.
absolutely.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean,
We know it when we put it together.
Kind of. Well, okay.
Would have been nice if you asked me.
I'm just going to keep quiet about that.
Trying to
I
keep
kind
it
of, yeah.
surprise for you, Joe.
I agree.
Surprise!
Hold on a second here, Joe Mena. I
you're
agreed
a joke.
emphatically. I agreed emphatically with that knowledge, but I'm not going to be a Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah, we had to keep Joe in a dark room.
Because I haven't been doing this for like 72 hours straight. I'm in a good mood.
All right. So this is an auspicious moment because this award does not come lightly. To be first place in a challenge of such tremendous magnitude and with such long-lasting and impressionable sort of effect on people is a huge honor. And I hope that this person is watching because you have deserved this. You worked hard. First of all, to everyone who came and tried out, before we show the prizes, to everyone who came and tried out, good work. But this is now the first place prize. It's going to be made up of, what is it? Let's see the grand prize, the gold medal. Number 1, the red ribbon. Behind the veil, we have this. Wow, the Form 3, I'm going to call it what it is. Let me stand for a second. Wowie, wow, holy smoke. A Form 3 SLA 3D printer by Form Labs, our gracious sponsors. An 18-inch bronze.
At the discretion of the Foundry, it's got to be able to be done.
Paul Gabriel was worried I was going to forget to say that.
Got to be done. It's at the discretion of Brett.
Brett's discretion, as seen in the video earlier, 18 inches of bronze. We've got a Space Mouse by the 3D Connection Company, and a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. Oh my goodness.
And a lifetime access to the toolbox from XMD.
And the lifetime access. Let's give a round of applause one more time.
These are awesome. Awesome.
Lock it up. Can I get that open again? This is incredible. We have the moment upon us now. I will tell you who it is. Let's see the piece that has taken home the grand prize. For the big reveal, here it is. The 2022 Sculpt Off champion, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the work of one Hamid Shah. Hamid Shah, if you can hear me, well done. Well done. Many blessings, Hamid Shah, and just a great congratulations on behalf.
Sorry,
Yes,
I'm
Ian.
sorry to cut you off. That statue was exploding out of that environment.
Can we see it again is the question.
Yeah, can we see it
Can we
again?
call it up
That
again? Ian
statue
wants to see it again.
is just exploding out of that environment. They took that environment and they just like went nuts with this.
Did we have 4 different environments? I totally didn't even pay attention.
It's 6.
Was every one a different environment?
I believe.
No, there was 2 that was, I
Yeah.
think, it looked like Rockefeller.
There's Rockefeller in
Right.
third,
Yep.
right? That's the Florence outside.
Yeah.
Florence outside.
Hold on a second here
He had
because
the
we got
Vatican inside.
Yeah.
Yep, Rockefeller.
Hamid Shah is our grand prize champion winner, and this
Yeah.
brings us now to what is a bittersweet moment every year. We have the unfortunate task of having to say our goodbyes until next time, and I will do it as follows. I will turn to my right and say, Joe, thanks again for being here always. It's a pleasure. A mountain of a man, a pillar of the community. We appreciate that. Ian Robinson, your first time here under the hot lights.
Ian's first time going around people online. Everyone came around first time being
Held
on
it
this.
together and
No
really did
surprise, I
great
had
job.
a lot of fun.
Okay, mobile correspondent Ian Robinson. Paul Gabriel.
He's going to give us the weather next year.
Yes.
And a storm.
They're going to send me.
Paul Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen. One last time, wave goodbye to the people, Paul Gabriel. Any last words from Paul Gabriel before I send us off into the nether regions of the internet?
Listen, this is number 9. Next year, our 10-year anniversary of the sun
10.
as the ballerina comes up and she reappears. This was awesome, and for me, it's up there as all-time one of my favorites. Especially the location ones for me were just plain fun.
Yes.
Awesome to go see things that you just wouldn't be able to make happen. It's not like they can port the Foundry somewhere, right? Or port Sideshow, or the truck's portable. The truck's portable.
That's true.
But those were a lot of fun, and I think just all presentations in general, there were so many different types of styles, so many different presentations going on. And then especially for all of our sponsors also involved as well, from 3D character workshop to 3D concept artists, Sideshow, Mobion, Form Labs, the American Fine Arts and Form, Wacom, 3D Connections, Anatomy Tools and Evolution, the Gnomon Workshop, Gnomon the School as well, and jewelry, the ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, Sense Labs, XMD, and of course, also to our platinum sponsors, Dell Technologies and NVIDIA, for being a part of the show. I just wanted to also say thank you to them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and now for the big one. No speech was prepared for this, but I will say it a very, very short note to the people. It is amazing to be back officially with the ZBrush team after a number of years in absence, but it is a calling to be here. I have the honor and distinction to be in this role across the globe and with the community, to be a voice for the people, and I appreciate that, and it gives me great joy to be here again to do this live, and also to come back and affect change and provide people with an opportunity to see that it is possible to do anything in their life, and to have a tool like ZBrush at the ready is what the driving force for all of us on the teams. I think I can speak freely for everyone at this point in that regard. On behalf of myself, Louis Tucci, and the rest of the ZBrush team and the Maxon global team as a whole.
Welcome back, Louis.
Welcome back.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I had to interrupt you because we have to say welcome back.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, well, welcome back.
Welcome
Good
back,
to have you.
Louis.
You had the personality, bringing them back. You've been in the seat all 4 days, same chair.
Yes.
You never even left at nighttime. You just slept here.
You just. Yeah.
I floated. No, I will say this very much with a great love and joy in my heart. I think rarely do you get a chance in your life to go backwards, to go forwards. This is one of those cases. I'm very blessed. I'm blessed to know all of you people on the other side of the cameras, people in the community who become friends and colleagues.
All the people in the back,
All the people in the back, the camera crew, everyone here at Mobion, here
Grace, Melissa,
here in Burbank,
Michael.
California. The entire ZBrush team, all in the office, Daisuke, everybody, Michael Nisbet, who is our social media guy, everyone, if I'm forgetting anyone, Grace in the back, graphics, Melissa, my dog Enzo, my family, everybody, the entire country of Canada who's smashing the like button. I'm kidding.
The list goes on and on.
I will say, and to the trailblazer, Ofer Alon, for having coded the greatest digital sculpting software to give us the opportunity to do this, as well as giving us a chance to be creative. So on behalf of myself, yes, thank you very much. I am back. It feels good to be back. And until next time, I'm Louis Tucci with the ZBrush Summit 2022. Sit tight and keep sculpting. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye, guys.
Au revoir.
See you later.
Thanks for watching.
Till next time.
Next year.
learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.